Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a very unpredictable Silverstone here. Yes, we have a jam-packed day of racing for you with the BARC. I'm here to cover the British Endurance Championship. Peter Erskine and Marcus Clutton, they're looking to make it 3 wins from 3 this season. Can they do it? We're going to find out a little bit later. Now, as you can see, we definitely have a rose between 2 thorns. Sam, you're here to cover Caterham. What's coming up?
We've got the Caterham Roadsports up straight away, as you can see behind us, and then we've got the 270R Championship and the 310R Championship today, and more Caterham racing tomorrow, where the Academy join that package tomorrow.
Now, as you can see, we're joined by Ewan as well. Ewan, you've got a very busy day today, haven't you? How many races have you got today?
I've got one race today, but it's a big one. It's the Rocket F4, first time on Bark this season. I'm looking forward to it. Deegan Fairclough leading the championship by 30 points, 4 wins this season. However, one of his teammates, Reza C. Wuthering, got his first race at Thruxton last weekend, as is on pole this morning as well. He is one to watch, only halfway through the championship. Can't wait for this one.
It's going to be exciting, isn't it, Sam? You're going to catch up with some of the drivers, aren't you? And I know a few people are a little bit nervous. Do you go dry setup? Do you go wet? So you're going to go find out, aren't you? We'll let you crack on, Sam. Best of luck. Enjoy the day. You
Thank you.
Enjoy that one race you've got to. Mind you, I've only got one race, but it is 2 hours long. Sam, over to you. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Right, let's go and have a word with some of these guys, and they're all set up to go for. It's been a very unpredictable morning so far. Let's have a quick chat with Nick. How are you?
Yeah, good. My car just died, but then it's okay. Caterham fixed it quickly, so in 2 minutes. But yeah, we're good. There's Nick.
Nick, yes, good qualifying, Nick.
Yeah, good. Bit better than Zandvoort, which was a bit of a mess. Yeah, 3rd place.
Me in a Zandvoort.
Yeah, following Django in quali. Maybe that was a reason.
Is that what not to do then?
That's what not to do. But no, it should be good. Really good fun. Weather's been quite changeable.
Yeah. It's made it tricky, but it's looking quite dry, so there should be a dry line. I did notice there's a little bit of a
corner.
Yeah, mid-corner, so that's one thing to look out for. But at least if you know it's there, I guess, you know, your green flag lap, you're going to suss out where the wet bits are. And
hopefully.
Yeah.
Then get the foot down.
That's it. Passing over us, and I think it's not going to drop any rain.
I think weather-wise it looks okay, yeah. I checked the forecast and hopefully it's dry. Yeah, for a fast race.
Yes, enjoy.
It should be really good.
Enjoy, Django.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see you.
Where's your car here then?
Yeah, I'm just behind. We made it back.
Good.
But how was your quali, all right?
Oh, my quali was good, thank you. No, tomorrow morning we qualify.
Oh, you've got
in
a
Academy
race tomorrow, haven't
yes.
you? Anyway, have fun.
Brilliant.
Right, we're going to
Thank you, Django. Yes.
You.
I'm good, how are you?
Oh, really good, really good stars, although I've gambled. Something different. See what happens.
Qualifying this morning was quite changeable. What setup do you go for? You know, it's a hard one.
Yeah, if you go in the middle, it's always a compromise. If you go too hard, it's... Well, look, it's now raining now, you're interviewing me, so... But yeah, so I'll see how it goes, see how we pan out. But the car feels good, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
So really
on the Grand Prix circuit.
I know, it's mega. I know, living the dream, eh?
Yeah.
So yeah. No,
right. The rain is coming down. I think they're going to call them out shortly. I ditched my raincoat, which I probably shouldn't have done, but never mind. We'll just have a quick walk on through. Let's have a quick word with Monty. Monty, good qualifying session.
Yeah, not bad. First time out on track in the wet, so it was a bit testing, but it started dry towards the end, so we found the dry line and picked up some pace, so that was good. Yeah.
So these conditions are going to be similar to qualifying, aren't they?
I don't know what's got. It's literally chucking it down now.
Yeah.
So I mean, hopefully it'll pass. It's got some blue sky. It's quite windy, but it's hammering it down now.
It is hammering it down. Yeah. Oh my gosh, absolutely hammering. And my umbrella. Never mind, you can't tell. This is Silverstone in June. Who would have thought? Here's Henry. Have a quick word from Henry. Henry, how did you find qualifying this morning?
Tricky. The conditions were really mixed.
Yeah.
So it was a real challenge, but quite pleased to be where I am, I think.
Yeah. It's going to be. There was a dry line out there, but I'm not sure about it now.
It's just disappeared.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, I'll let you enjoy the race. I've got rain dripping off my face. We'll have a walk on over here. Not sure if our signal can reach further up that way, but we'll have a quick word with Lee James. Hello Lee, how was qualifying this morning?
I'm doing well, thanks. Yeah, obviously we've got the weather to deal with.
Yes.
It's thrown us another curveball, but it's been the same. Manage it the best we can.
That's it.
We'll try and have fun.
Oh, it's all about having fun, isn't it? That's why you signed up, right?
Of course. Yeah, sometimes I wonder why, but no, it's great fun, and yeah, we'll try and go forward, not sideways or back. We'll just manage it. I think it's just, you can see it's just so changeable.
Yeah.
But it's the same for everyone, so fingers crossed. I'll try and keep on the black stuff.
And where's the wind today? You're feeling it on the, on the long straights because there's going to be a headwind.
You're getting battered about left, right, and centre, but it's very wide, very open out there. The good thing is you can get a good tow if you're close to someone, but it can hamper you if you're at the front. So we'll just have to manage it, see how the race unfolds. You probably know yourself, it takes on a life of its own. You can't plan it, so we'll do the best we can.
That's it. Well, just enjoy it, yes.
Thanks, Sammy.
Thank you. They're all just putting their lights on now, and their rain lights on the back of the car, you can see. This is Henry Morris. Let's have a quick word with Henry. Hello Henry, just a quick word. It was a good qualifying session for you.
Yeah, not bad, but it looks like it's going to be fun in the rain today. Could rain, could stop raining, so it's about adapting, I guess. Yeah.
Right, you're going out now, so wish you all the best. That is the guys going out onto track now, so they will be gridding up shortly. A quick green flag lap for them, but we'll hand over to David in the commentary box.
Right, good afternoon from me, race fans, and welcome to the home of British Motorsport here at the Silverstone circuit in Northamptonshire, the first of 2 days of racing presented by BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action over the course of 5 races here this afternoon. We have got Caterhams galore here this weekend. Total of 4 of the Caterham Motorsport factory-backed championships. The first of those coming up shortly will be the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. We also have here today the MSUK British Endurance Championship. They have a 2-hour race with pit stops. And we also have the Rocket F4 British Championship certified by FIA, the single-seater stars of the future. A cosmopolitan entry of some very talented racers, some of them as young as 15 years of age. And this is going to be something very impressive indeed. But we do kick off with Caterham Racing. The cars are making their way to the grid ahead of the green flag lap at the moment for our first race of the day, the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. Weather conditions are as mixed as they ever are here at Silverstone. We had plenty of rain during the practice and qualifying sessions earlier this morning, and that was followed by a sunny lunch break and then a shower of rain just as the cars were making their way out for the first race, which is about par for the course here at Silverstone, really. But a huge field of some 42 cars gridding up for our first race of the day very shortly, which will be for the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship, effectively the second rung on the Caterham Motorsport ladder, which contains mainly drivers who have graduated from the Caterham Academy series last season for novice races. The Caterham Academy is here tomorrow for their 2 races this weekend. We'll take you through the grid in just a moment for our first race of the day. The championship is led by number 43, Jono Emery, who has had 2 wins and 2 second places so far. The championship having had 2 meetings, the first at Snetterton in Norfolk, where Jono Emery won both races, and then he was second in both races at Zandvoort in the Netherlands, where we saw some fantastic racing at the home of the Dutch Grand Prix, with I think just about every race was decided by less than a tenth of a second on that occasion for the Caterhams over the weekend. It was Paul Goldstein who won both races that weekend, and he was second in the 2 races at Snetterton. So they've had identical results, but Jono Emery got fastest lap in both the races he contested at Snetterton, And there is a point for fastest lap in each race. Paul Goldstein didn't at Zandvoort, and therefore John O'Emery leads the championship from Paul Goldstein by 2 points. Third in the series is Henry Morris at the moment. He's some 13 points further back, car number 5. Then we've got Monty Hind and Adam Keane rounding out the top 5. But it is Barry Thompson who has set pole position, and he's quite a way down in the championship because he didn't race at Snetterton at the season opener and was only 10th in both races at Zandvoort, but he set pole in the wet qualifying session earlier this morning. So the 79 car of Barry Thompson will start on pole. Alongside him will be number 88 Adam Keane, who is in 5th place in the championship, some 18 points off the lead. Second row, 78 Nick Heighton and 55 Istvan Demesh, the Hungarian. Championship leader Jonathan Emery and his main rival Paul Goldstein are both on the third row of the grid as the cars head off on their green flag lap. Row 4, it is 76 Monty Hind and number 5 Henry Morris. And row 5, Django Jones, number 8 and number 19 Lee James. Cars head up through the Maggots and Beckett's complex out of the first corner at Copse, using the old Grand Prix pits here at Silverstone. We are on the full Grand Prix circuit this weekend. Our thanks again to Bill Stein Suspension for their support of this championship. Looking through the rest of the grid, 37 Henry Speaks lines up with 31 Ben Stewart on row 6 as the cars head their way down the Hanger Straights. Row 7, it's the Hanifs, Arif number 74, Barry number 11. Row 8, 22 Neil Bell and 26 Tim Payne. The 9th row, 14 Giles Hanson and 62 Graham Handy. 10th row, 34 Robert Cowan and 89 Patrick Cunningham. So that's your top 10 rows on this grid. Cars head down the Hanger Straight into the right-hander at Stowe Corner on this green flag warming up lap. And it's along the Vale and down into the Club Corner complex. Should see some overtaking opportunities through that section of the circuit, and then it's past the Wing, where the Formula 1 pits are located, of course, here at Silverstone, down the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight and into the right-hander at Abbey. Sun now coming out, but the circuit is a little damp in places. And as we said, it's about part of the course at Silverstone that you get every bit of weather at once. Sometimes it can be raining at 3 corners of the circuit and bone dry on all the others. Such a long circuit here at the Silverstone Grand Prix layout. This will be a 20-minute race for the Bill Stein Caterham Roadsport Championship. They have 2 races this weekend for these mostly second-year racing drivers on the Caterham Motorsport ladder. These cars have been upgraded from the Caterham Academy spec, which is only open to novices. We'll see them out tomorrow. It's an opportunity for them to get the chance to race on the Grand Prix layout here at Silverstone as the pack heads through the right-hander at Abbey. Then it's up to Farm and Village and through the infield loop. That's the right-hander at Village Corner. Lead cars are already out of the loop and down towards the left-hander at Brooklands, past the BRDC, British Racing Drivers Club clubhouse.
with modifications to tyres and suspension and engine outputs, run with the 310 miles with the same car. Very well conceived concept.
Cars under the bridge on the Wellington Straight, then it's through to the left at Brooklands, then round the double right-hander at Luffield, and the end of the lap at Woodcotes. So the cars up to the grid then, greeted by the orange family, the marshals with yellow flags in hand. Barry Thompson on the right in the black and white, almost camo liveried car, is on pole. His pole time was a 2:44.409. Adam Keane in his dark green machine is alongside the car number 88. He did a 2:44.443, so separated by just a few hundredths of a second in qualifying. Nick Heighton on row 2 in the blue car. And alongside him is number 55, Istvan Demes in blue and white. On the left, the Hungarian in the number 55 machine. Plenty of slipstreaming and overtaking. Place you don't want to be in a Caterham race is leading into the last corner, because you are likely to get slipstreamed on the run to the finish line. Very blustery conditions here at Silverstone. Rain showers on and off. Final few cars just making their way into line down at the back of the grid. The last row, Craig Jarvis and Ruben Hunter just getting into position outside my commentary position. So Barry Thompson on pole. The best finish he's had this year is a 10th position. So fighting for certainly at least his first podium this year. Starting alongside him is Adam Keane. Revs beginning to rise then, 20 minutes is the distance, and away they go. First race of the weekend here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit with BARC gets underway down towards that first corner. It is a good start by Barry Thompson, has just held off Adam Keane, I think, into the first corner. You can see how damp the circuit is, a fair bit of spray being thrown up as they make their way around Copse Corner for the first time. One car going very sideways and running out wide. That's the number 30 car of Gerthed Ducey back in the midfield. Now, who's going to emerge with the lead as they come through? It looks like it is Barry Thompson, the pole sitter, as they go through towards the Beckett's complex for the first time. He's got a clear lead as they head around the right-hander. Second place is Adam Keane. Paul Goldstein's made a good start in the gold liveried car, living up to his name. He's side by side for third. I think that was Nick Heighton. Somebody over the curb there on the inside. That's number 26. That's Tim Payne. Down the straight they come. Now, this is where the slipstreaming will occur down towards Stoke Corner. Adam Keane has a look on the inside. It is Barry Thompson, the black, white and orange car that leads the way. Nick Heighton there on the inside of Istvan Demes, and Paul Goldstein trying to make it three wide. A couple of places further back is the championship leader Jono Emery in the purple number 43 car. Now all over each other there as they head out of Vale down towards the left-hander at Club. Barry Thompson holds the lead then, looking to lead a race for the first time this season, but Adam Keane has a look up the inside on the exit of Club Corner towards the right-hander onto this Lewis Hamilton straight. He could get the lead away here as they head down the straight, and yes, the green and white car of Adam Keane takes up the lead towards the right-hander as Abbey. The first three breaking away slightly. Paul Goldstein is in fourth. Looks like Jono Emery coming through into fifth position. Then it's up towards the infield loop towards Village. There's Istvan Demes on the attack. Barry Thompson is down into second place. Goldstein, that distinctive gold liveried car, is in fourth position. Emery is fifth. We'll check the positions as they cross the timing line for the first time at the end of lap number one. Busy little battle there. The number 31 at the head of that, that's Ben Stewart. And we've got a car in the gravel. That's number 71, Stephen Trinder. That's gone off. I think that's coming out of Club. That could lead to a safety car because he's buried axle deep in the gravel. Meanwhile, the leaders down towards Brooklands and up the outside. Barry Thompson late on the brakes. Can he take the lead away? Still slippery on the outside line. You can see the puddles there. And Paul Goldstein thought he was going to clip the back of Istvan Demes. He lost it there and has dropped back into fourth place. Then we've got the battle between Jono Emery and who is that behind him? The blue car there. That could well be Monty Hind, the number 76. A little tricky to pick out the numbers on one or two of these cars. The rest of them go charging through to complete their opening lap. We've got a tangle there. The 96 car has gone off. So a few cars all at sea there. That's David Jarvis that's gone off in the green car. 55 also going off at Copse into the gravel. Now, is he going to get out of there? That's Istvan Demes, one of our leading runners. Istvan Demes was in fourth position. He's run wide there. He's found the tarmac at the far side of the gravel trap and is able to keep going. Meanwhile, after a while all that was going on, Barry Thompson has retaken the lead. He got the switch back through Brooklands and Luffield, and he's got the lead ahead of Adam Keane. It was Demes in third place, but the demise of Demes we saw there as he ran wide into the gravel. So Paul Goldstein is now third. Then it's Emery, Nick Heighton and the number 5 of Henry Morris. Number 8 goes through there. That is Django Jones. Here come the leaders down towards Stowe. It's Bazza, as his number plate says. Barry Thompson who leads the way. Paul Goldstein up into second place, just slipstreamed past Adam Keane. Head round the right-hander at Stowe Corner. Fourth position looks like is Nick Heighton, the blue number 78 there. We've got yellow flags at Club Corner though, because there's a car being fished out of the gravel. I suspect that's the number 71 of Stephen Trinder, who we saw go off earlier on. We've lost a couple of cars on that first lap actually. Number 4, we've lost Neville Sykes. He had an off in qualifying this morning as well. Orlando Morris hasn't come through, and also the number 52 car, which is Balnijar, has hit problems on the first lap as well. 10 and 17 together going through. That's Harvey Ashmore and Andrew Porter. They're down in around 17th and 18th places. Here comes the lead battle. It's still Barry Thompson from Goldstein. Keane in third place. Then it's the number 78 of Nick Heighton. Number 11 squirreling around there. That's Barry Hanif. A little scrap here. There's 31 of Ben Stewart ahead of the 74, which is Arif Hanif. And behind them, that looks like Django Jones, the maroon liveried car there, number 8. They make their way around the loop, then onto the Wellington Straight, under the bridge and up towards Brooklands. Here come the leaders under the bridge now. Soon be 4 of them together, because Nick Heighton has caught up with our second place fight. This is allowing Barry Thompson to pull away a little in this first race of the weekend for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. Goldstein in second place. Third is still the number 88 of Adam Keane. We'll have a look for where the number 55 Istvan Demesh has rejoined, but I think the safety car may be coming out. Yes, yellow flag and the SC boards. The safety car is coming out. There it is. The Ford Focus Estates. That will pick up our race leader Barry Thompson, who will slow the field down as he comes across the line. They've seen the flags and the boards, so slow down, no overtaking, single file, and the safety car will lead them round while stranded cars are recovered from around the circuit. We think it may be Stephen Trinder's car that's had the problem. So Barry Thompson is your leader, car number 79. As we say, he needs to make up the points if he's going to challenge for the championship, because he missed the opening round at Snetterton. And only a couple of 10th places for 25 points in the meeting in the Netherlands at Zandvoort. Adam Keane and Paul Goldstein giving chase. And this is Paul Goldstein's golden opportunity to open up a championship lead. He's only 2 points behind John O'Emery. There is the number 71 car of Stephen Trinder, the man from Kingston in Surrey. Buried in the gravel. He's out of the race. The Orange family, our volunteer marshals, a big thanks to all of them as always, will attempt to recover him. And with the track still wet in places, inevitable that 1 or 2 cars might suffer in the opening laps, maybe just pushing a little bit too hard for the damp conditions. And the Land Rover recovery vehicle being brought in to give Stephen Trinder a tow out of the gravel. So the order is Thompson from Goldstein, third place is Adam Keane, Nick Heighton is fourth, then it's John O'Emery, and we've got Henry Morris, Barry Hanif, the 31 of Ben Stewart, Arif Hanif and Django Jones rounding out the first 10 after 2 laps. Quickest lap of the race recorded by Barry Hanif, 2:53.314, showing the length of this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Already coming up to half distance, just over 12 minutes of this race still to go. Certainly hear the wind blowing in the background here. There we can see where the car has gone off, the exit of Club Corner. So the leaders are led past it behind the safety car. So the marshals have recovered Stephen Trinder just about. He's out of the gravel. Now, will he be placed into a marshal's post, or is he going to be released to drive back to the pits. There is another race coming up this weekend for these cars, so we'll be working late tonight to repair. Their second race is tomorrow morning. Under the safety car then here in our opening race of the day here at Silverstone for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship, with Stephen Trinder's car in the gravel at Club Corner. Now hopefully this time we'll have the cars released and begin racing again. The way to tell is if the lights have gone out atop the safety car. He's pulled away from the pack, so that's a good sign. I think we're going to be going racing again this time. Yes, looks like the safety car is coming into pit lane. And the pack is going to be released. Good slick work there by the marshals and the BARC officials. And Barry Thompson will lead them off in car number 79, looking for his first win of the season, his first ever Caterham Roadsports win, chased by Paul Goldstein, who's had a pair of wins this season in the Netherlands. Had a win in the Caterham Graduates Championship as well at Brands Hatch earlier this season. They charge their way down towards Copse on the restart then. First three pulling away slightly from Nick Heighton in fourth place. Jono Emery is fifth. Now where has Istvan Demesh rejoined after he's off? He's down in P17 after he ran wide at Copse a couple of laps ago. Here comes Goldstein looking for the lead as they go through Maggots up towards the Beckett's complex, and he's got it. Good driving by Paul Goldstein. He's into the lead. Now where's his championship rival Jono Emery? He's back in, it looks like about P5 there behind Nick Heighton, who's now up to third. He pulled off the same move the leader did on Adam Keane. And sixth behind them is the green and black car, that's Henry Morris. Then Barry Hanif, Stewart, Arif Hanif and Django Jones rounding up the top 10. Another car in the gravel. Oh, that's Jones. Django Jones. He's certainly Django Unchained now, isn't he? He's in the gravel at Copse. He's going to try and get away there. Marshall's checking on him, but that'll be end of game, I think, for Django. Side by side there for what is now third place, because up the inside goes Nick Heighton. He's taken Adam Keane going into Stowe. That was a brave move on the inside. Goldstein still leads. Adam Keane fighting back as they go along Vale into Club Corner, but Nick Heighton holds the place. He's in P3. And closing up now is Jono Emery. Got three of them, almost three wide there for third place coming through Club, and Django Jones getting a push from the marshals. Mind your footing there. And Django gets away. He's rejoined. No safety car needed this time. Good work by the marshals. Django Jones is a long way behind the rest of the field. The rest of the field is down at Abbey, heading out towards the infield loop. Here are the leaders. Goldstein from Thompson. It's Nick Heighton now up into third position in the number 78s. Now he's only 20th in the championship. Another man who missed round one at Snetterton. Adam Keane under fire from Henry Morris, car number 5. He's third in the championship, yet to score a win this year. Come close to a podium in every race this year, been consistent, finishing in the top 10. Green flags waving as it's the first lap of the restart. Now is Barry Thompson going to have a look? You can see it is still fairly wet offline as they go down towards Brooklands corner. It's very wet in the corner offline. You see the puddles on the outside, and Paul Goldstein slid a little bit wide there coming through the left-hand exit there into Luffield. He's sideways again. He's really throwing that Caterham Roadsports car around. Just over 7 minutes of the race to go. Barry Thompson on his tail. Paul Goldstein, the man from Billingshurst in the southeast of England, runs an air conditioning business, if memory serves me correctly. Hoping to put some clear air between himself and Barry Thompson here. Fight for third. Nick Heighton's now pulled away from Adam Keane, and Jono Emery sideways there. He's going to run wide on the run through. Copse just a little bit over eager there. He loses out to Henry Morris. That drops him down to P5 again, and that's who's on his tail? That's Barry Hanif, I think, going for P6. Henry Morris has already got through there. Getting very busy as they come through the club complex. Yes, that's Barry Hanif up into the top 6 now. Jono Emery's lost a couple of spots. Some of the midfield runners heading through. That was the number 62 of Graham Handy, the red and gold car. Side by side for the lead as they go down towards Stowe Corner. Side by side for 4th place as well. Adam Keane round the outside of Henry Morris in the number 5. Behind them is Barry Hanif. He's going well, the number 11 machine. Through this tricky right-hander at Stowe Corner, where Michael Schumacher, of course, had a nasty smash in his Ferrari back in the 1999 British Grand Prix. Running very wide there. That was that Barry Thompson who went out wide there. He cuts back in. Somebody's off the circuit. That was Henry Morris. It was Adam Keane, sorry, who ran wide there. 3 wide as they come onto the Hamilton straight. It's going to be 4 wide. Look at this. Jono Emery could make up 3 places here if he keeps his foot in. Down towards Abbey Corner. Meantime, the leaders are at the infield loop. It is Paul Goldstein who still leads. This is the main fight at the moment. Up the inside, Barry Hanif attacks Henry Morris. Jono Emery made up 2 places. He didn't quite make up the 3 through Abbey. Through the loop, then up towards the run towards Wellington Straight and then Brooklands. Looked like the high winds here at Silverstone affected one of our cameras there up at Abbey. Sorry about that. Here comes Jono Emery, the championship leader, coming into this race, having a look on the inside, attacking Adam Keane. But the 3 ahead of them are now starting to pull away. Goldstein, Thompson and Heighton. There's 4.5 minutes to go, so we're getting a couple more laps out of this. And Emery very sideways there through Luffield as Henry Morris attacks Barry Hanif, gets the place back. He's got a run here on Jono Emery as well. There are the leaders. That's Paul Goldstein from Thompson and Heighton. Adam Keane still in 4th. Here comes Henry Morris having a look up the inside in the number 5. Can he get a run on Emery? Yes, he's got past Emery and he bangs wheels with Barry Hanif, who just about holds it together there. Emery will attack as well. This is the last thing Jono Emery wants to be mired in this battle, because he knows Paul Goldstein, his championship rival, is up front and he's going to take the lead of the championship if he wins this. Frantic fighting all the way down the order. Through Beckett's come the top 10. Henry Morris being chased hard now by, that's Arif Hanif, who's gone through in the number 74. Morris has lost another spot there, I think. Or is that Ben Stewart in the similarly coloured number 31 car? I apologise there. Yes, that's Stewart a little bit further back. There's Morris. Similarly liveries on those 2 cars. Sorry about that. Up the inside comes Barry Hanif. Takes Morris for P5 into Stowe. Just over 3 minutes to go now. Paul Goldstein just over a second clear at the front, but Nick Heighton has done the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 40.211. 3 cars line astern. Jono Emery closing up on Hanif and Morris ahead of him, trying to get the inside run through Club Corner again. 3-way fight behind them as well. Arif Hanif is at the head of that. Here's a scrap coming down the straight into Stowe Corner. Number 16, Andrew Miles, making a move through on the inside. He's chased by the 77, that's Norman Jeeves in the bright green car. All these drivers, most of them at least, only in their 2nd season of motor racing, having started in the Caterham Academy last year. Academy drivers will race tomorrow with a bit of push and shove there. I thought the 6 had gone into the back of somebody there, number 6 of Anthony Nichols. Here's the scrap for the lower reaches of the top 10. Arif Hanif has got ahead of the 31 of Ben Stewart. The leaders will be coming around to start their final lap this time through. Here they come. Paul Goldstein still a few car lengths clear of Barry Thompson, who's trying to close up. Going with them now is Nick Heighton in the number 78. He's not done yet. Now, is he playing his cards right here? If he can get into position for a last bend lunge at the 2 ahead of him and slipstream through as they run to the flag. It's not the longest run to the flag here at Silverstone, with the checkered flag being displayed towards the top end of the start-finish straight. You can see the last lap board there. Over the line they go, and the gap has closed. There's only 0.6 of a second or so covering these 3 now. Goldstein, Thompson and Heighton. It's starting to heighten up, certainly. And 2 minutes 37, new fastest lap for Nick Heighton. 3 seconds quicker than his previous best. As the circuit dries out, they're just getting faster and faster. Average speed of nearly 84 miles per hour around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Paul Goldstein under fire from Barry Thompson. They're really closing up now, those three. Here they come towards the Hanger Straight. Are we going to see any daring slipstreaming? I think we are. Here they go. Moving right out, and Barry Thompson tries to move Nick Heighton to the inside. Nearly onto the grass there on the inside, down the Hanger Straight. Paul Goldstein, who's led most of the way in this race, needs to be late on the brakes here. He's going to have to give way. Heighton's got both of them. Brilliant move by Nick Heighton into Stowe corner. Up to second goes Barry Thompson. Beautiful move there into Stowe. Down towards Club. And where's Goldstein going? Where's Goldstein gone there? Has he cut the corner? Seemed to go off to the inside. Yes, he's going to have to give the place back there. I think he took the escape road there, Paul Goldstein, as he tried to slam the brakes on. And he's had to cede to the two there. He would have slid down the inside and emerged in front. That would have constituted an unfair advantage, I think. So he's had to let them back ahead of him. So it's Nick Heighton against Barry Thompson now for the lead. Goldstein may have lost his chance with that mistake into the club complex. Fourth is Adam Keane. John O'Emery is fifth. Then Henry Morris. Then this four-way battle for seventh. Nick Heighton trying to hang on in front. The man from Bolton in Lancashire. Under fire from the 79 of Barry Thompson from Wigan. So both northwest-based drivers. Thompson, you can see, trying to get the cut back, but he's got to be mindful that Goldstein is there behind him as well. Nick Heighton, who was in contention for podiums, in the top 10 in both races at Zandvoort. He got fastest lap in the first race for a bonus point as well. Here they come then down to Brooklands for the last time. Look at Paul Goldstein going for the inside on both of them. This is going to be a brave move. Thompson up the outside. This is going to be very dicey indeed. Heighton goes back to the inside. And Thompson's lost out. He's down to third. Can Goldstein get up the inside? Heighton moves to cover. Goldstein to the inside. Oh, this is going to be a close finish. Goldstein up the inside. He's going through. Superbly done there by Paul Goldstein. That's a brilliant move through Luffield for the last time. Thompson up the inside as well. They head up towards the checkered flag. It's going to be Paul Goldstein in the number 12. I thought he'd lost it halfway round that last lap, but what a recovery, and he takes the win by 0.188 of a second. And they're continuing exactly where they left off at Zandvoort. Barry Thompson comes in second. Nick Heighton is third. It's Adam Keane in P4. Then John O'Emery got fifth ahead of Henry Morris. Then Stewart seventh. He beats the Hanifs home. Arif ahead of Barry, who dropped to ninth. And Monty Hine, number 76, taking 10th place following Django Jones is off. Pause for breath needed after that last lap. That was brilliant. It looks as though Paul Goldstein lost it. He made a mistake going into the club complex and went, I think, through the escape road loop and had to drop back into third place, but he judged it perfectly through Brooklands and Luffield for the last time. He just went for it round the inside and snatches the win back again. So, provisional result then of the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship Race 1. Paul Goldstein the winner by 0.188 of a second ahead of Barry Thompson, the pole sitter. Nick Heighton in third place, and Adam Keane takes fourth, and he got the fastest lap, 2:37.232 set on the final lap. John O'Emery takes fifth and cedes the championship lead to Paul Goldstein. Henry Morris in sixth, then Ben Stewart, the Hanifs. Monty Hine rounds out the top 10, and it was Henry Speaks. Istvan Demes recovering well for P12 after his off at Cops Corner, then Patrick Cunningham, Tim Payne, and number 34 Robert Cowan rounds out the top 15. Total of 4 retirements from that race, all on the first lap. We saw Stephen Trinder go off. We also lost Neville Sykes, Balnijar and Orlando Morris. Oh, what a fantastic opening to our weekend here at Silverstone. Next up, it's single-seater action, which is the Rockets F4 British Championship certified by FIA, the potential Formula One stars of the future. It's their second meeting in as many weekends. They were at Thruxton supporting British touring cars last weekend. I can't wait to see what these young racers can do in our next race of the afternoon. But first of all, we will hear shortly from our podium finishers in our Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship race. A superb race it was as well. Okay, we can shortly head down to the pits to hear from our top three, following a fantastic first race of the weekend for the Caterhams.
Gosh, that was an incredible last lap out with these three guys here. We didn't know who was going to come out on the top step, but these guys have driven a fantastic race in those very, very tricky conditions. And we will go in and grab a quick word with them in a moment when they get their helmets and kit off. Nick's already got his off. But we're going to speak to Paul first when he's undone everything. But wow, Paul, I'm not your unlucky charm anymore.
No, you're not. You're not.
You won with me here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. No.
What a fantastic race that was. Last lap, goodness me, that was hairy.
They both caught me with the toe, and I was like dumped into third place, and I was like, oh no. And then just sent down the inside on the next straight. So yeah, amazing. Absolutely. Really happy with that.
Yeah.
I need to give a shout out if that's all right.
Yeah.
Because they're expecting this if I won it. So shout out to Shane and Wayne, good lads, and Lisa and Brooke who work in my office. Couldn't be coming to do practice here without them all working in the office for me.
There you go.
Thank you.
Brilliant. No, well done. You deserve that. Right, I'm going to come through and speak to Nick. Nick, what a great battle at the end. Goodness me, it's quite hairy.
Right, wasn't it? I'm speechless. Still shaking. No, that was really good. It was really good. Got lost a bit at the first. I managed to get the two back into the patch. I didn't realise it was the last lap.
You were so engrossed in the race.
No, I didn't realise it was the last lap. That was really good fun.
Yeah, it looked it, but it was really clean, tidy race.
Yeah, it was no contact. It was really good. Yeah. Really fair.
Yeah.
Really good fun, and it was dry.
I know.
Mostly.
What was it like on the first few laps?
Yeah, a bit slippy on the first few laps. I got a bit better towards the end. Really enjoyable though. Look forward to tomorrow.
Yes, bring it on.
Will you be racing tomorrow?
I'll be racing tomorrow, yes.
Good fun.
Can't wait. I hope it's dry. Fingers crossed. Thank you, Nick. Right, let's go to speak to Barry. Barry, congratulations on second place. What an incredible last lap that was.
Yeah, it was brilliant last lap. We come really close to each other. At one point I was nearly hitting the back of Paul, so I had to restrain myself from doing that, but it's good for clean racing, so really good to see. And the slipstream obviously is mega down here, because I had a good toe off Nick down the Wellington straight, and but obviously Paul was in the wings and went down the inside of us both, so it was interesting. Then obviously the track's a bit greasy there, so he was a bit offhand, I suppose, and it was good.
It's difficult to navigate that, isn't it? When you're going three abreast into a corner and somebody's going to be on the wet patch, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's really tricky. Yeah. These conditions are really tricky, and the track was getting faster throughout the race, and you've just got to keep pushing yourself, haven't you? And feeling for the grip. So it was good.
Well deserved. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, we have next up is Rocket F4. So I'll hand back to David.
Great to hear from our top three following that very entertaining affair for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. And next up will be potentially Formula One stars of the future. It is the 2024 Rocket F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Some very talented young racers indeed on this grid. Got the first of 3 races this weekend. This will be a 20-minute race and will be underway very shortly indeed.
Next up, racing on Bark TV today. For the first time this season, it is the Rocket British F4 Championship. The man to watch, number 7 right here, Deegan Fairclough, leading the championship by 30 points right now. 4 wins already this season, could have been 5, but at the last weekend at Thruxton was leading race number 3, but mechanical issues forced a retirement. To the right hand side, car number 4, is teammate Reza Surwitherin. He got his first win of the season at Thruxton last weekend, and he is on pole position for race number 1 today as well. This is race number 1 of 3. Look out for Alex Ninovic, second in the championship right now. But these guys in the high-tech Pulsate are the ones to watch. Over to Dave to take us through the British F4 Championship with Rocket.
Yes, thanks to you. And the cars making their way around to the grid then. It is Reza Siwaruthan and Deegan Fairclough, the two high-tech Pulsates drivers on the front row of the grid. Deegan Fairclough, the current championship leader. Second row of the grid, number 18, James Higgins, alongside 78, Jack Sherwood, the two Rodin Motorsport drivers. Alex Ninovich, the Australian, on row 3, alongside number 42, the first of the rookie class drivers, Rowan Campbell-Pilling. And on the fourth row of the grid is Yampu Chui, the Chinese driver, alongside Maxwell Dodds. Row 5, Joel Bergstrom, number 22 from Sweden. And the first of the ladies on the grid, 44, Ella Lloyd, the younger Welsh racer. Row 6 of the grid is number 8, Kai Daryanani from India, alongside number 9, Abhi Pulling, a very familiar name to many, the F1 Academy and Formula W Series racer. Row 7 is 33, Leo Robinson, the Anglo-Algerian racer, alongside number 19, debutant this weekend, Mateusz Ryba, the youngest man on the grid, only 15 years of age, the Slovakian. Row 8 is Mika Abrahams of South Africa, alongside Martin Molnar of Hungary. Row 9, it's Chloe Chong in the number 11, alongside Carrie Schreiner, the young German racer, making her UK racing debut this weekend. In the 10th row, first win for Alex Berg last weekend at Thruxton, the Canadian, son of former Formula 1 driver Alan Berg, alongside Nina Gademan in the number 3. The young Dutch racer Yu Hao Fu of China rounds out the grid.
So Deegan Fairclough on pole position, he was only third quickest in qualifying behind Reza Siwaruthan and Jack Sherwood. For present purposes, we can say he leads the championship and leads it. By, yeah, I said 25, so 30 points. He's been the championship leader all year. No one else has led the championship. He's led it from the off. Put it that way, that's quite right, yeah. He's had 4 wins for second and third. I'll also mention the fact that the BRGC Rising Star seeing how we are at.
So the cars up onto the grid then. Looking at the championship table, it is Deegan Fairclough who leads Alex Ninovich by 30 points. The championship has had a total of 4 rounds so far, supporting the British Touring Car Championship at Donington, Brands Hatch, Snetterton and Thruxton. They've had a couple of races, sadly, rather spoiled by the weather. They had a couple of races which only ended up with half points, namely one of the races at Thruxton, one at Snetterton as well, which was interrupted by a rainstorm. I believe it was James Higgins that took the win in that one, and one race due to timetable delays didn't take place at Donington. But Deegan Fairclough has had a total of 4 wins so far this year. He had a double at Brands Hatch, one at Donington and one at Thruxton. Alex Ninovich, a single win at Snetterton in the opening race there. And James Higgins, his win came in the half points race at Snetterton. And he's ahead of Jack Sherwood, I believe is the son of Justin Sherwood, the long-time former single-seater and GT racer. In the team standings, it's Rodin Motorsport who are on top. Those are the predominantly black cars. You can tell their drivers apart by the colours of the wings on their cars. Alex Ninovich has white wings and mirrors. James Higgins has blue wings and mirrors, and Jack Sherwood is for them as well. He's got yellow wings and mirrors. And their fourth driver is Abhi Pulling. A little further back on the grid for her. She's got the red mirrors and wings on her car. Identical Tatus T421 chassis as standard for Formula 4 across the world. Look out for Carrie Schreiner on her UK Series debut. She's raced in a couple of F4 Series on the continent. One of, I think it's 5 lady racers we've got on this grid. I mentioned Abhi Pulling. We've got Ella Lloyd out there as well. She's had a fair bit of bad luck so far this year, unfortunately, racing for JHR Developments. There are a couple of other cars as well, starting from the pit lane in this race. They are Zach Scholar, number 23 for Excel Motorsport, number 77 Bart Harrison for Chris Dittman Racing. Due to an accumulation of penalty points, they are forced to start this race from the pit lane. Cars being led away on the green flag lap by the safety car. So whether we're going to start under the safety car, I haven't had notification. We'll wait and see on that. Will be a 20-minute race. You can recognise the rookie class runners by the yellow number backgrounds on their cars. There's one of them, number 3, Nina Gaderman from the Netherlands for Fortec Motorsport, one of the best known names in all of single-seater racing. They're the white and red cars. So Deegan Fairclough and Reza Siwarathan for High-Tech Pulsates lead the field round. Their other teammate is Mika Abrahams, a little bit further back. Reza Siwarathan took his first win at Thruxton last time out. Another first-time winner at our last meeting was Alex Berg. He won the second race at Thruxton, the Canadian. His father Alan made, I think it was 9 Grand Prix starts for the Osella team back in 1986 before going bound to race in the Americas. Alex now making a name for himself. Superb field of these very rapid little single-seaters. Best of luck to Mateusz Ryba, the Slovakian, on his debut for the Finsis by Argenti team. In racing blue and black, so do Virtuosi Racing. They can be differentiated by their wing colours as well. Heading up towards Abbey. So can Deegan Fairclough make it 5 race wins for the season? He's graduated through junior saloon car racing. He's competed in Fiesta Juniors as well before moving to single-seater competition. Coming up to the grid then, the track has dried out considerably in these dry and fairly windy conditions now. Deegan Fairclough ready to lead the field away. He's 17-year-old. Earned his opportunity on the grid at the Rocket Racing Stars shootout at the start of last season. Was 3rd in the championship last year, so the hot favourites for this season. His teammate Reza Siwarathan starts alongside him. Lives in Dorset. Been English karting champion. Has raced in the Ginetta Junior Championship as well, and finished 3rd in that championship last year. Contested the F4 UAE Championship in the Middle East as well. So the 77 of Bart Harrison, the 23 Zach Scholar making their way to the end of the pit lane. Zach Scholar, the UAE-based driver. Last couple of cars onto the grid, Nina Gaderman, number 3, and 99 of Yuhao Fu. This 20-minute race will fly by. All in position then, we await the all clear from the marshals at the back of the grid. First of 3 races this weekend for the Rocket F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. The green flag is shown at the back of the grid. It's time for these young racers to show what they can do around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. The revs are up and away they go. And towards Cops Corner for the first time. A decent start by Deegan Fairclough from the outside the front row. Looks like he's got the lead. Are they all going to make it round okay? What a fine sight they make. These are Formula 1 drivers in the making, potentially. They're all round the first couple of corners okay. It is Fairclough who's got the lead. Siwarathan is in 2nd position. Wait to pick up who's in third place. The black car with the blue wings, I think, is James Higgins in third position. There's number 22 of Joel Bergstrom. The Swede leads the rookie category away with the yellow numbers. Down the hanger straight they come. It is Fairclough 1, Sir Rutherford. Higgins coming under fire. Who's that moving up on the outside? A little tricky to pick out the numbers on these cars at speed. I think that's the number 12, Alex Ninovic, moving around the outside there to take third place away as they head out of Stowe. So the Australian up into third position. Good battle developing here already, and there's contact, and round it goes. I think that's one of the Rodin cars. The black car with the yellow wings, I think, is Max Dobbs that we've lost there, the number 17. Only takes the slightest bit of contact to dislodge your wings on these cars as well. Bergstrom running wide there as they came out of club. He's lost a bit of ground. They head through the right-hander at Abbey. 1 or 2 moves being made. It is Deegan Fairclough, though, who continues to lead the way. A little bit of a lock-up into the right-hander at Village there. One car pulling off, I think, to the right. I just caught a glimpse of there. We'll pick up who that was in a moment. The number 6 car there, I think that is heading this little group. The number 8, rather, Kai Darianani, heading that battle, the Indian-born driver in the Fortec Motorsports car. They charge their way up towards, it's the 78 car that's gone into the gravel at the club complex. That's Jack Sherwood facing the wrong way, the East Midlands-based racer. And he's sadly out of the race. Hopefully the marshals can get that car moved and we won't need a safety car. Darianani coming under fire from Leo Robinson, the Anglo-Algerian in number 33 for JHR Developments. But it's Fairclough who leads over the line. Suwuruthan is in second place, Higgins third, then Ninovic. Ella Lloyd is going well up there in fifth place. She's gained 5 places off the grid. That's a superb first lap by Ella Lloyd. Then we've got the number 56 leading the rookies, but we do have a safety car. That'll be for that incident down at club for Jack Sherwood's stranded car. 6th place, number 56, which is Yampu Chui, Finsis by Argentina, the Chinese driver. He's leading the rookie category. You can see on the timing tower there. So we've lost Jack Sherwood. We've also lost number 42, Rowan Campbell-Pilling. That must be the car we saw pulling off at Village. One of the contenders in the rookie category, Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Had a win in that category at Thruxton a week ago. 16 points behind Yampu Shui in the rookie standings at the moment. So the drivers weaving to keep their tyres warm behind the safety car. Have a look again at that incident into club corner, and yes, there's the contact. Round goes Jack Sherwood. The back wheels drop into the gravel. You're not going to get out of there. Was it Rowan Campbell-Pilling that he made contact with? Didn't quite see, but I suspect it was, and that's why he's dropped out of the race, possibly with a bit of damage. The JCB telehandler being brought in to lift Jack Sherwood's number 78 Rodin Motorsport car out of the gravel. So your leader is Deegan Fairclough. Reza Siwuruthan in second place, and it's James Higgins in third. Another graduate of the Ginetta Junior Championship over the last couple of years, where a lot of these drivers have come from. Great start to the race by Ella Lloyd. She's well up there in P5, and there's number 42 Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Looks disappointed. This car at trackside, he'll have to go again in race 2, which has the partially reversed grid. Waiting to see if we're going to go racing again this time. Deegan Fairclough leads them round. Under 15 minutes of this race to go. It looks like the safety car may be staying out for another lap. Yes, the yellow flag's still waving. So So no change in the order, of course, no overtaking behind the safety car. You'll be penalised heavily if you do so. This, of course, has allowed Bart Harrison and Zach Scholar to close up, who started from the pit lanes. They've been able to catch the back of the field. Harrison for Chris Dittman Racing, teammate to Carrie Schreiner this weekend, the German. And Zach Scholar at the back of the field for Excel Motorsports. Leo Robinson in 8th position. Safety car in this lap, we're told. So we will be going racing again at the end of this lap. As Leo Robinson, I have to say, I can't think of any other racing drivers who have represented Algeria. Pierre-Henri Raffanel was born there, but he was a French national. He's now Bugatti's test driver. Safety car heads them round Club Corner. Such a cosmopolitan field we've got here today. We've got drivers from Great Britain, Australia, China, India, Algeria, Sweden, South Africa, Hungary, Slovakia, Canada, the Netherlands, Germany and the United Arab Emirates. A fantastic mix of nationalities. Shows the world appeal of motor racing, and in particular British motor racing, a place to learn to race. There's Zach Scholar at the back of the field in the Excel Motorsport car. Excel Motorsport use the blue, pink and white livery. Tell it's Zach Scholar because of the pink wing mirrors. Keeping the heat in their tyres. There's 12 minutes of the race to go. So we'll not yet be at halfway when this race gets back underway, with Deegan Fairclough out front, looking to extend his championship lead over Alex Ninovic. He's there in 4th position. James Higgins 3rd in the points. He's in P3 in this race. And Jack Sherwood will be the one to lose out here with that retirement. Abby Pulling in the top 5 of the points. She's down in 15th place at the moment, so needs to start to work her way through the field. Here we go then, they're already getting back up to speed. The safety car will be heading into pit lane with 11.5 minutes to go. Deegan Fairclough blasts off into the lead at the wheel of the high-tech car. Away they go then, and we're racing once again here at Silverstone with the Rockets F4 British Championship certified by FIA. Trying to make a move down the inside there. The battle for 3rd place between Higgins and Ninovic. The 2 Rodin Motorsport cars. Looks like there's no team orders between those two, fighting it out for that 3rd place. It's Fairclough who leads. High-Tech 1 and 2, Rodin 3 and 4, and then Ella Lloyd in the JHR Developments car in P5, making a move down the inside of the 22. That is Bergstrom, makes up the place past the 33 of Leo Robinson, so plenty of battling all the way down the order. Deegan Fairclough has pulled away though by about half a dozen car lengths. They head into Stowe. Most of the Fortec cars, the white and red, that's Kai Darianani. Robinson and Bergstrom swapping places just behind them. That's Mika Abrahams in car number 5, the 3rd of the high-tech cars. High-tech pulsates 14.5 points behind Rodin Motorsport in the team standings at the moment. There is Mika Abrahams, the number 5, the South African. Up towards Abbey. Starting to string out just a little now. There is Deegan Fairclough. Siwaruthan trying to defend that 2nd place. Ooh, big lock up there from, I think that was one of the Finsis by Argenti cars. It was either Finsis by Argenti or Virtuosi Racing. Their livery is quite similar. There's one of the Virtuosi cars. You have Fu, the Chinese driver, towards the back of the field, battling with Bart Harrison in the 77. Fairclough leads into Brooklands, going round to complete lap at number 4. and certainly going to do the fastest lap of the race this time through, because the first real clear lap of racing we have had. Deegan Fairclough, who began his career racing Citroen Saxos and Ford Fiestas in junior racing following his move up from karting. 2 minutes 1.954 his lap time that time through. He leads by 1.7 seconds already ahead of Siwurathan in second place. Then it's Higgins in third, Ninovic, Lloyd, and it's the Chinese racer Yampu Chui for Finsis by Argenti, who rounds out the top six and leads the rookie class. Second of the rookies is Joel Bergström, the Swede, and it's Martin Molnar, the Hungarian for Virtuosi Racing, who's in P11 overall, third of the rookies. Number 44 there is Ella Lloyd. She's starting to come under fire from the 56 of Yampu Chui now. This is the battle for fifth place overall. Just behind them, Kai Daryanani from India. Down the straight they go, the 56 of Shui, defending from Daryanani, who tries to go round the outside of him at Stowe. Can he get the move done? It's a brave move on the outside line, that very fast right-hander, but he'll have the inside line up the Vale towards the left into the club corner complex. Is Daryanani going to go through? No, Yampu Shui holds him off, runs out wide on the exit, just clips the curb. And behind them we've got Bergstrom and Leo Robinson, and Mika Abrahams next behind them. Chasing them is Martin Molnar, third of the rookie class. Up towards Abbey they go. Then towards the infield complex out of Farm, towards Village. Fairclough still leads. All the actions behind him, one or two cars locking up through there. It's still a little bit damp offline. That was Ella Lloyd who locked up through there, I think, in P5. The leaders heading down towards Brooklands. There goes Fairclough. There's Siwurathan. You can tell those cars apart because Siwurathan's got the silver nose cone. Fairclough's nose cone is black. And there are the two Rodin cars fighting out. Number 18 is James Higgins with the blue crash helmet, holding off the number 12 of Alex Ninovic. Up and over the line they come once again. Fairclough completes his fifth lap. 1.9 seconds now his lead. So he's increased his lead by a couple of tenths over that last lap. Higgins just ahead of Ninovic by 0.2 of a second there. Towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex. The leaders come through, no problem at all. The first four starting to pull away slightly now. They're nearly 2 seconds clear of Ella Lloyd in fifth. Then Shui is sixth. Daryanani, Robinson, Bergstrom and Abrahams rounding out the top 10. Behind them is Molnar. Then we've got Max Dodds, the number 17, next in the order. Down the hanger straight they come. Ella Lloyd heads this group. Mika Abrahams coming under fire there from the 24 of Martin Molnar. Dodds next then. Abby Pulling, a slightly subdued run for Abby in this one. She's just ahead of Maciej Ryba, the Slovakian newcomer, in the number 19 car. Alex Berg behind him. Then Nina Gadaman, who started from the back of the grid. Chloe Chong, Bart Harrison, who started from the pit lane. Then Carrie Schreiner, Zach Sculler and Yu Hao Fu rounding out the field. Just under 6 minutes to go now. Fight for third between the two Rodin Motorsport runners, Higgins and Ninovic. Ninovic will want to get through here to try and keep up his chase of Deegan Fairclough in the points championship standings, but James Higgins is third in the points. He's only 39 points behind his teammate in second and third places in the points standings, and he's having a look on the inside there. Doesn't get the move done. Number 18 car with the blue wings and mirrors. Alex Ninovic's number 12 car has the white trim. They're still nose to tail. Leaders heading over the line to complete their sixth lap. Just over 5 minutes of the race to go. 2.6 seconds is now the lead margin, so Deegan Fairclough has checked out at the front of this first race of the weekend for the Rockets F4 British Championship certified by FIA. Ninovic has a look up the inside. There are raindrops falling again. Yes, the rain is returning, and James Higgins ran wide there at Cops Corner. He could lose third place. Indeed he does. Alex Ninovic's teammate, the Australian, takes over, and I think possibly Yampu Shui has come through into P5 there as well. We'll check that. Has he gone ahead of Ella Lloyd? No, Ella is still there. Still the leading lady racer in this race. part of the FIA Girls on Track campaign over the last couple of years. So many of them in this race, which is great to see. Jan Pouchouet in 6th position, the leader of the rookie category. Looks like it's Leo Robinson on his tail now. He's come through on the last lap. Kai Darianani, I think, has lost a couple of spots. Still fierce battling in the lower reaches of that top 10. Yes, there's Darianani. He has dropped back a little behind Bergstrom as well in the number 22. There's the battle between, I think that's Dodds and Pulling a little further out. Through the right-hander at Abbey go the midfield. This group headed up by Ella Lloyd, coming under fire now from Jan Pouchouet, who wants to move into the top 5 and gets a higher overall score. He's already leading his subclass, the rookie division. There goes our third place man, Alex Ninovic. Now he's past his teammate, he's pulling away from him and trying to go after Riza Sivaruthan for second place. Just over 3 minutes remaining. Leaders will complete their 7th lap this time through. Deegan Fairclough still has the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 1.954. His lead's up to 3.5 seconds now over Riza Sivaruthan. He pulled away by nearly a second on that last lap. He is dominating this race. And they're still frantically battling away in the lower reaches of the top 10. This is great stuff. And Pouchouet under fire from Leo Robinson, the number 33 for JHR Developments in there. There's Jan Pouchouet. There's Robinson, the black car with the gold nose cone. And then number 22 behind him is his teammate Joel Bergstrom. He's got the green tip to the nose cone. So you tell there, 2 cars apart. Behind him is Kai Darianani trying to win that place back again in the number 8 for Fulltech Motorsport. Swing their way through Stowe Corner. Kai Darianani, who lost 2 places a couple of laps ago, dodging about there on the tail of Bergstrom ahead of him. Has a look on the inside into Club, and the next corner's a right-hander, so Joel Bergstrom, the Swede, holds him off. And in behind them now, that looks like Mika Abrahams, the number 5. Darianani again unable to make a move there into Abbey. Bergstrom holds the inside. There is Abrahams, the number 5, the third of the high-tech cars. He's got Martin Molnar, the Hungarian, trying to make a move there into the loop, and suddenly slowing there. That was Darianani. He may have missed a gear coming into the loop there, because that forced everybody to check up behind. It was Molnar who lost out, and I think he's lost a place to Abbey Pulling. The number 9 has got through. So Martin Molnar almost going to a dead stop there in the middle of the loop. That was just a bit of a traffic jam through there. A lock-up there for James Higgins in that 4th position, losing a bit of ground to his teammate Alex Ninovic. No problem at all though for Deegan Fairclough, who goes into his last lap with a new fastest lap, 2 minutes 1.101. He's 4 seconds clear of Riza Sivaruthan now. Up towards Maggots and Beckett is going to be win number 5 for the season, barring any mechanical problem for Deegan Fairclough. A little bit of a slide there as he goes into Beckett's. Shows he's not holding back, he is pushing as hard as he can, the only way he knows how, Deegan Fairclough. Into the hanger straight. Look at the lead he's pulled out over Riza now. Is Riza Sivaruthan going to be reeled in here by the Rodin pairing of Ninovic and Higgins? Ella Lloyd still there in a fine P5. That'll make up for some bad luck she suffered earlier in the season. Had some problems at Snetterton in particular. She's only 13th in the championship. This will give her a morale boost. Deegan Fairclough onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights. Straight named after one of the men who is an inspiration for these young racers. So Lewis Hamilton is one of the men that these drivers want to be and get into Formula One. Could we see Deegan Fairclough in Formula One someday? He's certainly a very, very talented young racer indeed. He's well clear of his teammate Riza Sivaruthan. Out of the loop, into the Wellington straight for the last time. under the bridge towards Brooklands. Surviving the early safety car period for Jack Sherwood's stranded car. He's going to put a dent in his title hopes for the non-finish here. No problem at all for Deegan Fairclough around Luffield and Woodcuts for the final time. He's only got to put his foot down now, and Deegan Fairclough in the number 7 Hi-Tech Pulsate car takes his 5th Rockets F4 British Championship certified by FIA victory of the season. Win number 5 for Deegan Fairclough. Second place will go to Reza Siwaruthan, and Alex Ninovic completes the podium ahead of his teammate James Higgins. Ella Lloyd, an excellent 5th. The rookie class is won by Jan-Pu Shui in 6th position for Finsis by Argenti. That's Leo Robinson, Joel Bergstrom, Kai Darianani, and Mika Abrahams completes the top 10. Bergstrom second of the rookie category. Martin Molnar, with that error at the loop, drops back a couple of spots behind Abby Pulling and Max Dodds, but he still takes 3rd in class, 13th overall. 14th is Matthias Rieber in 14th position. Then Nina Gademan, Alex Berg, and the rest of them. Superb measured drive by Deegan Fairclough to extend his championship lead. Taking the win by a margin of 4.77 seconds, and another new fastest lap at the end of the race there on the final lap, 2 minutes 1.055. Fairclough the winner by over 4.5 seconds ahead of Reza Siwaruthan, then Ninovic 3rd ahead of his teammate James Higgins. Good scrap between those two. Ella Lloyd an excellent 5th. Jan-Pu Shui in P6 wins the rookie category. Leo Robinson in 7th place ahead of Joel Bergstrom, 2nd in class, then Kai Darianani and Mika Abrahams round up the top 10. Then it was Pulling, Dodds, Molnar and Matthias Rieber, and Nina Gademan, Alex Berg, Bart Harrison, Chloe Chong, Zach Sculler, Yuhao Fu and Carrie Schreiner, the final finisher. Sadly we lost Jack Sherwood and Rowan Campbell-Pilling on the opening lap. That concludes the first of 3 races this weekend then for the Rockets F4 British Championship certified by FIA. The rain staying away throughout that one. We hope it stays away for the rest of the day. I won't say any more. I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. Full credit to everybody who's battled through the rain showers, which seem to be permanently present here at Silverstone. All our volunteer marshals, all the teams, and of course all our camera operators as well. We'll head down into the pits very shortly for the podium presentation. Three races to come here at Silverstone today. We've got the Motul Caterham 7 310Rs next. Then we've got the 2-hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship, and then more Caterhams, the Michelin Motorsport 270R Championship to round out the day. Well, in a moment we'll be heading down to pit lane for the podium presentation for the Rockets F4 British Championship certified by FIA.
that is led to by Dean Fairclough, as Mark was saying, in Formula 4, that record for the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, 2.1.055, which was set on his final lap. So the grid's going to line up like this. Well, first of all, if you give you an extra drive in the printed program, digital program, it doesn't include number 70 Lars Hoffman. 77 Lars Hoffman, which is double F and a double A. Obviously the same sort of thing as in minutes, 310R. And the grid line up like this on pole position 66 Frederick Jennings.
Unfortunately, one or two tech problems down in pit lane, so we won't be able to bring you the podium. Apologies there for our Rockets F4 British Championship. More from them tomorrow. So we'll see the dedicated F4 stream back tomorrow. Thanks for joining us on that. So the rest of the action can be followed, of course, on BARC TV. Well, next up here on BARC TV, it's more Caterham action, the Mottle Motor Oils Caterham 7 310R Championship. These are the quickest of the Caterhams that we will see here this weekend. We caught up with one or two of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, so I've got Harry Cook here, and Harry races in the 310R Championship. You've had qualifying this morning. How was it out there? Because it was quite greasy at times, I think, wasn't it?
So it was greasy to start with, and then it dried out by the end. So I sort of knew the fastest time would be at the end. So it was just a bit of a waiting game and learning where the dry patches are. So you sort of go into a corner, and then it might surf on the wet bit and go onto the dry bit. So that was sort of discovering that was the most important part, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to navigate because with it being such a big track. And there's, bits where if you're coming up against a slower car and you want to overtake, but that's on the wet part, it's quite tricky, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. I actually went down the inside into Brooklands and I was side by side with someone, and someone was in front of me, but I happened to brake on the wet bit, and then I almost surfed into them. So you've got to be really cautious when you're going for an overtake, not to brake on the wet bit, yeah.
How was qualifying? Where did you end up?
P3, so that's I'm happy with that, especially around here with the slipstream and stuff, so yeah.
Yeah, good for the race this afternoon. You don't really want to be first, do you? Well, you do, but not on the last lap anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of, I think it'll be quite a tactical one. But the rain could cause a bit of chaos, and then it's less toe dependent and a bit more skilled maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Brilliant. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
So we've heard from the championship leader, Harry Cook. The cars making their way around then on their green flag lap. We'll have a look at the grid for race 1 for the Mottle Caterham 7 310R Championship. Freddie Chiddicks is in pole position, car number 66 with a 2:32.58 lap in qualifying, alongside number 11 Taylor O'Flanagan. Second row is Harry Cook, number 9, alongside Lars Hoffman, the German, on row number 2. He picked up some damage in race 3 at Zandvoort, so needs some points here to recover. Row 3 is the former CEO of the Caterham Cars company, Graham MacDonald, alongside number 4 Duncan Mallett. David Yates, number 15, alongside 55 Harry Eyre on row 4. Fifth row is number 5 Ben Lopez Appleton, the Anglo-Spaniard, alongside 22 Hugo Bush. Now he's second in the championship, so a bit disappointed to qualify that low. Row 6 is number 2 Mark Jones and 17 Alex Vincent. Then on the 7th row, 38 Jeff Price will start alongside 92 of Phil Bianchi. The 8th row is 45 Richard McCann and number 16 Steve Metcalf. The row 9 is Joe Priday, number 84, 3 William Wood. On the 10th row, 85 Rob Bullen and number 12 Ron Mounsey. The final row, 68 Chris Welch and 81 Tom Willis. Tom had his practice times disallowed after failing a scrutineering check after qualifying. So he will be starting from the rear of the grid. Looking at the points situation, there have been 2 meetings so far at Snetterton and Zandvoort, 3 races for these cars at each of them. Snetterton, it was Hugo Busch who won race 1, Harry Cook got race 2, and Lars Hoffmann won race 3. While over in the Netherlands at Zandvoort, Lars Hoffmann won the first race and Hugo Busch the second, with Harry Cook taking race number 3. Tom Willis didn't make the trip to the Netherlands, and more bad news from here, with him being banished to the back of the grid for this race. It is Harry Cook who leads the championship by 3 points ahead of Hugo Busch. He got a bonus point with his win at Zandvoort because he got fastest lap. Taylor O'Flanagan, a non-finish for him in the second race at Snetterton, a no score, and you really can't afford no scores in this championship because the scoring system is so tight. It's 25 for a win, 23 for second, then 22, 21, 20, decreasing by 1 point all the way down. So if you do have a non-score, it really does put a dent in your championship hopes. And that's what happened to Taylor O'Flanagan at Snetterton in the yellow number 11 car, starting on the front row here. Freddie Chiddicks in black and orange will start on the front row of the grid, the former runner-up in the Caterham Academy. This is the 4th tier, effectively, in Caterham racing. We don't have the quickest cars, the 420Rs, which contest the Caterham 7 UK Championship. They were in action recently supporting the British GT Championship instead. They had an away round, effectively. So Chiddicks on the right-hand side of the screen is on pole, number 66, alongside the 11, the yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan. Second row is Harry Cook, number 9. His car's black and gold, the Williams Motorsport car, alongside number 70 Lars Hoffmann in the Mottl colours, red and white. Now on row 3 we've got Graham MacDonald in the blue with the Scottish saltire on the bonnet, the former boss of Caterham. And number 4 alongside him is the black and turquoise car of Duncan Mallet. Those are the colours for your leading runners for this 20-minute race. Another classic slipstreamer in the offing here. Cook leads Busch by 3 points in the championship, with Lars Hoffmann another 13 points back. So it's already beginning to develop into a 2-horse race at the top of the standings. But Hugo Busch quite a way back on the grid in the number 22, the grey and orange car. Watch for that coming through. The green flag is waved at the back of the field. The Mottl Caterham 7 310R Championship about to get underway. The revs are up and away they go. And down towards the first corner at Copse. A decent start by Taylor O'Flanagan. Looks like he's got the lead in the yellow number 11 car ahead of Freddie Chiddicks, who cuts across the front of Lars Hoffmann into the first corner. All away cleanly. Already number 81 there, Tom Willis, starting to make his way up. He's made up about 4 places through Copse. So keep an eye on him coming through into the midfield in the early stages. Taylor O'Flanagan it is who leads the way under skies that are rather threatening again here at Silverstone, unfortunately. Chiddicks in second place. Third, it's Lars Hoffmann. It looks like Graham MacDonald, yes, with the Scottish flag on the bonnet, is up into 4th position. Then it's Duncan Mallet and David Yates in the number 15, the blue and white car, in 6th position. They start to fan out across the straight. You can see Taylor O'Flanagan trying to move to break the toe, but Freddie Chiddicks could get down the inside here into Stowe Corner under braking. They're side by side on the way in. 3 wide further back. There's Yates in the 15, getting around the outside of Harry Cook, the championship leader, who hasn't had the best of starts, and he's down into what looks like P6 from P3 on the grid. That's the last thing that Harry Cook wanted, with Taylor O'Flanagan in the lead. Hoffmann going through into second place at Club Corner. Chiddicks goes down to 3rd. Then we've got MacDonald, Yates, Mallet is in 6th place. Harry Cook's going backwards. That's not what the championship leader wants at all. Freddie Chiddicks, meanwhile, only 7th in the championship, has not had the best of times so far, but he's there in 3rd position from the pole slot in this race. Hoffmann and O'Flanagan battling for the lead. It's Taylor O'Flanagan, number 11, the man from Willington, who leads the way at the moment. Tom Willis there trying to dive down the inside, is already carving through towards the midfield. Battles all the way down the aisle. Chris Welch, the number 68, has got ahead of the number 12 car of Ron Mounsey, with sponsorship from McDonald's. Out through the loop they head up towards the Wellington Straights in this Mottl Caterham 7 310R Championship race. Taylor O'Flanagan, looking for his first win of the season, leads the way. He's a former Academy champion, if memory serves you right, and now Harry Cook fighting back up the inside there. That's Freddie Chiddicks, who's now dropping back down the order. So O'Flanagan from Hoffmann out in front. We'll check the full race order as they cross the line for the first time to complete lap number 1. The 38 there coming under fire. That's Jeff Price under fire from Mark Jones, the number 2. Over the lights, O'Flanagan from Hoffman. Chiddix is still there in 3rd place, but only just ahead of David Yates McDonald. Cook is down to 6th, make that 5th. He's just got past Graham McDonald into Copson. Look at those dark clouds over the circuit. I hope we're not going to have another rainstorm. There is Hugo Bush in P7. I thought that was Freddie Chiddix, similarly coloured car, but Chiddix is still there in P3. Bush is up into P7 after his slightly disappointing qualifying. He's got ahead of Duncan Mallett's number 4. Ben Lopez Appleton and Philip Bianchi round out the top 10. It's taking a serious amount of curb there, a couple of cars, and somebody running wide. What's that Ben Lopez Appleton who's dropped back a bit, the number 5, the grey car? Check that in a moment. Hoffman goes out wide down the straight. O'Flanagan on the inside. They're absolutely side by side. Look at Freddie Chiddix up the inside into Stowe Corner, and he's gone past both of them. Brilliant from Freddie Chiddix in the Boss Racing car. David Yates decides he wants a piece of this as well in the blue and white number 15, but he'll be on the outside for the left-hander into Club. They're absolutely on top of one another down into the left-hander. Something surely has to give here, and Chiddix has held his lead. An excellent piece of driving through Stowe Corner for Freddie Chiddix. Side by side now for second between O'Flanagan and Hoffman. They've been side by side virtually all race long, and look who's got past David Yates. Hugo Cook is now up into 4th position. Harry Cook, I should say, in the number 9. Hugo Cook is a GT racer, apologies there. Swing their way through Abbey Curve, then up towards Farm and into Village. Chiddix leads it. Somebody going out way wide there. That's Hugo Bush trying to get the inside line away. Graham McDonald's there as well. He had to slam the brakes on to avoid a bit of contact. Somebody's run out wide. Is that Tom Willis up there already with the leaders? He was P11 as he came through over the line. I think that's the silver car of Willis in among this battle in the top 10 now. We'll see as they come down under the bridge into Brooklands, hopefully. Side by side for the lead. Chiddix against O'Flanagan, then Hoffman 3rd. Yates, here comes Hugo Bush in the 22. Where is Harry Cook in all of this? Has he been shuffled back? Yes, he has. There's the black and gold machine. It is Tom Willis up alongside him. What a run through the field. He had his practice times disallowed for failing post-qualifying scrutineering, but he's up there with championship leader Harry Cook now in the number 9. Cook just about stays ahead of him out of Woodcote up towards the end of the 2nd lap. Taylor O'Flanagan it is who has retaken the lead, coming through the complex that time through the Luffield and Woodcote section. Here comes David Yates now going through into P2. Not to be confused with the ex-Sierra Cosworth racer in Group N Saloons back in the 80s and 90s. Next in the order now it is Hugo Bush. He's got ahead of Hoffman. 5 cars starting to break away very slightly, or are they? Looks like it's Cook and Mallett's leading the next group. Also in there with them is Tom Willis following his charge through the order. This is great stuff. The Mottle Caterham 7 310R Championship. There goes the number 17 of Alex Vincent just ahead of Steve Metcalf, but it's 3 wide for 3rd place. Hoffman going for the inside. Yates is going for the lead. He wants the first win of the season. He's got the lead as they go into Stowe Corner. That's how you slipstream your way in front. Who's there in 3rd place now? Is that Chiddix or Bush? I think that's, it's Hugo Bush, the grey and Dayglow red car as opposed to black and Dayglow red. Quite similar liveries on those cars. I've confused them at least once already. But it is Hugo Bush, the number 22, now up into 3rd. 4th is Hoffman. Chiddix 5th. Cook is there in 6th. Willis up into 7th position. And then behind him, Duncan Mallett. Then we've got Graham McDonald and Ben Lopez Appleton. Like a NASCAR race the way they're drafting each other down the straights here into the turns. David Yates leads but only just. Taylor O'Flanagan trying to fight back. Here comes Hoffman up the inside, side by side with Hugo Bush in the 22, and Harry Cook charges his way through. Excuse me, he says to Freddie Chiddix. Complete change of line there, and it worked. He's gained a place. Tom Willis just behind them as well. This is brilliant stuff. Out towards the Wellington Straight once again. Still your leader just is David Yates, or is he? Here comes Hugo Bush. No, he's not David Yates anymore. It is Taylor O'Flanagan. No, it's not. It could be Hugo Bush. It could be Hoffman. 4 of them almost on top of one another. Goodness gracious. Out they come towards Luffield. Who's going to emerge with the lead out of this? It looks like it is Hugo Bush who has got the lead in the number 22. We caught a glimpse of there. There's Ben Lopez Appleton being chased by the 92 of Philip Bianchi. He charges past the 38 who gets wide onto the grass. That was Jeff Price. It could be any one of about 10 cars that leads as they come towards Copse. It's Bush that has it at the line. Here comes Hoffman on the inside. David Yates is back there in second. This is more like a horse race than a car race. This is superb. Taylor O'Flanagan has dropped down into 4th position now. Willis with the fastest lap. No great surprise there following his burn from the stern, as they say in American racing. Into Beckett's. How many cars have we got in this lead draft now? I think it's either 8 or 9. Bush from Yates, Hoffman, O'Flanagan. Willis is up to 5th now. If Willis wins this, I don't think I've ever seen a case from race 1 from dead last on the grid. Actually, I'll tell a lie, I did see one from a pit lane starter at Anglesey about 10 years ago. Round the outside go Hoffman and Yates. Which one of those two is going to emerge with the... Look at Tom Willis up the inside in the 81. He could go past 4 of them here. Oh, not quite. He finds his way blocked by Hugo Bush. That was close. Nearly contact between the two of them. And who has come out of that with the lead? We'll pick them up as they head down towards club. It's Hoffman. Lars Hoffman, the German, takes up the lead ahead of David Yates. Willis has got through into 3rd position. Then it's O'Flanagan and Bush. I think Bush is down to 5th. Harry Cook up there on the outside of Freddie Chiddicks, who's still in this as well. I can't keep up with this. Graham McDonald is in there behind them as well. They fan out across the Hamilton Straight. Hoffman's been able to make a slight break. Yates is in 2nd place. Willis around the outside of O'Flanagan. He's got 3rd. This is incredible. That's allowed when Hoffman has said, well, if you're going to all squabble with each other, I'm out of here. Up the inside comes Graham McDonald now, attacking Hugo Bush. Freddie Chiddicks stays ahead of him. Duncan Mallet gets a bit sideways over the curb in the number 4. Somehow, David Yates has been able to hold 2nd place in the number 15. It's a solid wall of Caterhams in his mirror. Up the Wellington Straight they go. This is magnificent Caterham racing here at Silverstone, and they're reeling Hoffman back in as well. O'Flanagan to the outside. That's never going to work, surely. David Yates holds the inside run. O'Flanagan probably trying to position himself for the inside on the right-hander at Luffield, and Graham McDonald spins. Somebody else spins as well, and wallop! Straight through the side there. That was Freddie Chiddicks. He's been T-boned by Philip Bianchi. They are very much out of the race. The radiator is burst in Bianchi's car. Let's hope both of those drivers are okay. That will almost certainly be a safety car. End of game for Freddie Chiddicks, and definitely end of game for Philip Bianchi. So Hoffman leads from Yates, Willis and O'Flanagan at the line. Something had to give in there. I wonder if there's a bit of rain falling there at Brooklands again. The circuit's got slippery because the first to spin was Graham McDonald, and then Chiddicks followed suit, and there was nowhere for Philip Bianchi to go. Disaster for both of those drivers. Meanwhile, we have had a change for the lead as they came out of Copse corner. It's David Yates now in front. Hoffman's down to 3rd. Tom Willis from the back of the grid is up into 2nd place. My goodness. He's only 13th in the championship because he didn't make the trip to the Netherlands to race at Zandvoort. Has he got the lead there as they come down the straight? I think he has. Yes, he has. David Yates has been dropped right back there down into P5. So Hoffman now back up the inside. He retakes the lead. Bush up into 2nd place. Willis now goes down to 3rd again. As soon as I've called one leader, they're back into about 3rd or 4th place. Let's have a look what's happened at Brooklands meanwhile. We had the 3 wide moment for 2nd place, but it was behind that. First Graham McDonald locked up. He touched the back of Chiddicks as he spun. That's what happened. Chiddicks around and zonk. Philip Bianchi straight into the side of Freddie Chiddicks. Graham McDonald, he just locked up. He brakes a little bit too late on the left-hander, and he just tapped Freddie Chiddicks enough to spin the car around. Not Chiddicks' fault there. And the safety car, not surprisingly, is coming out. So Lars Hoffman, the leader, slows the field down, gives us a chance to catch our breath. There are just under 8.5 minutes of this incredible race for the Mottol Caterham 310R Championship to go. Let's have a look at the order. Now it's had a chance to settle down a bit. Lars Hoffman leads in the number 70, looking for his 3rd win of the season. David Yates, looking for his 1st, is in P2. I think it's Tom Willis in 3rd. We'll pick up the leaders as they come down towards Brooklands. In fact, it's Willis in 2nd. Yates, yes, he got shuffled back going down the Hanger Straight, didn't he? Apologies there. Told you I couldn't keep up with this. Hugo Bush is in third place, the number 22. Then it's Taylor O'Flanagan, then David Yates. Harry Cook, the championship leader, in sixth place. He leads it by 3 points. So I think he will pick up 19 points for sixth place. So if Bush and Hoffman stay ahead of this, it's certainly going to be very close in the championship. Behind Cook, it's Lopez Appleton in 7th place. 55, Harry Eyre is 8th. Then 17, Alex Vincent 9th. And rounding out the top 10, Jeff Price, number 38. That's the standings at the moment. Graham McDonald has got going again in 13th. Duncan Malik got caught up there as well. He's down to 14th. Can Tom Willis win this, having started from the very back of the grid? Safety car leads Hoffman around. Fairly sure there's rain coming down again. Yes, the wipers are going on the safety car. The drivers are going to have to be careful on this restart. The weather never makes up its mind for more than half a race length at Silverstone, does it? No matter what race you're in. I've been commentating at Silverstone, I think the first time I was here was in about 2012. And since then, I've known maybe 1 or 2 events where it hasn't rained at some point. These are the quickest Caterhams we have here this weekend, the 310Rs. As you say, we don't have the Caterham 7 UK Championship, the 420R full race machines. Fortunately, it appears that Freddie Chiddicks and Philip Bianchi are okay after that shunt. Saw them getting out of their cars. There are the recovery trucks. Freddie Chiddicks was the left side of the car that took the impact. We can't really see until the truck turns around there. Yes, rather bent, that machine. But it looks to me as though Philip Bianchi's car, the Londoner, has taken the worst of it there. He's okay. He'll most likely just get a check-up at the medical centre. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, recorded by Tom Willis, which is no great surprise given his charge through the field. We saw it looked pretty damp on the Hanger Straight as the cars came through. There is the number 92 car being stretchered away by the recovery truck. It looks like just some water to be cleared away there from the edge of the circuit, from the radiator. We may have to do another lap behind the safety car if they don't get this clear, but I think it is just water and not anything more slippery that's gone down there. But this race may have to finish under safety car, which will be a shame, but of course safety first. Safety car heads them past the scene. Now there's 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. I've got a feeling this race is going to finish under the safety car. Or are we? Or are we going back to racing this time? Did the safety car dive into the pit lane there in the background? The lights were still on as it came past us. I think we're getting back underway. Safety car board and the flag are still out at the start line. No, we're going back to green. The green flag waves. I did not expect that. That was a very quick job there by the recovery team and the marshals. Well done to them. I thought there'd be one more lap behind the safety car. We are back underway. So just over 2 minutes on the clock. This is going to be one more banzai lap, and the rain is coming down again. You can see it on the camera lens at Copse. So it's Hoffman from Willis. Hugo Bush in third position. This really is going to be every man for himself around this final lap of this Mossol Caterham 310R Championship race. Hoffman goes a little bit wide into the Beckett's complex, but the second placeman Tom Willis not quite yet able to take advantage. He'll try to get to the inside as they come out of the complex towards Chapel. Taylor O'Flanagan is up to third. He's got ahead of Hugo Bush. Then it's David Yates in fifth, Harry Cook behind them in sixth. Here we go down the hanger straight, 4 wide for the lead. Look at this, they swallow up Lars Hoffman. It's O'Flanagan who's gone from fourth to first down the inside. He could be back to fourth again by the time the exit Stowe. Hugo Bush lunges his way through. Harry Cook's up to third. Incredible. O'Flanagan goes out wide. He had to there, and it is Hugo Bush who has got the lead, I think, as they come towards the club complex. Yes, Hugo Bush, the number 22, has the lead. It's still slippery out there. O'Flanagan back up into second. Tom Willis is there on the inside trying to retake that second position, but he can't do so. Hoffman is in fourth position. Harry Cook relegated down into P5. 6 behind them is David Yates. Then we've got Ben Lopez-Appleton, who made a good restart. Harry Eyre is behind him, the car with the yellow stripe on the rear panel. So things calm down a little as they head through Abbey, but it really is going to be every man for himself as they head down into Brooklands, I'm certain. Taylor O'Flanagan's not finished yet. He's back up into second place. He's ahead of Tom Willis. Can Hugo Bush hang on to take the win? He's not in the position you want to be in. You want to be in position to take the slipstream, and Hugo Bush is going to be the prime target here. He's trying to take the championship lead away from Harry Cook. What's going to happen as they come down into Brooklands? Here they are. They're going to go round the outside of Hugo Bush. Watch for Tom Willis on the outside line. O'Flanagan is in the middle. O'Flanagan's got the lead as they head into the left-hander. Here comes Hoffman back again as well. Cook and Yates is between 6 of them. Hoffman at the inside. There's contact with Bush. They bang wheels. Hoffman's determined to get through on the inside. No, you don't, says Hugo Bush. It's Taylor O'Flanagan who has got the lead. Is he going to get his first win of the season? Here they come up towards the start-finish line. The clock is at 0. The checkered flag is at the ready. It's going to be so close. O'Flanagan and Willis side by side. It's going to be a photo finish. Who's going to get there? O'Flanagan gets it by 0.016 of a second. It doesn't get much closer than that. That's even closer than we saw at Zandvoort last time out. Incredible. Taylor O'Flanagan gets his first win of the season by 16 thousandths of a second from Tom Willis from the back of the grid into second place. Hugo Bush is third. Hoffman was fourth. Then David Yates fifth. Harry Cook is sixth. Ben Lopez-Appleton seventh. Then Harry Eyre, Alex Vincent, Graham McDonald in 10th. And I need a cold shower. That was Caterham racing at its very, very best. Taylor O'Flanagan gets his first win of the season in the number 11. He just stopped Tom Willis from coming through there on the run to the line. The old academy rivals, those two. I don't think they even know who's won it. They both think they've won it. So Hugo Bush in third place. He picks up 22 points. In sixth place, Harry Cook, I think, will pick up 19. So I think they're level at the top of the championship. But it is a win for Taylor O'Flanagan by 0.016 of a second ahead of Tom Willis. Hugo Bush in third. Then Lars Hoffman, David Yates, Harry Cook, Ben Lopez-Appleton, Harry Eyre, Alex Vincent and Graham McDonald. And Graham McDonald beats Mark Jones by 5 thousandths of a second for 10th place. That was even closer. Duncan Mallet fighting up to 12th. Then Jeff Price, Steve Metcalf and the rest of them. Bad luck to Freddie Chiddicks and Philip Bianchi, who were well involved in that lead battle all the way through, but a tangle at Brooklands taking them out of the race. Though by my reckoning, Harry Cook and Hugo Bush are now joint top of the championship after that race. See how things play out for the rest of the weekend. 2 more races for the Motul Caterham 7-3-10R Championship coming up tomorrow here at Silverstone. We'll have all the coverage for you. I cannot wait for those. More Caterham racing coming up later on for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7-270R Championship. And next up, it's our longest race of the weekend, a 2-hour race with mandatory pit stops for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. We'll head down to Parc Fermé very shortly to hear from our no doubt exhausted but very happy top 3. I wonder if Tom Willis or Taylor O'Flanagan know which of them has won it yet. They didn't seem to as they crossed the line. It was so close. There you can see how windy it is here at Silverstone today. The flag is flying on the British Racing Drivers Club clubhouse, which is located on the outside of Brooklands. Okay, I think we can now head down to pit lane where we can hear from our race winner.
Right, everybody, welcome down to not actually Parc Ferme. You're underneath the podium. We were expecting the cars to go down there. Sammy's waiting down there, but they've actually stopped here. So I'm here with a very happy Taylor. Dude, I mean, that was some race, wasn't it?
I know. I told you every race in Zandvoort, I said it's coming. And yeah, I thought I'd stuffed it, to be honest, because then we had a safety car like 6-7 minutes to go, and it was starting to get wet. So I knew it was going to be the last lap, and yeah, worked out.
I was going to say, tell us about the conditions, because you went out, it was dry as it was going to be, wasn't it? And then it looked like it was raining out there.
Yeah, a little bit spitting on the first couple of laps, but pretty much dry. And then yeah, under safety car, it started getting fairly heavy. So yeah, everybody had to just dive in on that last lap, just hoping that you had the brakes. And Hugo did very well down and back, but yeah, luckily he gave me the slipstream. And yeah.
You did mention, of course, at Zandvoort you came close numerous times. It's always close with this, but what does it mean now to get the win?
It means a lot as first win of the year. Yeah, I came into the year feeling really good. Car feels great. Massive thank you to LFP. They've done loads of work on it, and yeah, it's feeling amazing. But yeah, last round was so close, and yeah, finally good to clinch it. And hopefully now tomorrow, 3 wins are going.
Come on, mate. Well done. I'm really happy for you. Really, yeah. Let's go have a chat with the boys over here as well. I tell you, yeah, I'm very well. How about you, more importantly, because you've just been out there dicing with everybody.
Yeah, I know. Pretty crazy. I got disqualified in quali, so I started from the back and made some pretty good progress actually in the first couple of laps, and then yeah, just hairy for the second half of the race, and then safety car restart, bit of rain in the mix.
When you know the safety car comes out, and you're probably looking at, you know roughly an hour long's left, don't you? Were you thinking, I don't think we're going to get going again?
Well, no, I thought you were going to get going, and then I forgot to check my clock on the last lap, as it turns out. So it wasn't until halfway around the last lap I realised it was the last lap. So so I was placed okay on that last lap to take second. So
some drive from the back. Well done. Cheers, congratulations as well. Let's go grab Hugo as well, shall we, for that one, because my word, a bit breathless that, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, not quite as good as Tom coming from the back, but yeah, 11th to 3rd is good, and typical Caterham slipstream. I think that was third to first, back to third, unfortunately, on the last lap.
We know how important the slipstream is. We saw it at Zandvoort, of course, but perhaps even more so here at Silverstone on the GP circuit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, twice a lap, massive slipstream. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, well done. Congratulations. Got to do it all again tomorrow, of course. Right, so as you can see, the cars are just making their way out. We're going to get onto the grid, because next up is the British Endurance Championship 2-hour race. I'm going to hand back to Dave, and I'll see you very shortly on the start-finish straight.
Okay, thanks very much to Ian Waterhouse, our pit reporter for our next race. It's the longest race of the weekend, the MS UK British Endurance Championship. We will give you the grid fairly shortly. It's the third round of the season for the British Endurance Championship. Both so far have been won by the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3, Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton. It was Hugo Cook who shared the car in the first round of the year at Donington Park. At Snetterton it was Marcus Clutton. Marcus is in the car again this weekend. They have taken a pole position, the Class A Audi R8 GT3. Peter Erscheg will start the car, sharing with Marcus Clutton. Alongside them is the first of the GT4 Class D cars. Qualifying was wet this morning, and it was Team Brits who got on the front row with their McLaren 570S GT4. Aaron Morgan starts that car, sharing with Paul Fullick. On the second row, number 116, the Porsche GT4, the Cayman. That's started by Bal Sidhu, sharing with pro driver Josh Steed. Alongside them is a newcomer to the British Endurance Championship, number 86, shared by Jay Bridger and Chun Chong Ip, the Hong Kong-based driver, Johnny Ip as he's known. And he will start that car, shared with Jay Bridger, the ex-British Formula 3 driver. Row 3 is the first of the Class G for Ginetta cars, the Ginetta G55 Super Cup. That will be started by Cameron Pratt-Thompson, sharing with James Taylor. And alongside them is number 23, the first Class E car, the Cupra touring car of Chris Bialan and Simon Mason. Chris Bialan starts that car. On row 4, the new BMW M4 GT4 for this season of Neil Wallace and Ian Astley. Ian Astley, former British GT man, will start that car. Starting alongside number 67, that's the second of Team Brits, two McLarens. Charles Graham starts that car, sharing with Bobby Trundley. Row 5, driving solo, will be number 128, Phil House in the JW Bird Audi LMS. Alongside the KTM Crossbow, fantastic looking car, that one, of Mike McCollum, who starts, sharing with Sean Cooper. Row 6, we have the number 21 Mercedes GT4, fantastic sounding car, that one. That's the Venture Innovations Mercedes, started by Chris Jones, sharing with Neville Jones. And he starts alongside the Class B Porsche 992, started by Richard Avery, sharing with Nick Hull for Road and Competition Engineering. Row 7 is the Jaguar F-Type, running in Class F. Adam Thompson driving solo this weekend, no Callum Thompson sharing. And alongside them, great to see a Bentley in the championship, a Bentley Continental GT3 that will be started by Whit Gamsky, sharing with Ross Wiley, the Scotsman. Penultimate row is number 8, the second of the Ginettas, which is the car of Mark Ellman. He starts sharing with Harry Hickton, very talented young racer indeed. And alongside him is number 83, which is Johnny McGregor, sharing with Arthur Simonday. Completing the grid will be number 31, which will be started by Aaron Mason, the JW Bird Cupra, sharing with Matthew Wilson. They failed a ride height check after qualifying, so have to start at the back. Well, let's head down to the grid then, see who we can catch up with.
Right, everybody, welcome down to one of my favourite places. It really, really is. Here we are, to start, finish straight. It's time for the British Endurance Championship 2-hour race coming up. Of course, mandatory pit stops as well. Now, one of the main stories really about this is this car here. Of course, PB Racing by JMH, Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton. 2 wins so far this season. This is the 3rd round of the season. Can they make it a hat-trick of wins? We've got work to do, though, because of the way it works in the British Endurance Championship. There is a handicap system. What that means is Marcus and Peter here have to finish about 6 laps ahead of everybody else. Don't disappear. Stay
I thought
here.
you wanted Peter.
I want you both, but there'll be plenty of time. We've got 2 hours.
Yeah.
The handicap, you've got some work to do, haven't you? It's not straightforward, this is it?
No, this is going to be hard today. I don't even know if it's technically possible. It is, but we need other cars to have an absolute stinker, really. And
so you don't want safety car is your enemy today. You just want you dry, ideally.
Yeah, 2 green flag laps as well. That's killing us. That's another lap gone. Safety car would, any lead that Peter builds up, it's just going to go, isn't it? And yeah, it's going to be difficult today, but that's the nature of the beast, and it's working out well for the championship, and it's given us a race. So it's pros and cons to that.
There is. Best of luck, Marcus. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let me grab this. Dev, come here. Let me just grab Dev, everybody. He's part of the PB Racing. He's actually doing a media internship. How are you finding it so far, Dev? You're having a good time, aren't you?
Very good time. I'm enjoying it a lot. Just getting some snaps of Peter in the car. It's a bit difficult when you're in a wide angle lens, but get a bit closer.
No, you're part of the media internship, aren't you, with PB Racing? Great job that they're doing here. Tell us about what that involves and what have you done so far this weekend? Because we've done some stuff together.
Yeah, we shot. We can't. I don't know whether it's been streamed yet or not, but it's very fun. We're just following them around, seeing how does a racing team work. To be honest, they all really run the same, no matter what budget really they're working with. And it's just fun to just capture, just to see the car start up, the wheel spin off the line, talk to the drivers and just interviewing, just getting cinematics and getting as much footage as possible, really. I think that's kind of the premise of it all.
Top man, Dev, thank you so much. We're going to keep walking and see if we can find some drivers to talk to. We do have Josh Steed over here. It's Balsido and Josh Steed in his Zentech Motorsport. They're currently 2nd in the championship, actually. I wonder if we can grab Josh very quickly. Josh, it's good to see you, buddy, as well. The overalls looking dapper as always, aren't they?
Still fresh and white, mate. Yeah, no, we haven't gone black yet, so doing well.
The 3rd race of the season in the British Endurance Championship. You guys are 2nd in the championship. Just keep going more of the same, right, today? I mean, it's going to be difficult, though, with these conditions, isn't it?
It's very tricky conditions. They seem to be having random rainstorms every hour, so we're just going to have to work off the basis of the driver feedback of who's in the car, and of course the team feedback of what we can see on the weather radar. It's a windy day, so the clouds could go anywhere. We're just going to have to focus on our own race and see where we end up at the end.
We saw, certainly at Snetterton, you guys, you've got some pace, haven't you? And actually, the weather could do you a favour if you fancy getting the outright win, because they've got a bit of a handicap at PB, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, that would always be the dream, is to get the outright win.
It's doable today, though.
It could always be doable. I think anything is possible. With the change of conditions and everything like that. We've also got the advantage this weekend from Snetterton. We're in the GT4 RS instead of the standard GT4 CS. So we know we've got a bit more time under our belt. So we'll see how we get on.
My ones to watch. There we go. Josh,
Thank
best of
you
luck.
very much.
I'll probably see you in the garages later anyway. Let's move down a little bit here because we've got, I think we've got Chris Byerlin behind the wheel of the car. I wonder if we can just jump in and have a... Sorry, guys. I wonder if we can jump in with Chris. Chris, I haven't seen you yet this weekend. How are we feeling ahead of this one? Are we a little bit nervous about this weather?
Yeah, I wish it was pouring with rain.
Do you?
We actually have a better advantage in the rain.
Yeah.
Whereas we qualified 6th in the wet, but we're in the middle of the fast cars in the dry. So it's just trying to be safe off the line.
I suppose that's going to spice things up a little bit, isn't it, for the opening few laps? But just keep it clean, keep out of trouble, yeah.
For the first few laps, just settle down, try and take it easy.
And then go for it.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers, thank you. There we go. First few laps, stay out of trouble, then go for it. We've actually got 2 Team Brit McLarens as well. Aaron Morgan and Paul Phillick, they actually started in second place. But here we've got a good friend of ours back as well. Bobby Trundley is here. Not too sure if he's starting or not. I wonder if we can just jump in and see if we can have a chat very quickly. Stick around, stay with us. It is actually going to be Charles Graham who's behind the wheel. I wonder if we can grab a word with Charles very shortly. I wonder if that's all right. I think he's on the radio, so we'll let him talk for a second. But 2 McLarens, we've got 3 McLarens in total actually, 2 Team Brit McLarens. I'm trying to see if I can see if Bobby's around. Where's Bobby? Hello. Where's Bobby? Let me go around and find. We'll keep these guys going. Is Bobby around?
In the garage because he's driving later.
He's probably hiding from me is what he's doing, isn't he? Let's keep going down a little bit. Look at this. Oh, let's jump in here, shall we? Because big favourite of mine, we've got the track focus. Mike McCollum, I think, is behind the wheel. Mike, how are we feeling ahead of this one?
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Objective as always is to have fun, and we'll see what the weather gods have got in store for us.
Are you kind of hoping for a bit of a mix with the weather, or would you just prefer one or the other?
I think I always quite like the rain, to be quite honest. You kind of have to make it up as you go along. So, a little rain would probably help us. We had a messy qualifying, so we'll see.
Yeah, I was just chatting to Chris Barlin up there a little bit. He's a little bit nervous about where he's starting. We're a dry car starting quite a way up, and they're a little bit nervous that they might be in the way. But you guys looking to come forward through the field a bit, I think, here, right?
I hope so. We're improving on last year when we started in the pit lane, so that was quite fun. So hopefully this will be fun.
Whatever happens, you've already won the day, didn't it? I'll let you crack on. Cheers, Mike. Thank you very much. Right, the hooter just went. That means we do have to get off the grid as well. But 2 hours of British Endurance Championship race coming up. It is going to be an absolute corker. In fact, you see that little gantry up there? If we just pop the camera, you see where the gentleman is in the orange, member of the Orange Army. Big thank you. There's Carol Glenn up there as well. She's the official starter. They're going to allow us up there for the start of the race, so we're going to get you a nice shot. So I'm going to hand over to Dave whilst we get ourselves into position. 2 hours of the British Endurance Championship coming up live. I'm going to be in the pits. I'll see you soon.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Ian, our pit reporter. We'll hear from him as the pit stops get underway a little bit later on. He mentioned there the handicap system that now exists in the British Endurance Championship. That's to even the cars across the classes up a little. We've seen some dominant victories from the likes of the Audi R8 GT3 over the last couple of years. The GT3 class cars in Class A have been fairly dominant overall. So to balance the field out a bit, the cars will be given handicaps. Some classes have to complete extra laps. You said the Class A cars have to be about 6 laps ahead of everyone else, which is a tall order on a circuit as long as the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But we'll pick that up later as the race progresses. 2 races held so far at Donington and Silverstone. It has been the PB racing by JMH Audi R8 GT3 that has won both of those 2-hour enduros. At Donington, it was the JMH Automotive Lamborghini of John Seal and Jamie Stanley that was second, and Balsidou and Josh Steed, the Zentech Motorsport Porsche GT4, was third on that occasion and won Class D. Class F was won on that occasion by the Whitebridge BMW of Chris Murphy. He's not here this weekend. He was on the overall podium, having moved to Class C. At Snetterton, Team Tasman's Porsche was second. But neither of those cars here this weekend. 2 Class A entries for GT3 spec cars. There's a gap on the second row. Who's missing? Let's have a look. It's the Bridger Motorsport McLaren that's not there. Jay Bridger and Johnny Ip, unfortunately, is not there. Hopefully, we'll see them join in from the pit lane. But a nice shot there from the starting gantry of our field for this 2-hour endurance race with 2 mandatory pit stops. Peter Ersheg on pole in the Audi alongside the first of the 2 Team Brit McLarens, number 68, started by Aaron Morgan. Of course, Team Brit's the organisation that helps those overcome disabilities and other challenges to get into motor racing and recover, rehabilitate themselves through motorsports. Aaron Morgan, who has raced in British GT over the last few years, the man who sadly broke his back several years ago in a motocross accident, but has recovered to become a racing driver. Second row is Bal Sidhu, former BMW racer, now in his Porsche GT4. We should have had the McLaren of Bridger Motorsport alongside with Johnny Ipp at the wheel, but that's not there. First of the Ginettas in Class G, the Ginetta G55 Super Cup cars on row 3 as they move away for what will be a rolling start. That's Cameron Pratt-Thompson, former race winner in the Junior Saloon Car Championship last season. And there, further back, is the Bentley. Watch for that coming through. That's Whit Gamsky, who has raced in Brit Car Championships and British Endurance for several years on and off now, the Polish-born racer. Mostly in Ferraris, but now at the wheel of this beautiful Bentley Continental GT3, sharing with pro racer Ross Wiley. And Ross was only a late call-up to this event. It was meant to be Michael Lyons, but he's had to head to the United States. So Ross Wiley, the former Ferrari racer, regular in the British Endurance Championship over the years, called up to race alongside Whit Gamsky, and they had some issues with that car in testing in the week. They had a wheel bearing failure and had to courier down some parts from up in Scotland to replace that. They were picked up in Lancashire halfway between the two by the team, the MJC Limited team that runs the Bentley. They were quite a way down the order in qualifying. It was very wet in qualifying this morning. We heard from Chris Bailan saying that he prefers the wet conditions. He's in the Cupra touring car in Class E. We've got two Cupras and the Audi LMS car. There's one. There's the McLaren. The Bridger Motorsport car has joined from the pit lane. They were late out of the pits, so they've had to start from the back of the grid. But the main thing is they are there, and Johnny Ipp starts from the back of the grid. There's the KTM Crossbow, very menacing looking black car. Mike McCollum and Sean Cooper have raced that car for Track Focus for many years. One of the Cupras starting from the back, the yellow number 31 there. That's Aaron Mason and Matthew Wilson. That car had its practice times disallowed after failing ride height checks. They've had to start from the back. Jaguar F-Type is out there. Just one of the Thompson family this weekend. Adam driving on his own. Three Ginetta G55 Super Cup cars running in their own class. Well, the field beginning to form up then, ready for a rolling start for this 2-hour MSUK British Endurance Championship race. Will it be 3 out of 3 for PB Racing by JMH in the Audi GT3 car? Going for a second lap behind the safety car, probably because conditions since qualifying have changed so much. Just an extra familiarisation lap. Ginetta, McLaren. There's the BMW. That's Ian Astley on board that car. Now, we've seen Neil Wallace and Ian Astley in Brit Car Trophy over the last couple of years in a Ginetta, moving up with SVG Motorsport this year in their BMW M4 GT4 car. The GT4 class, Class D, the biggest in terms of car numbers. 7 entries there today. We've got 3 McLarens, the BMW, the KTM Crossbow, Bal Sidhu and Josh Steed's Porsche, and the Joneses in their Venture Innovations Mercedes AMG. Two more Ginettas further back in the field. We've got Johnny McGregor out there. Seen him in the Tyrannus in the past, sharing with Arthur Simonde. That's the Mac G Racing car. And the other car is Mark Ellman. He shares with Harry Higton. That Ginetta will fly when he gets on board. A star of the Mini Challenge over the last couple of years, Harry Higton. Done some historic racing with his father David as well. He was out in a classic Opel Kadett, I remember, in at Cadwell Park, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club earlier this year. The clock has started, so officially the race has got underway during the second safety car lap. Regulations state that if green flag laps or rolling start laps take more than 4 minutes, then the countdown starts, the race officially gets underway. That's what we're seeing here, because it is such a long lap at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. 17 cars on the grid, and because qualifying was in the wet, the grid is slightly jumbled. I certainly wouldn't have expected Whit Gamski's Bentley to be down in 14th place. We know that Johnny Ip is starting out of position as well, or Chun Chong Ip to give his full name. There is the McLaren at the back of the field, run by his co-driver Jay Bridger, former British Formula 3 racer of about 15 years ago. We are on board with the McLaren of number 68, Aaron Morgan, on the front row of the grid. They're now starting to form up down the Wellington Straight. What a fantastic sight from inside the McLaren 570S GT4 car. Lining up alongside that fearsome GT3 Audi R8 of Peter Erscheg. Down towards Brooklands. There's the white roof with the flag. That's the BRDC clubhouse on the right. Almost ready to go racing with the MSUK British Endurance Championship here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuits. 17 cars, 2 hours of racing. Will it be 3 out of 3 for PB Racing by JMH from pole position? They were just over 3.5 seconds quicker than everyone else in qualifying. With the handicap in place, that could make things closer. Here we go then. The pace car is in pit lane. The revs starting to rise in this 17 car grid. And away they go. The charge of the Endurance Brigade down towards Cops Corner for the first time. Quick start by the BMW there with Ian Astley on board. He's charging up the inside on Cameron Pratt-Thompson. There may have been a bit of contact there between the Jaguar F-Type and one of the Ginettas. That was Mark Ellman. He might have clipped the back of Adam Thompson. One of the Porsches running wide there. That was the 22 of Richard Avery. But it is Peter Erscheg who leads the way around the first lap of Green Flag Racing in his Audi R8. Second place is the Team Brit McLaren of Aaron Morgan, the British GT star. Balsidou in the Porsche is in third place. Great start by Cameron Pratt-Thompson in the Ginetta G55. He's through into fourth position. Race winner in junior saloon cars last season, but the big mover off the line was Ian Astley, racing British GT in a Lotus Esprit back in the 1990s. He's already moving up onto the back of Cameron Pratt-Thompson now. The other McLaren has moved ahead of the Ginetta after its fast start, though. The BMW goes through as well. But look at those black clouds. Are we going to have another cloud burst in a few minutes' time? Decent start by the Audi as well. The Audi LMS of Phil House for JW Bird Motorsports, who ran Phil in the VW Racing Cup in a Golf for a number of years. And the Bentley's on the charge as well. Oh, it's all happening. We said the grid was a bit jumbled up in the wet qualifying. Look at that black Bentley, stunning looking machine of Whit Gamski. Looks like an ocean liner in the middle of a harbour of smaller craft, doesn't it, the size of that Bentley Continental. Now he rips past Cameron Pratt-Thompson's Ginetta. And that car will really fly when pro racer Ross Wiley gets on board a little bit later on. The Audi making a move as well. Phil House done historic racing recently in a Ford Lotus Cortina as well, something a little bit different for him today. His first time out with the British Endurance Championship. But it is Peter Erscheg who has taken up position at the front of the field. One of the Cupra's under fire. That's the Porsche of Richard Avery recovering. Gets past the Cupra of Chris Bierland. He was hoping for rain. Well, he might get his prayers answered looking at the colour of the sky further away from Silverstone. Here comes the Bentley. Look at the size of it, even compared to that BMW M4. We're on board with the number 68. That's the Team Brits at McLaren of Aaron Morgan as they come round to complete the opening lap. But Peter Erscheg is already out of sight. He leads by 5.5 seconds at the end of the opening lap, ahead of Aaron Morgan in second. Balsidou third in the Porsche Cayman GT4, and the Bentley already from towards the back of the grid is up into P5 behind the BMW. Into P6, I should say, behind the BMW, because it's Charles Graham in the second Team Brits McLaren next in the order. The Bentley just charges past the BMW into fifth now. Whit Gamski, the former Ferrari man. Look at the I can't believe the size of that Bentley Continental GT3, even compared to the McLaren 570S there. It makes it look tiny, doesn't it? You would not want that Bentley barrelling up behind you in your mirror. Is he going to get past on the straight here? The number 22 Porsche of Avery and Nick Hull is recovering from a slightly poor start as well. Peter Erscheg led by 5.6 seconds at the end of the opening lap then, but of course they have to win by a certain number of laps to get the official overall win, but on scratch time they are most likely to win overall. There goes the Bentley straight past the McLaren of Bobby Trundley down the Vale and up into 4th position. Number 24, it's showing as Neil Wallace in the car on the timing tower, but I've got it as Ian Astley being in that car in the early stages, the number 24 BMW M4. So Peter Erscheg has already checked out at the front of the field. Here's a battle between a couple of the GT4 cars. That's the number 67 McLaren with Charles Graham on board. Bobby Trundley will take over at the wheel of that car. And here comes Richard Avery up the inside. He gets past Chris Jones in the Mercedes AMG there at the loop. So Richard Avery on the charge back up the order, shares with Nick Hull. They used to race Porsche Boxsters together before switching to a Cupra in another class of the British Endurance Championship over the last couple of years. Now back in a Porsche and getting past Ian Astley's BMW M4 GT4. Chris Jones is next, and there is Johnny Ipp at the wheel of the red McLaren that started at the back of the grid, Jay Bridges' car. They're ahead of the Audi. Number 128 of Phil House has calmed down after that very quick start. It is, of course, an endurance race. This is not a 20-minute sprint like the other races today. It's a 2-hour enduro. The Bentley's going through into P3 ahead of Balsidou. And racing in the what was then the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship a few years ago before moving to Ginettas. And now into endurance racing with his Porsche GT4. Swinging their way through Beckett's. Johnny Ipp is going very well indeed. The Hong Kong-born racer, if memory serves me correctly, chasing down Ian Astley now at the wheel of the BMW M4. So he's come through from the back of the grid, Johnny Ipp. He's up into around 9th position. Chris Jones with the lights on that superb-looking Mercedes GT4. Johnny Ipp has gone round the outside of the BMW, now having a go at the number 67 of Charles Graham. So 2 McLarens together. Peter Erscheg's lead was 13.5 seconds at the end of the last lap. He's already done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 4.628. So unless weather or mechanical problems intervene, we are going to see on scratch time anyway Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton's Audi R8 run away at the front of this race, as it has in the 2 previous races this year. But the main interest is going to be in the class battles further down the order. This is the only other Class A car, Wittgamski and Ross Wiley's Bentley, now up into P3. Started a long way down the order. They had those few problems in testing and then struggled a bit in the wet qualifying. It's a new car. Now the McLaren's swarming all over each other ahead of the number 24 BMW, driven by Ian Astley. Just behind him, it's Richard Avery. It's Chris Jones, rather, in the Mercedes. Then Phil House in the Audi LMS, based on the S3 Saloon. Here comes Johnny Ipp up the inside into Brooklands. That's a brave move. Diving through almost Caterham style, and he's done it. Excellent driving by Johnny Ipp. First time in the British Endurance Championship, and I think his first time here at Silverstone as well. He's going superbly. On board with the number 68 of Aaron Morgan, still in second place. The gap is now 20.3 seconds. Heading up towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex. Still safely in second. Oh, and off has gone Adam Thompson in the Jaguar F-Type. He's hit the wall backwards. He's damaged the rear wing. You can see it hanging off there. That's just before the pit entrance coming out of Woodcote. He's making his way into the pits. Poor old Adam Thompson. The Thompson family, they never have any luck with that Jaguar. Let's take a look out of my commentary position above the pit lane and see how much damage there is there. It looks like he's only glanced the wall. No, the suspension's crabbing. I can see as it goes down the pit lane, the suspension is crabbing slightly, so he's bent the rear suspension by looking at that. Could be end of play for the Jaguar, unfortunately. Let's have a look again. Yeah. The right rear corner hits the wall. I thought he'd got away with that with just light bodywork damage. You can see a bit of damage to the wall as well. And hopefully Ian can investigate down in the pits fairly shortly as well. That's a great shame for Adam Thompson, who made a strong start to this race. Meanwhile, the midfield pack single file down towards Abbey Curve. McLaren and BMW side by side. That's Johnny Ip, and behind him we've got is the McLaren slowing there? Yes, Johnny Ip in trouble, so we've got another car hitting problems. He slowed suddenly there, and that's briefly stacked everybody else up behind him coming through village. The Bridger Motorsport McLaren's in trouble. That's a great shame, and hopefully he can make it back to the pits and they can investigate what that problem is for Johnny Ip, sharing with team boss Jay Bridger. There in the pit area is the Jaguar. You can see the damage to the wing, but it looks as though you can see the red paint from the concrete barrier where the car impacted it, and I think the right rear suspension may be damaged. The tyre looks like it's off the rim. Hopefully the team can get that repaired and continue. Of course, it is an endurance race. You don't want to drop out early on if you can help it. Philip House here ahead of Chris Bielan's Cupra, and behind him a couple of the Ginettas. That's Johnny McGregor and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who made a good start to this race but has now dropped back down the order as the more powerful cars have come through from further back on the grid after they struggled a bit in the wet in qualifying. There's the Audi LMS. Stunning looking car that one is. Charles Graham heads this group in the purple Team Brit McLaren. We're being told that unfortunately Johnny Ip hasn't made it back to the pits and he has stopped out on circuit. We hope that's not going to lead to a safety car. The pit window is not yet open, so they won't be able to come in as the Audi battles it out here with Johnny McGregor, who's raced a whole variety of sports cars in his career. But you can see from the lighting in the background, it is getting dark here at Silverstone. I think we're about to have another rain shower. There goes Peter Ersheg. Fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 3.93, 107 miles an hour average around the Silverstone circuit. He's completed 5 laps. We'll see what the gap is. There's the McLaren of Johnny Ip being pushed away by the marshal. That's such a shame. He made such a strong start to this race, but it is a new car, it's a new team, and just some teething problems that they can iron out for future rounds. Well, the Audi R8 is away and gone in front as we expected. Of course, they will have that 6-lap handicap to be added for the overall results. They're leading by 36 seconds on scratch time at the moment, so they've got to build up as big a lead as they can to try and overcome the handicap. Peter Ersheg and Marcus Clutton, the former Radical champion, now a British GT regular, has raced for the Enduro Motorsport team, among others in British GT in their McLaren 720S GT3. Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick in second place. Paul Fullick will take over at the first pit stop. Wittgamski's Bentley in third place. We ride on board with the second place man underneath the bridge on the hanger straight down towards Stowe Corner. This daunting, very fast right-hander. And I think we can hand down to Ian, who's with Bridger Motorsports down in pit lane. Ian, over to you in just a second.
Very kindly coming out to talk to Jay, because it's been quite an eventful start. First of all, you started from the pit lane. Why was that?
I think they opened the pit lane 3 minutes early. We just got caught out by it, which was frustrating. I think we missed it by about 10 seconds. So that was frustrating. And Johnny done a great job. I think he got up to like P6, and I think the gearbox is just gone.
Yeah, you've just said it there, gearbox. Yeah. But I've just heard you're going to get it back, and you still think you can get out?
I don't know. It depends if it's mechanical or not. Obviously, if he's done a gear or something like that, it's going to be very difficult to fix that in the time we got. Yeah. So but we'll have a look and see what we can do. Hopefully try and get back out.
Fingers crossed for you, mate. Cheers. Really appreciate you. You're still smiling. You're still smiling, aren't you?
Cheers, thank you.
Dave, back to you.
Well, that's such a disappointment for Jay Bridger, the former British Formula 3 racer. He used to race for the Lightspeed team, if I remember rightly, sharing with Johnny Yip. Looks like, sadly, transmission failure for their McLaren. Look at this battle as they go into the loop there. Chris Bielan trying to hold off Philip House. And behind them, Johnny McGregor. I think there's yellow flags out. That's where the McLaren has come to rest, I think. So the marshals will be dealing with that. So no passing on the exit of the loop. But now, here comes Philip House all over the back of Chris Bielan in the car shared with Simon Mason, the Cupra touring car. And there's the other Cupra coming through. That is Aaron Mason. Not sure if he's any relation to Simon, sharing with Matthew Wilson in the very smartly liveried Cupra touring car, run by the JW Bird team. That's teammates of the Audi. And as we mentioned, they had to start from the back of the grid, had their practice time disallowed. Meanwhile, there's about to be a move made for second place overall, because Whit Gamsky in the big Bentley has caught Aaron Morgan's GT4 McLaren. It's GT4 against GT3. So with the power differential, it's not a question of if, but when Whit Gamsky is going to get ahead in the overall classification. But Aaron Morgan will still be leading Class D for the GT4 cars in the McLaren. Looking at the other class leaders, Class B is led by the number 22 Porsche in 4th place overall, Richard Avery on board. There's no entries in Class C. Class D is being led by the car we were looking at there, the Team Brit McLaren number 68. Class E, that's being led by Chris Bielan's Cupra in 9th overall. Class F, the only Class F entry is the Jaguar, and that's in the pit lane being repaired. And Class G for the Ginetta G55s, that's being led by Johnny McGregor in 11th place overall. Here's the battle for 2nd and 3rd at the loop into the Wellington Straight. I won't be surprised if that big menacing Bentley powers past the McLaren. Great to have Whit Gamsky back. Was very successful at the wheel of a Ferrari 430 in British Endurance a few years ago. The McLaren managing, to Aaron Morgan's credit, to hold off the Bentley so far, but there it goes up the inside coming out of Brooklands and into P2. I'm just hearing from down in the pits that the Jaguar F-Type is out of the race, sadly. It looks as though rear suspension damage may, as I thought, may have proven terminal. So the Jaguar has been retired. More bad luck for the Thompson family and New Barn Racing, sadly. So Whit Gamsky up into 2nd place now. His lap times are a few seconds slower than Peter Erscheg in the leading Audi R8, who's on his 8th lap now. 1 hour 41 minutes of the race still to go. Let's see the onboard dashboard display as well from Aaron Morgan in the McLaren. There's the other McLaren. And I thought I saw one of the Ginettas coming into the pits there. It's the number 83. Now that was the class leader. Johnny McGregor has come in. The pit window has not opened yet, so is that a problem for the 83? They're looking at the left front. Not too sure what's going on there. Doesn't seem to be any great urgency about the pit stop there, so I reckon that could be a problem for Mac G Racing. Mac G himself at the wheel, Johnny McGregor sharing with Arthur Simonde in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup. And the pit window has just opened 20 minutes into the race, but the Ginetta was in just before it. So whether they've miscalculated and come in a lap early, or whether there is a problem with the 83, but we are shortly most likely going to see our first pit stops take place. Here's the battle between the Audi LMS, the Cupra with Chris Bielan on board, and the KTM Crossbow. We haven't seen much of that car so far, the car of Mike McCollum sharing with Sean Cooper. That's the fight for 9th position overall. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, I think he's just behind them as well in the Ginetta. First time we've seen him in this championship. Who's going to be the first to make a regular pit stop then? There are 15 cars still running out of the 17 that started. There is Cameron Pratt-Thompson, battling for the Junior Saloon Car Championship last season, eventually won by the Irishman Dara Flock. Rather than follow the saloon and touring car path, Cameron Pratt-Thompson moving into sports car racing, sharing with James Taylor, former Ginetta Junior Championship star, making his return after a couple of years away from racing. Peter Ersheg continues to set the pace. We can head down to the pits now because Ian Waterhouse is talking to the driver of the number 83, Johnny McGregor.
Talking there, actually, weren't we, off camera? Early stop. You're saying you're trying to get out of everybody's way, get a bit of clear air, maybe?
Yeah, I think we were being held up to the tune of about 2 seconds a lap there. There was a lot of argy-bargy going on there, and I thought it's best to give Arthur some clean air. Let's make up the time and play the long game, because probably could have picked off the guys, but it's all high risk, so I'd rather get Arthur out in clean air, make the most of the lap time, and then see how it comes to us at the end of the race.
Was it fully dry out there?
Yeah, it was fully dry. It was quite slippery given that it was dry. Certainly nothing like testing yesterday, I think, because there's been so much water come down, so much rain that the track's quite green, so it's nothing like the grit that I was expecting, but yeah, it's fully dry at the moment.
Top man, Johnny, thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
There you go, Dave, back to you.
So the number 83 Ginetta back out with Arthur Simonday now on board in 15th position. But I wonder if that car came in slightly before the pit window opened. We'll have to keep an eye on any information from race control just to confirm that. We know we've lost 2 cars. We know that Jaguar F-Type is out of the race. We're waiting for the Bridger Motorsports McLaren to arrive back in, but they suspect a gearbox failure. Philip House, we see in the Audi there, battling it out with Chris Jones. Now, has Philip House taken the lead of the class? He has. He's got ahead of Chris Biolan's Cupra, so that car now down to second in Class E for the more touring car type of cars, and the Audi keeping ahead of Chris Jones in the Mercedes as well, so the Audi touring car up there with the GT4 cars. It's impressive from Philip House, very experienced saloon car racer indeed. So he spent many years in the VW Racing Cup with a VW Golf. Into the pits has come Bal Sidhu in the Porsche GT4, the Zentec Motorsport car. Josh Steed, I expect, will take over at the wheel of that car. Let's see the full livery on that car as well for Zentec Motorsport, very colourful indeed. They were in 5th position when they came in. Each car has to make 2 mandatory pit stops within the pit window. Here comes the KTM Crossbow on the left of the screen there, up the inside to take the Mercedes. Chris Jones in that Mercedes AMG GT4 is dropping back here. I'm wondering if that car's got a problem, because he's losing places at a fair old rate of knots here. Yeah, the number 31 Cupra's up there with him as well now. Let's have a look at the last lap time for that Mercedes, the Jones boys. It was only a second slower than the cars around it. Chris Jones staying ahead. Here comes Mike McCollum, and the door is closed on the KTM there. Of course, this is the GT4 spec KTM Crossbow with the full enveloping body rather than the semi-open design. Looks more like a Caterham 7 type of car almost, built by the Austrian manufacturer more famous for its motorcycles in most of its career. He's got round the outside there, Mike McCollum. He's got ahead of Chris Jones, who tries to fight back on the inside. They've got to be mindful that Aaron Mason, another ex-VW Cup racer, is there in the Cupra. Behind them is now Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He made a fast start but has dropped back. Well, Peter Ersheg is already coming into backmarker traffic. He's just behind this lot now. There's the Audi R8 GT3. Coming up to lap Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He has already lapped Mark Ellman in the number 8 Ginetta. The Porsche of presumably now Josh Steed on board is leaving the pits there, down to about 14th place in the classification. So you lose a lot of time in a pit stop here, the best part of a lap with the minimum pit stop time. Peter Ersheg starting to carve his way through the back markers. Former Porsche racer now at the wheel of this stunning Audi R8 GT3. You can see there the battle between the McLaren and the Audi. Now that Audi of Philip House is now catching Charles Graham in the McLaren in P6, the second of the Team Brit machines. Aaron Morgan is still third overall, and the Bentley is coming into the pits. I can tell you, just going past my commentary position above the pit lane. So Whit Gamsky comes in from second place to hand over to the very quick Scottish GT racer Ross Wiley. The Audi has now got ahead while that was going on of number 67 Charles Graham. He's got Chris Bayalan on his bumper now in the Cupra. This is great stuff so far. The first half hour of our MS UK British Endurance Championship 2-hour enduro here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Peter Ersheg just carving his way through the midfielders. But on a circuit of this length, I am not sure that GT3 spec Audi can get the 6-lap margin required over the rest of the field. We'll wait and see. We'll pick up the handicap towards the end of the race, though, because there's a close race going on in the midfield to concentrate on. Aaron Mason chasing Cameron Pratt-Thompson, and there is the Bentley Continental GT3, which Ross Wiley will take over. There you can get a sense, alongside the mechanics, of the sheer size of that car. Now here's a car we've not seen much of so far, the number 22 Porsche of Richard Avery and Nick Hull. Saw them racing a Cupra in Class E last season. And that car is currently in 4th place overall, the only Class B car in this race for the Challenge cars. We've seen the likes of Ferrari 458 Challenges. That's a Porsche 992 Cup car, complete with the shark's mouth on the front panel. They ran wide at Copse on the first lap of the race and dropped back down the order, but Richard Avery has brought it back up into P4. Now, how far behind Aaron Morgan are they? 13.5 seconds off the McLaren now. 11 laps into this race. Well, the Audi has just completed its 12th lap out in front. There's Philip House. Great to have him in the championship in the Audi LMS based on the S3 Saloon. He's going superb. He's up into 6th place overall now. Clear leader in Class E for the touring cars. Ahead of Chris Bayalan in the Cupra, shared with Simon Mason. And the Aaron Mason, Matthew Wilson Cupra, third of those three. Chris Jones trying to fight back on the KTM of Mike McCollum. The Mercedes goes through on the run down into Brooklands. KTM stronger under braking. They closes up, has to go over the curb there to avoid clipping the back of the Mercedes. Goes for the outside again. He did this a lap ago, Mike McCollum. Got the better exit around the outside, but Chris Jones is wise to him this time. Gets his foot down earlier. That's the battle for 9th position overall and for 4th in Class D. 3rd in Class D is ahead of them there. The McLaren, driven by Charles Graham. There's the number 31 car of Mason Wilson in the pits. Bentley is just rejoining as well. They're the only cars to have stopped. So the only cars to have stopped so far is the Cupra, the Bentley, the Porsche GT4, Johnny McGregor's Ginetta, and Adam Thompson, although that car of course came in to retire. No sign of Johnny Ip's car in the pit lane. He hasn't made it back in, unfortunately, so that car can be considered a retirement, I think, as well. Here's a replay of one of the Team Brit cars in trouble. Now, which one is that? It's the 68. That is Aaron Morgan's car, running wide. I thought for a second he was pulling off the circuit there coming into the village, but just ran out wide there, maybe missed his braking point, went onto the tarmac runoff area. So he's okay, still going. He's in second place at the moment because the Bentley has pitted. He's 1 minute 40 seconds down on Peter Erscheg. We're on board with him now. Up over the line. Through Copse Corner. Take a bit of curb on the way in, bit of curb on the way out. Revving to about 9,000 RPM, up into fifth gear. And through the Maggots and Beckett's complex. Out of Beckett's through Chapel and then onto the Hanger Straights. There is the 68 car we were riding with, and behind him is the Bentley. But they're separated by a lap now after the stop to put Ross Wiley in the car. Quickest lap for the Bentley so far is a 2 minutes 9.101. I think we can head down to the pit lane with Ian Waterhouse. He's with the number 31 Cupra, run by JW Bird, and he's talking to Aaron Mason.
Right, everybody, welcome to the pits. As you can see, the number 31 car currently in the pits. Just here is Aaron Mason. He's going through a little bit of data, but we'll grab a quick word from him very, very shortly. Aaron, just to grab you very quickly, qualifying seemed to go very well for you, and so far so good in the race.
Yeah, it's been okay. A little bit frustrating with contact in the first, third or fourth lap, something like that, with the driver not seeing us coming. But it looks like we've had the tyre pressures a little high, and I've locked the front, and the car's sort of trying to shake itself to bits. So I hung on as long as I could, waiting for some rain and the pit window open, and all the rest of it.
So it gets mandatory done now. Yeah?
Well, I started losing power and getting the car putting out and misfires and things like that. The car was just not happy at all with the vibrations running through it. So a little bit frustrating that the rain didn't actually come and we could have got on a wet tyre, but
it's coming. It's coming. It's just wet.
Yeah, it's just frustrating that the other guys now might get a pit stop window. They'll be able to choose a wet tyre, but it is what it is.
In fact, the car's just been pushed in the garage, and we can see that. Aaron, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. I hope things improve. Dave, back to you.
Well, we hope we see the Cupra back on track soon. Hopefully things aren't too serious there with the car being pushed in with the bonnet open. Let's see how the new Matthew Wilson Aaron Mason Cupra run by JW Bird Motorsport fares if it heads back out again soon. Meantime, the leader has completed 15 laps. Quickest lap of the race, 2 minutes 3.647. Waiting to see who's going to be next to make a stop. This battle's still going on between Chris Jones and Mike McCollum in the Mercedes and the KTM Crossbow. They've lost a bit of ground as a result to Chris Bielan there in the Cupra ahead of them, being closed down by Cameron Pratt-Thompson at the wheel of the number 66 Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Just over a quarter of the way through, 1 hour 24 minutes I should say of this race still to go. Aaron Morgan still in second place in the Team Brit, first of the two Team Brit McLarens. Richard Avery now in P3 in the Class B Porsche. Now, is he closing down the McLaren ahead of him? Slowly but surely he is. His last lap was a 2 minutes 12.3. The McLaren was a 2 minutes 12.9. So they're separated by just under 10 seconds now, those two. So he's closing the gap, but very slowly. Ian Astley still going in 4th place. We haven't seen much of the BMW in this race, but it's in a steady 4th now, with Philip House in P5 and Charles Graham in 6th. Then this battle between Bialan, Jones, McCollum and Pratt Thompson. But all of these cars, of course, have yet to stop. There is the BMW. That car looks like it's a bit off the pace there as it heads out of the loop and along the straight. Maybe it's coming in this time. Yeah, that BMW looks a bit slow to me. Ian Astley and Neil Wallace's car. Yet to stop. Yes, the Audi's definitely reeling him in. Is he coming in? Is it because he's coming in this time? Ian Astley. See if he dives to the pits as they come out of Woodcote. The SVG Motorsports run BMW. Yes, he is coming in. Now, has he eased off there just because he was coming in, or is there a problem for the BMW? I'm sure Ian will be down there to find out for us. The lead gap is nearly 2 minutes now between Peter Ersheg and Aaron Morgan, so soon he will be a full lap ahead as the BMW comes in. Still this fight rages on between Chris Jones and Mike McCollum. The KTM is ahead at the moment. Chris Bialan moving up now to start to have a go at the Team Brit McLaren of Charles Graham. Bobby Trundley will take over that car. Yes, McCollum's now got the Cupra in his sights there. 5 of them together, because behind them is Cameron Pratt Thompson, sharing with James Taylor. Still those menacing black clouds hanging around over the circuit. Still all of the top 10 have yet to stop, with the exception of the BMW. Audi going through to complete another lap. 17 completed now. He has almost now fully lapped the field, as we've seen in both of our races so far this season. There's the 67, still heading this battle. Charlie Graham ahead of Chris Bialan's Cupra. There's McCollum. Now he's slightly shaken off Chris Jones in the Merc, looking to make a move on the Cupra, which is second in class. It's the Audi leading the touring car class in P4. That BMW we saw in the background there behind the Bentley, Ian Astley and Neil Wallace's car, I don't think it was in the pits long enough to do a driver change. It's gone back out. There it is. It's going very slowly. That BMW is in trouble. Saw it there from the onboard camera. Somebody else coming into the pit lane as well, just past my commentary position. That's the Audi that's come in of Philip House, the leader in Class E. I was just about to mention there, and he's come in for his first of 2 mandatory pit stops. But sadly, we have another car in trouble, and it is the BMW number 24 of Ian Astley and Neil Wallace. So we'll try and find out what the problem is. Chris Bialan is turning up the wick as well on the 67 car of Charlie Graham. Yeah, we're just being told from down in the pits that the BMW is going to be pulled into the garage so they can investigate what the issue is. Just trying to see where it is on circuit at the moment, the BMW. I can't see it out of the commentary position window. Bentley's back on circuit and taking a look at the lap times. Yeah, it's now lapping in the 2:10s. So we watch this midfield battle still. No real position changes, but the gap's changing all the time in this fight between Graham, Bielan, McCollum, Jones and Pratt Thompson. 5th down to 9th now, these 5. It'll soon be 4th down to 8th because the Audi LMS has come in. The BMW is back into pit lane, I can tell you. That's just gone into the pits. There is the 24 car, the team ready for it. We'll try and find out what the problem is. Great looking car, isn't it? The BMW M4 GT4. Ian Astley gets out. Ian and Neil Wallace, the former Ginetta crew in the Brit Car Trophy. We'll see 2 races for Brit Car Trophy tomorrow, incidentally, here at Silverstone. In one race, they're combined with the Snetterton Saloons, having an away day to bolster things a little. Now there is the Bentley. That's got the race leader just behind it. I think I saw there. Yes, there is Peter Erscheg. He's still yet to stop. Coming up to lap the Bentley. I'm not sure whether Ross Wiley did get in that car or whether it's Whit Gamsky still in there. We'll have to wait and confirm whether they did a driver change. We didn't see it there. Pit stop. Yeah, the lap times haven't increased since the pit stop. We were told it was Whit Gamsky started the car, so I don't think they have changed drivers. We'll try and confirm that when we can. Mike McCollum has now pulled away from Chris Jones in the battle of KTM versus Mercedes, Austria versus Germany. Ginetta in behind them, still just lurking there, Cameron Pratt Thompson. As Peter Erscheg continues to lead. His last lap was a 2:05.7. That's over 2 seconds off his fastest lap of the race, 2:03.647. Richard Avery continuing to close in slowly but surely. There is the Porsche number 22. He's just under 8 seconds behind Aaron Morgan's McLaren now. So 9 cars have yet to stop. You know, 2 of them are still in the pit lane, the Cupra and the BMW, the number 31 Cupra that is. The McLaren of Bridger Motorsport is out of the race. And of course the Jaguar F-Type also out. Aaron Morgan having a slightly lonely race at the moment. He's being reeled in, as we said, slowly but surely by Richard Avery's Porsche, but it's not caught him yet. Porsche heads into the club complex. There's the Audi. Philip House is back out. Just behind Josh Steed in the Porsche. Now, the Bentley is now in 10th place. That's the leading car that has made a pit stop, as you would expect. It's 27 seconds ahead of the Balsidou Josh Steed Porsche GT4. Philip House is 3rd of the group that has stopped in the Audi LMS, ahead of the McGregor, Simondet, Ginetta, Arthur Simondet out in that one. One and a quarter hours to go in this MS UK British Endurance Championship 2-hour race. 45 minutes in. Peter Erscheg has led all the way so far. 20 laps completed. He's just in the fastest first sector of all, 37.32 seconds, so he's still pushing hard. Of course, he knows he's against the handicap, so he's going to have to push as hard as he can to try and overcome it. Aaron Morgan still second in the McLaren. There's our third place car, and the gap is definitely coming down. It's down to 6 seconds at the line last time through. You can see the Porsche there in the background, just at the top of your picture momentarily as they came onto Hanger Straight. And we can head down to Ian Waterhouse in pit lane, and he's with Team Brit.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pits. Here we are. I'm here with Paul Fullock. Aaron Morgan doing a great job, second place in that McLaren at the minute, but is the tactic to wait to see what those horrible rain clouds are doing?
I think everyone's got that tactic, hasn't it? I mean, it's looming over us like something rotten over there. So yeah, Aaron's doing an amazing job. He's knocking it out of the park today. So yeah,
It's been a pretty good day, hasn't it? Qualified second, started second, still in second. It's over to you, Paul.
It's over to me in the weather. So let's see what happens, eh?
That's what we love, unpredictable. It's fine. It's Paul, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. We've got Bobby Trundley here as well in the other McLaren. Bobby, do you like the wet weather?
You should know me, Ian. Of course I do.
Good, because I think you're about to go out on it, aren't you? It looks like you're gearing up ready. You're just going to hold fire to see what it's doing.
I'm assuming so. I'm not too sure, just keeping myself psyched up. Obviously, we're going to play how we play it. Charles got a mega stint. Really, really great job. He's only lapping a second off of Aaron at the moment, which is really good at this, holding up a very good defensive drive. So, really proud of him.
Bobby, it's really good to see you back again, mate, as well. I hope to see you out there. Just stay with us if you can, just for a little bit longer, because these clouds are coming in, but stay a little bit longer if we can as well, because we have seen the SVG Motorsport, Neil Wallace and Ian Astley in and out of the pits quite a lot, and the back in as well. I wonder if Ian could just have a quick word with us. Ian, what's the issue?
We don't know, it's just gone to limp mode. No idea what it is. We came in, just turned it all off, turned it on again, went out, no change. Just done the same again, and yeah, simple. It's just on limp mode.
Let you crack on and try and get it sorted. Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Right, so watch your back there, you're about to go over something. Right, yeah, plenty of action here. There's going to be a lot of action going on in the pits as well. Just have a look at these rain clouds up here. It is about to start heaving it down. I think it's going to get very busy in the pits very soon. Dave, back to you.
So the problems at SVG Motorsport continue then, trying to diagnose what seems to be an electrical issue possibly with the BMW. Team Brit about to change drivers. Paul Fullock is going to take over from Aaron Morgan in the second place number 68 car. There it is, still being reeled in by Richard Avery's Porsche. And of course the other car will be taken over by Bobby Trundley, the autistic racer who was very successful in karting. Paul Fullock has certainly overcome more adversity than most in his days in order to become a racing driver with Team Brits. They've helped so many over the years, not just in the cars but working on them as well. And one day they are aiming for the Le Mans 24-hour race. New fastest lap of the race recorded by Peter Erscheg, 2 minutes 2.581. We're on board with Aaron Morgan, and look at those black clouds over the far side of the circuit. That's beyond the pit straight here at Silverstone, opposite the garages on the run between Woodcote and Copse. A couple of cracks in the windscreen there as well. They've been there since the beginning of the race, I think. I remember another British Endurance Championship race that was stopped with around half an hour to go and had to be abandoned. The rain came down with such intensity here at Silverstone. It must be the location and altitude of this circuit that makes the weather so unpredictable here. There's the battle between Chris Jones, who's now been reeled in by Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the Ginetta, looking to have a go. Just ahead of them is the Team Brit McLaren. A couple of the group they were battling with have pitted. The Audi has been in. One of the Cupras as well. Crispy Allen has meanwhile pulled away at the front of this battle. He's got ahead of Charlie Graham up into 4th position now. This is the battle for second place, meanwhile, because it is going to be a battle shortly. Richard Avery has nearly caught Aaron Morgan. Just been told in my headset that the BMW is heading back out again for another try. See if they've cured the problem. There it is. So it's Neil Wallace on board, I think. Push back out into the pit lane. Like he was on slick tyres there now. Is that a wise decision? And never mind that, because Richard Avery has now caught Aaron Morgan's McLaren. Porsche 992 Cup on the tail of the McLaren 570S GT4. Where's he going to make the move? The Porsche in the more powerful Class B spec, of course. The McLaren GT4 is a Class D car. On board with Aaron Morgan. He'll be looking in his mirror every so often. He'll know the Porsche is there. Where's Richard Avery going to make the move for second place? Here he comes. He's going to go for it into Copse. Morgan gives him the room. Still side by side. Who's going to keep their foot in? Who's going to be latest on the brakes for Maggots and Beckett? I think the Porsche's done it. Yes, he has. Up into second place goes Richard Avery in the car share with Nick Holt. But of course they have yet to stop. There's no ruling on how close together you can make your mandatory pit stops, incidentally. Could make them on successive laps. So up to second goes the Porsche. Still a lap down on Peter Erscheg in the Audi R8. Chris Bielan leads Class E. He's in fourth place overall in the Cupra. He's hoping for rain, as we heard before the start of the race. Cameron Pratt-Thompson still leads Class G in the Ginetta. Porsche heads through club. There's the McLaren. How far ahead of the Bielan Cupra are they? We'll wait and see as he comes across the line. Well, he won't come across the line because Chris Bielan has just come into the pits in the Cupra to hand over to probably to hand over to Simon Mason. So the Class E leader is in. He's the next of the front runners to stop. Cameron Pratt-Thompson has just got ahead of Chris Jones, I can tell you, while we were watching the change for second place. It's been a change for sixth place. Well, there's our leader. We haven't forgotten about Peter Erscheg. He continues to pound round in the Audi. He's just lapped the 67 of Charlie Graham. And then there's a battle behind. There is Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He's got Chris Jones on his tail. This is the battle for sixth place, as we just mentioned. Behind them is Mike McCollum's KTM Crossbow. Merck moves ahead on the outside of the Ginetta. Behind them it is Philip House in the Audi LMS. There it is. Now, he's a lap down on these cars because he's already been into the pits. So we've got 8 cars around that haven't stopped now. Well, discounting the Bridger Motorsport McLaren, sadly didn't make it as far as the pits when it had its gearbox problem. Just over an hour to go, coming up towards the halfway mark. There's the Porsche Cayman GT4, the 116 with Josh Steed on board. Side by side with the BMW, which looks like it has had its problem cured. Neil Wallace at the wheel now. Heard from Ian Astley earlier on. Looked like an electrical or possibly ECU issue causing the car to go into limp mode. It looks like it's back up to speed now, but they've lost a few laps. They're down in 14th place, the last of the runners. Here's the battle between Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Chris Jones still raging on. Phil House looking on from behind in the Audi. Now, is he in standing to take the lead of Class E? Yes, he is, because the 31 car for those problems is still in the garage. Is it raining up at Copse? Looked like there was a bit of glistening on the circuit there, but yeah, you can see it slightly there at Maggots as well, but I can't see any drops of rain on the camera lenses. One of the Ginettas has just come into the pits, and the Bentley is back in as well. That's a second stop for the Bentley. I suspect that's for Ross Wiley to get in. They're splitting the race between the two drivers evenly. There are rules that, if memory serves me right, that one driver can't do more than 60% of the race. It has to be split fairly evenly. So the Bentley is back in. It was the Mark Ellman car that came in, the Ginetta, to hand over to Harry Hickton. Just looking down the pit lane. Make my neck a second. I think, yes, I can see a driver change taking place. So it will be Ross Wiley, I think, getting into that car. Well, there is the number 8 Ginetta. Harry Hickton getting into that car. So, of course, the driver cannot be in the car while this is refueled. Here's the battle between Chris Jones, Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Philip House. House has got ahead of the Ginetta there, lifting a wheel on the Audi as he goes through the loop out of Aintree and onto the Wellington Straights. And the leader is coming in, I can tell you. Peter Erscheg has come in. Try and see if there's going to be a driver change there as well. So with the race approaching half distance, a frenzy of pit stops. One of the team Brit McLarens is in as well. It's everybody in at the half distance. Fortunately, I can't quite see the PB Racing pit from my commentary position. And so we see it there in pit lane. So that's Erscheg and Clutton. I suspect Marcus Clutton is about to take over. Now, which of the McLarens did I just see coming in as well? Thought I saw one of the Team Brit McLarens in. Yes, it was the Charlie Graham Bobby Trundley car. So Bobby Trundley has taken over. And there is rain on the pit straight, I've just been told. So the rain shower, yes, there's rain on my commentary box window as well. So the threatening rain shower has arrived. There is the driver change taking place. So it is Marcus Clutton climbing aboard. Are those slicks going on there? It certainly looks like it. Now maybe they're gambling on the rain stopping again. See rain down at the wing as well at Club and Abbey. Yep, the rain shower we were promised has arrived. Now, a lot of teams I think are hoping this is just a passing shower. They'll be looking across the pit lane, across the front straight and towards the where the weather is coming from, hoping this is only a short sharp shower and they can continue on slicks. There's the Porsche of Balsidou and Josh Steed, the 68. Has the 68 got back ahead there? Yes. Aaron Morgan's back up into second place ahead of Richard Avery, so has he had a moment somewhere? Let's head down meanwhile to Ian Waterhouse in pit lane. He's talking to Peter Erscheg of the race leading car.
Right, Peter, you've just come in control of the race, of course, but there's that handicap that you've got to handle, haven't you? How do you think you're getting on with that so far?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough, Ian, to be fair. I think we passed the Porsche once. We were doing our times, but I think that might have sped up a little bit. So let's see, the weather's changed a bit now, which throws another spanner in it, but yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one for us today.
We knew it was coming, we knew the rain is coming. It's finally come just as you came in though, put another set of slicks on, have gone out, so it looks like you're getting the wets ready again.
Yeah, if it gets too bad, Marcus will come in and put the wets in, but we need 2 stops anyway, so we'll just take that as our second compulsory. But it's funny, the whole race, I could see the rain coming and then it disappeared and it never fell, and then it fell for Marcus, so I'll take my luck today.
Fantastic, Peter, thanks for talking to us, best of luck for the rest of the race. Dave, back to you, the rain is coming down.
Coming down, it is absolutely hammering down here on the pit straight now. The heavens have opened and Peter Ersheg mentioning there that so we may see Marcus Clutton, if he starts to struggle too much, will come in for wet weather tyres. But they are hoping that this is just a passing shower. The Mercedes of Chris Jones has just come into the pit lane. We've just been told that did have an off towards the end of the last lap. Look at the conditions on the pit straight. You can hardly see the pit straight from down at Copse. It is absolutely hammering down at the moment. Another car, I think, has just come in. Yes, the number 22 Porsche, Richard Avery, has come in. He'll hand over to Nick Hull. The 31 Cupra that had gone back out is in. The Bentley's back in as well. They've poured in. I was surprised when the Bentley went back out on slick tyres. That's come in for wets. So we've got several cars in pit lane. This is going to completely jumble up the order. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Marcus Clutton come back in as well. Another car coming in just past my commentary box. That's the number 8 Ginetta back in for its second stop. Of course, they can make their 2 mandatory pit stops at any time during the race. Now, is Clutton going to... He must surely come in. Yes, he's coming back in, I think. And yes, Marcus Clutton does come back in. They're going to put wet weather tyres on. They can't continue. There's no way they can continue on slicks in these conditions. Now, what's the betting, given that this is Silverstone, that as soon as everybody's got wets on, it dries up again? Here's one car that's continuing on. That's the Porsche of Val Sidhu and Josh Steed. So who is still out there? There's this Porsche. The Morgan and Fullick McLaren hasn't stopped at all yet. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and James Taylor haven't stopped. The KTM Crossbow hasn't made a stop yet either. So there's the Mercedes, number 21. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, I can tell you, is coming in. The Audi is back in as well for wet weather Dunlop tyres. The Cupra is keeping going, number 23, which has Simon Mason. I think has Simon Mason on board now. I'm not sure if he and Chris Bielan swapped over, but if Chris still is in there, this is what he wanted. He wanted the wet weather. Another Ginetta coming in. Nearly everybody's coming in for wet tyres. That'll be the McGregor Simonde car that's just come in, Arthur Simonde. So the only car that hasn't stopped is this car, the number 68 McLaren of Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick. Yep, the Porsche's now come in, the number 161 of Sidhu and Steed. So it really is everybody in here on the pit straight. There's the number 67 McLaren, which is the Trundley and Graham car. Team Brit seem to be coping best in these slippery conditions with their 2 GT4 McLarens. Although a big slide there, that's Bobby Trundley at the wheel of the number 67. There's the Mercedes. That'll be Neville Jones on board that machine now. So what's this going to do to the race order? We're just going to have to wait for everybody to cycle through these second pit stops and see what happens. Well, in some cases it's their first stop. The number 22 Porsche of Avery and Hull has made its first stop. Pratt-Thompson has made his first stop. James Taylor, the former Ginetta Junior star, will take over. The KTM Crossbow is in. McCollum will hand over to Sean Cooper. Well, there is our leader, Marcus Clutton, on board. They put wet weather tyres on. He was a little bit sideways there coming through Beckett's. That shows you how wet it is, and he's just put wets on. They'll be taking a while to warm up, of course. Marcus Clutton leads down the Hanger Straight, still with the lead of the race. They were a lap ahead, of course. Through Stowe Corner. He's trying to get as much heat into those tyres as he can, as the Bentley rumbles its way past my commentary position. Now in second place at the moment is the only car that is yet to stop. That's the number 68. Aaron Morgan has driven for over an hour, so he's going to have to come in soon to avoid exceeding the maximum time in the car for one driver. He'll hand over to Paul Fullick. As another car comes into the pit lane entrance. That's the Cupra, number 23. Chris Bielan and Simon Mason car. So the rain giving everybody the chance to make their second stops. In third position, behind Aaron Morgan, it is the Nick Hull and Richard Avery Porsche. I think it's Nick Hull on board that car now. That's only made one stop so far. The car from fourth place we know is already in. That's the Pratt Thompson and Taylor Ginetta. That pitted from P4. And the 68 car, I can tell you, has now come in from second place. So, well, he was just about to take the lead there, having been the only car that hasn't stopped Aaron Morgan, but he has now come in. He would have taken the lead on that lap, with the Audi having stopped twice, but the McLaren now makes its first stop, and it will be Paul Fullick who will take over. The Hull and Avery Porsche continues on in third. It's Pratt Thompson and Taylor fourth. Rounding up the top five is the KTM Crossbow. They're second in Class D behind the Morgan Fullick McLaren. There is the fourth placed Ginetta with James Taylor on board. So it's the KTM in well, sixth place now, because when everything's cycled through, the Balsidou and Josh Steed Porsche is showing in fourth position and second in Class D. So that's because Pratt Thompson and Taylor and the KTM have both pitted. There you can just about see the Bentley at Copse. That's where it's wet. That's where it's the wettest on the circuit at the moment. He's in 10th place. He's disappeared, completely disappeared in a ball of spray. There is the KTM Crossbow. That is currently running in 7th place. Now, pit stops are starting to cycle through. That's only made one stop so far. Cars that have stopped once. Morgan and Fullick are currently in the pits. Hull and Avery have made one stop. Trundley and Graham, Pratt Thompson and Taylor, McCollum and Cooper, they've all stopped once. Having already made two stops, Ersheg and Clutton, the Audi. Sidhu and Steed have stopped twice. Bialan and Mason in the Cupra. The Joneses have stopped twice. They came in, I think, very quickly in succession to make their two stops in the Merc. Philip House, McGregor and Simonde, and Elman and Hickton have all made two stops, as have Wilson and Mason, the number 31. They're a few laps down after a problem earlier on. And the Gamsky and Wiley Bentley have made three stops because they'd already made two and had to make an extra one for wet weather tyres. The BMW has made four stops because they had that problem with the car going into limp mode. Well, there is our leader, Marcus Clutton. I think we can hand down to Ian in the pits. He is down at Track Focused talking to Mike McCollum, who's just handed over to Sean Cooper in the KTM.
Right, everybody, I'm in the Track Focus garage here from the KTM. Remember, we spoke to Mike actually on the grid a little bit earlier. Mike, when you came into the pits, it looked like you had a bit of an issue finding gear or something. What happened?
Shoot me now, shoot me now. I went into the wrong pit box.
Yeah.
Had the pit limiter on, and then I couldn't get the, somehow I flipped it into second gear, which I didn't want to do. I couldn't get the car going again. It took me ages to process, turn the pit limiter off, put it in first gear, then I'll be able to rev the engine because it's like a rev limiter thing. So I couldn't move, I was stuck.
I'm glad it's a brain matter thing rather than a mechanical thing, though.
No, the car was fine. The fault was all my own. It was all my own work. I did it myself, and I'm really yeah, I mean, we were having a fun day, a really fun day. We're just really down on straight line speed, so it was
Which is a big problem here, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, some of the other cars are like, I don't know, 20, 30 miles an hour faster. So, but I had some fun hanging around the outside. I don't know whether you guys saw any of that, but I certainly, I got a smile on my face. I enjoyed myself, and it was good fun.
Top man, Mike. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Dave, back to you.
So there's one or two slight issues for Track Focused and the KTM, with Sean Cooper now on board. They're in 6th position, 4th in the GT4 class, Class D. There's our Class E leader, that is the Audi. No, that's second in Class E, I apologise. It's the Cupra, number 23 of Crispy Allen and Simon Mason, that is leading that class. That's just behind the Audi there, so there's almost a lap between the top two in Class E. Yes, there's the Cupra. The Cupra leading it ahead of Philip House in the Audi. Third in Class E after some problems earlier on is the number 31 of Mason and Wilson. See how wet it is over on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight there. It's that dry strip under the bridge. There go the two touring cars. Paul Fullick has just headed out of the pits. He's down to third now behind Nick Hull in the Porsche. They have to stop again. Of course, having done its 2 mandatory stops now, the Audi R8 GT3 does not need to stop again. It's 5 cars that have only done 1 pit stop, as we said. It's number 22 Porsche, 68 McLaren, 67 McLaren, the KTM, and the 66 Pratt Thompson and Taylor Ginetta. They've all only stopped once so far, so they'll have to stop again before the end of the pit window, which closes in about 25 minutes from now. 20 minutes of the race to go. There is the KTM. It's been taken by our race leader Marcus Clutton. Cooper and the Audi still battling it out as they head up and over the line. Let's double check the lap times between those two. There is a lap between the two of them. Yes, they're lapping in. Well, the Cupra did a 2:27, the Audi a 2:30. So 3 seconds in between the two of them. There's the BMW, good to see that back up to speed. Neil Wallace and Ian Astley's car. It's Neil on board at the moment. This is a scrap for track position on the Class E leaders. It's not for position because, as we say, the Cupra is a lap ahead of the Audi. 15 cars still running though out of the 17 that started. Only retirements the Jaguar F-Type and one of the McLarens, the Bridger McLaren. Coming up to 45 minutes to go. It has flown by, hasn't it? This 2-hour race so far. Some great action in the midfield. Leaders a little bit strung out now, though. As expected, the Ersegan Clutton Audi leads the way by a lap ahead of the Hull and Avery Porsche in second. It's Balsidou and Josh Steed in third place in the Porsche Cayman. So 2 Porsches in the podium slots. Balsidou and Josh Steed lead Class D. There is the number 8 of Mark Ellman and Harry Hickton. Harry, a very talented racer indeed. He entered junior saloons a couple of years ago with no prior racing experience at all. He hadn't come from karting. Proved a front runner right from the off and then moved into the mini challenge, where he's had a fair few race wins this year and a contender for the title in the trophy category. I think we can head down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits. He's back down for an update on the situation at Bridger Motorsport.
Well, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. Here I am at Caterham Motorsport with Chunners, just doing a little bit of work there, weren't you? I'm really sorry to disturb you from that, but unfortunately things haven't quite gone your way today. What happened?
I think the pack snap. Yes, it's mechanical failure. Then we couldn't repair it.
It's a real shame, isn't it? It's good to see you guys out today, but other than that, how did qualifying go for you? Happy with your performance this morning?
Yeah, it's doing quite fine. We got we were late when we went on to pit, on the grid, and then we stopped from the back. I think we went to P6 or something.
I was going to say, you were coming through the field like an absolute rocket, weren't you?
Yeah, just, things happen.
It's motorsport, isn't it? They do happen. Hopefully we'll see you next time out as well. Thank you for talking to us. Dave, back to you.
Yeah, it's such a shame for the Caterham Motorsport team and for Johnny Ip, as he likes to be known, all the way from Hong Kong. I think he's the first driver from Hong Kong to compete in the British Endurance Championship, as Marcus Clutton continues to lead, getting pretty sideways there as he came through Stowe. That was certainly a big moment for the Audi R8. Big moment for a big car. They're certainly very large machines indeed. It's not until you stand next to a GT3 car you realise just how large they are. We've seen how big the Bentley is, but that Audi is certainly not a compact machine either. The Morgan and Fullick number 68 McLaren has just come in for its second pit stop with Team Brit. They were in P4, so making their stops fairly close together in the middle of the race. There's the Porsche Cayman. That's been the quiet achiever of this race, really. Balsidou and Josh Steed. They had a podium at Donington, I should say, in the first race of the year, and were 7th in the event at Snetterton. They could be one of the favourites for the Class D title this year. Let's take a look at the championship points so far this year, actually, if I can find the relevant piece of paperwork. Yes, it is the PB Racing Audi that leads the points so far, 5 points ahead of the Balsidou Josh Steed Porsche, so they could well, if things work out over the rest of the season, be contenders for the overall title, the Porsche crew. They lead the points in Class D. The points in Class G are led by Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simone. They are 3rd overall in the points. In Class F, points in Class F listed as being led by Nick Hull and Richard Avery, although they're racing under Class B today. Of course, the other Class F car we've seen have some success is Chris Murphy's BMW E46, but he's not here today. Class E, that's led in the points by Chris Bialan and Simon Mason's Cupra. The driver who's had some success in Class G is Ray Harris with his Ginetta G55 Super Cup, but he's not out today. Also races a Ginetta Space Frame car in the Super Silhouette series. There is the KTM. That's its 12th in the points currently. Track Focus machine. And they're up in a 4th place now. So the KTM into P4 and 2nd in class, but about a minute down on the Sidhu and Josh Steed Porsche. Just over 40 minutes of the race to go. There goes the Bentley. Now where are they overall at the moment? In P7 at the moment. That car has made 3 stops though, so a little further down than they'd like to be. 4 cars have still only made 1 stop. 67 McLaren, the 66 Ginetta, the 62 the KTM, and the number 22 Porsche. They've all got to stop again. Now Hull and Avery are currently 23.5 seconds clear of the Balsidou Josh Steed car, and they have stopped twice, so we could see the GT4 Porsche up into 2nd overall. There's the leader of Class G, that's James Taylor on board the number 66 Ginetta, leading Class G in a fine 5th overall. It is Mac G Racing that have won the class on both occasions so far in the 2 2-hour races this season. Chasing number 31, that's the Aaron Mason and Matthew Wilson Cupra. That's a few laps down. They had problems earlier on, running 14 laps off the pace of the leader. But it's an endurance race, as they say. You don't win, you survive. Of course, back in the 70s and early 80s in long distance racing, such as 24-hour races, if you got 10 finishers, you were lucky. Reliability has much improved these days. I seem to remember with a certain other endurance event taking place this weekend, of course the Le Mans 24 Hours. It was back in 1970 where only about 4 cars finished due to heavy rainstorms. Richard Atwood and Hans Hermann were the winners on that occasion. Marcus Clutton laps one of the Team Brits McLarens meanwhile. That's enough nostalgia. Let's return to current affairs here at Silverstone, because it's looking good for win number 3, certainly on scratch time for the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3. Through the loop he comes. Just got to be careful of back markers now over the final 38 minutes of this race. Nick Hull in second place. Now, is the track drying out again? Because it looked like the Audi moving across there to find the wetter line. Looks like Marcus Clutton moving offline, so it might be drying out a little again out there. I can just about see a dry line emerging, looking out of the window on the run out of Woodcote. Continuing on, Marcus Clutton. 35 laps in the book. His last lap a 2:17.407. Quickest lap of the race, 2:02.581, set in the dry. He's taking it steady here. A bit of a slide there as he goes into Beckett's. See that the rain has just about stopped, and it might start drying out again. There's number 23, which is the lead car in Class E, the Chris Bialan Simon Mason Cupra. They're in 9th place overall. As we've seen, a lap ahead of Philip House in the Audi. Class G is still being led by the Pratt Thompson and James Taylor car. And we just caught a glimpse of it there ahead of the yellow Cupra. There's another of the Ginettas. That's Arthur Simondet at the wheel of, I think he's still at the wheel of Johnny McGregor's machine. They've made their 2 stops. They're down in 13th place, 3rd in class at the moment. Hope to make it a hat-trick of class wins today. We'll have to wait and see what happens, because Mark Elman and Harry Hickton have made their 2 stops, so they look okay at the head of that class. There's Nick Hull in the number 22 Porsche coming up on the 67. That's Bobby Trundley in the McLaren in P6, so 2nd place lapping 6th place. .35 minutes of the race to go. Here comes the Bentley. Now, what position are they up to? Now, they're still P7, but they are catching Bobby Trundley, and he's going to make a move here. Yeah, that's for position. He'll move through into 6th place, past the Team Brits McLaren. So the Bentley moves up into P6. I'm guessing it's Ross Wiley on board that machine now. They made their pit stops close together. Now coming up on the Porsche in 2nd place. GT3 car will have the power to pull ahead. Question of getting that power down to the tarmac on these slippery conditions. Through the loop they go. The Bentley moves ahead of the Porsche 992 Cup 911. Bentley's lap times currently in the 2:21s. I think we can hand down to the other driver of that number 22 Porsche, the second place car. Ian Waterhouse is talking to Richard Avery.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pits. I've got Richard Avery over here, and actually this is quite interesting. Let's just grab Richard for a quick chat. So Richard, we can have a quick word, and things are developing quite well for you guys. You've still got another pit stop to do, of course, but now you're debating whether to go to slicks, because you've got about 10 minutes to make the decision, haven't you?
I think we're going to stay on the wets, to be fair, because I think there's a little bit more rain to come, we think. But you can't tell with these things, can you? Yeah, we had a great race. We had a great start. Started 12th, and we finished up in second. So
currently running second at the minute.
Yeah, we are in a minute. Let's get our fingers crossed. And we think the other car's got to do a pit stop as well, yeah. So we should be hopefully there or thereabouts, hopefully.
I think it's going to be pretty exciting. We do know, Richard, look, thank you for talking to us. I really appreciate it. Best of luck for the rest of the race as well. Just next door as well, just stay with me for a second if you will. Keep an eye on Bobby Trundley in the McLaren, because he is currently the only car out there on slicks. So these guys, Richard Avery and Nick Holder, they're very closely monitoring how that Team Brit car is getting on in the slicks. At the minute, it's about 20 seconds down on pace than everybody else. Is it going to be worth changing? Will they stay on wets? We're going to find out very soon. The pit window closes in about 12 minutes or so. They're going to have to make the call sooner rather than later. Dave, back to you.
So interesting to hear. We've got just the one car out there on the slick tyres. That is Bobby Trundley, the number 67 McLaren. We've just seen him lose out to the Bentley. Now that car is lapping in the range of 2:38 at the moment. Everybody else lapping in the mid 2:20s, 2:26, 27, 28. So he's about 10 seconds off the pace of everybody else a lap. There is Bobby Trundley. Now, will Team Brit call him back in for wets? I don't think they will, because you can see the circuit has dried out slightly over on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights. He's being very careful there through the infield loop is Bobby Trundley. One car is just heading down pit lane. That's one of the Ginetta, I think it's the 83 car. Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonde. Okay, hopefully Ian will be able to find out if there's a problem there for the 83 car. That's their third pit stop. Was their first stop slightly early? Is that why they've had to come in again, I wonder? We'll find out in a moment. Now, the 67 car, I think that's coming into the pits. Pick that up as it comes past my commentary position. Has Bobby Trundley just coming in for the pits? Yes, he has. Yes, that is the 67 in the pits. So plenty of work for Ian to do once again down there. To see what tyres they put on there. Are they going to keep him on slicks? This is the second mandatory stop for this car. Now. Looks like they've got the wet tyres on. We're going to try and keep up the pace over the final half hour of this race. We've just gone over the 30 minutes to go mark, so we're at the 3/4 distance. Ersegan can continue to lead from Nick Hull and Richard Avery's Porsche. Balsido and Josh Steed's Porsche is third. Find out why Johnny McGregor and Arthur Simonde are back in the pits as well for a third stop. Was their first pit stop a bit too early? fact, let's head down to Ian with a fair bit of activity in the pits at the moment. Let's see what he's got for us.
Yeah, welcome back everybody. You can just see the 67 McLaren, a Team Brit. Bobby Trundley's behind the wheel of that. They were the only car, we're just literally talking about it, weren't we, with Richard Avery in the Porsche there. They were the only team on at Slicks. They've decided now enough is enough and they've put the wets on. So it's back to full wets. Everybody on wets on the circuit now. So it looks like that is that for the Slicks. Dave, back to you.
So out goes Bobby Trundley. Now on wet weather tyres, just too much of a struggle for him out there. He's still third in class, P7. Where is the other Team Brits McLaren? That's down to 8th place and 4th in class. That's made its 2 stops. 3 cars still to come in. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and James Taylor's Ginetta, the KTM, and Nick Hull and Richard Avery's Porsche have to stop again. They've got 8 minutes to do so. So they'll have to do it in the next couple of laps. So Ersheg and Clutton lead by 2 laps now. There is the number 66 with James Taylor aboard. He's about a second quicker on the last lap than the KTM in front of him. It was separated by 6.5 seconds. There's the Ginetta coming through the infield loop towards Aintree. Trying to close in to take P4 overall there, looking set to win the Ginetta G55 Super Cup class, Class G as it's known for short. So 15 cars still running out of the 17 who started. Is he going to come in for his second stop? It doesn't look like it. There's the KTM. There's the Audi in between the two, and there's the Ginetta. So that's the gap. Let's see what it is this time through. Down to 5.9 seconds. So he's closing, but only fairly marginally, by a few tenths a lap. The KTM looking reasonably safe at the moment in that 4th place overall. They're in different classes, of course. The KTM second in Class D behind Josh Steed and Belsidou's Porsche. Third in Class D is Morgan and Fullick. They're just ahead of Chris Bialan and Simon Mason's car, with Bobby Trundley having pitted and lost a couple of places. Else coming into pit road. I think that was the that's the 116 Porsche that's just come in. Belsidou and Josh Steed's car has just come back in. Now whether that's a problem, I'm not sure. They were in 3rd place. Yes, there's the Porsche in pit lane. Maybe running low on fuel. Yes, there's fuel going in. Maybe a splash of fuel needed. So they've come in from 3rd place. They're a lap ahead of the KTM. The KTM could be up into P3 overall if they lose too much time here. The KTM, of course, has to make another mandatory stop, so they've got to come in as well, as has the number 22 Porsche that we see here, just ahead of the Jones family and their Mercedes. Bobby Trundley behind him has just made his second stop. This is for 9th and 10th position, so it'll be a move for position here by Bobby Trundley. He's on fresher tyres. He goes through. That's Abbey. 24.5 minutes to go and still 3 cars. They're leaving it right to the end of the pit window to make their second mandatory stop. One of them's coming in now. The 66 Ginetta has just come in from 5th position. It was chasing the KTM, but it's back in now. The Zentex Motorsport team working on the Porsche. Another car's just come in, the 31 Cupra. That's has had a few issues during this race, unfortunately. They're running in last place and 15 laps down the lead of the Mason and Wilson car. There is the Bentley. That stands to take 5th place away from the Ginetta that's just pitted. The 22 Porsche has just come in as well for its second mandatory stop, so only the KTM now has to pit a second time. Okay, so we're waiting for Sean Cooper to bring the KTM crossbow in, then he's got 3 minutes to do so. There is a sizable penalty for pitting outside the pit window or not taking that second stop, of course. Peter Ersheg and Marcus Clutton still lead this 2-hour British Endurance Championship race by 2 laps, ahead of the Nick Hull and Richard Avery Porsche. Balsidou and Josh Steed showing us third, but they've had to make an extra pit stop. There they are back on circuit. So we'll wait and see where they slot back in. Waiting to see who's going to end up in 4th place. Or indeed 3rd, because McCollum and Cooper and Pratt Thompson and Taylor have, well, one's made a stop, the other one has yet to. There is number 22 Porsche in pit lane. That's the second compulsory stop for that car, and the KTM, I can tell you, is coming in as well. So they've just got in time, the last to make their compulsory second pit stop. We'll wait to see how that affects the position, because this Porsche was in 2nd place. Still a contest going on for the podium places here, with everybody pitting so late. Have to see what the order is established as when everybody has cycled through. No doubt about our leader, though. It looks like it's going to be 3 wins out of 3 for PB Racing by JMH, the Audi R8 GT3. Pit window closing in 1 minute. .42 laps completed by our leader. With the pit stops having been made, they could well be 3 laps ahead of everybody else now. The Bentley is now up to 4th. Look at this coming through the club chicane, club complex. The Bentley in the middle of the BMW and the Ginetta. It's the BMW rather hobbled by problems earlier on, running down in 14th place, the Wallace and Astley BMW. Some drivers may be taking it steady in these closing stages to perhaps save their tyres as the track dries out. The Audi also with the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 2.581. Looks like the Ginetta of Pratt Thompson and Taylor down into 7th place as the Audi surges past the Bentley. We said about, again I've mentioned the size of these cars, the Bentley even looks big next to the Audi. The McLaren of Morgan and Fullick is now into P6, and Bailan and Mason, the Cupra leading Class E, is now 7th overall. Pratt Thompson and Taylor have dropped down to 8th position. We're just waiting to see where Hull, Avery and McCollum Cooper slot back in. I can tell you the Bentley is now 2nd overall. I thought it might be with everybody ahead of it having made its 2nd stop. So yes, Wittgamski and Ross Wiley are now 2nd, but they're 3 laps down on the Audi R8. Just put a 3rd lap on them. Now we see them together on the track, but they are 3 laps apart on scratch time. Nick Hull and Richard Avery are 35 seconds back in that 3rd place now. Wait to see if they... Yes, they've come through now to complete lap number 40 of their car. Just to see where Sean Cooper's KTM slots back in. There it is, coming down the Vale. He might well be 4 laps down on the race leader now. Of course, we have the handicap to consider as well, but on scratch time it's certainly going to be the Audi. Have to wait for confirmation of the handicap from the timing officials. Balsidou and Josh Steed are in 4th place in their Porsche. They're 20.5 seconds down on Nick Hull in the Porsche. And that's the number 31 Cupra. Where has that come to a halt? We said it was having problems throughout this race, and it's come to a stop. I think that's up at Beckett's. Pit window has now closed, but everybody has made their mandatory stops. There's the number 67 of Trundley and Graham. Bobby Trundley on board. They're down to 9th place now. I think we can head down into the pits with Ian, who's with the Venture Innovations team.
Well, I've popped down to Venture Motorsport here with Chris Jones, of course. So the old man's out in the car at the minute. And Chris, I feel a bit guilty. I haven't really spoken to you this week. How's it all going out there today?
Yeah, not too bad. It was probably the most battling I've ever done in my life. So yeah, I mean, we were switching positions with KTM, McLaren, Ginetta, a few of the TCRs as well at the start. Yeah, I had a really good start, and then just gradually then I was just picking up so much understeer through the high speed corners. Maybe overdriving a little bit, but yeah. And then the rain came, and I was just trying to nurse it back to the pits, and yeah, unfortunately spun on the last corner. Yeah, managed to get it back round.
I suppose it's the same for everybody. You're trying to judge when the rain was coming to come into the pits at the right time. Some got it right, some not quite so.
Yeah, I think if I hadn't spun on the last corner, it would have been perfect. It literally just, there's a massive downpour as I was coming down the straight. But yeah, we almost got it. It was just a bit frustrating.
How's Dad getting on now?
Yeah, he's doing all right. His times are decent, and yeah, he's just managing it to the end.
I'll let you go. I think I've stood right under a drip as well. I'll see you at the end of the race. Thank you so much. Dave, back to you. We've only got 15, 16 minutes or so left. Dave, over to you.
It's good to hear from Jones Jr. there, as Jones Sr. continues to pound round in the Mercedes in 10th place, 5th in class. And looks like it is raining again out there. The rain pelting down again on the pit straight, so that vindicates the decision of the drivers to stay on the wet weather tyres. We have just over 15 minutes of this race still to go. The Audi leads by 3 laps. Where did the McCollum and Cooper car slot back in? They're in 6th position, about 36 seconds down on the Morgan and Fullick McLaren in P6. Drivers certainly racing with their heads in these wet conditions, being very sensible and calm indeed. Well, there is our leader. 3 laps clear of everybody else, the Audi R8 GT3. We consider, as we said earlier, the length of this circuit takes over 2 minutes to do a lap, even in the dry. Shows just how dominant Peter Ersteg and Marcus Klutner are this year. Ross Wiley in the Bentley still in second place. Porsche still in third of Hull and Avery. Then the GT4 Porsche of Sidhu and Steed. They seem to be the most likely challengers for a bid at the overall title to the Audi. Doing very well indeed in Class D. The BMW has just come back into the pits once again. That's at least the fifth stop, I think, for the BMW of Neil Wallace and Ian Astley. A troubled race for them. Wilson and Mason Cupra. I'm not sure if that's got going again after it stopped up at Bentley. At Bentley? At Beckett's. A couple of laps ago, so we may have another couple of casualties here. Class G still being led by Pratt Thompson and Taylor, who are in 8th position, 1 place behind Bialan and Mason in the Cupra. Previous class winners in E for touring cars, the Mercedes of Paul Curran and Jamie Callender, won at Donington, the Matt G Racing run car. And then it was Bialan and Mason in the Cupra Gen 1 that won at Snetterton. So the Jabba Sport car on for its 2nd consecutive class victory. BMW's been in again, that's heading back out, so trying to. Not a happy day for SVG Motorsport, sadly. Just been told that car 22 has been given a 6-second stop-go penalty. So a stop-go penalty for car 22. That's the car in 3rd place, Nick Hull and Richard Avery's Porsche. So that, I assume, is for a short pit stop. If you don't meet the minimum pit stop time, you have to stop for the time that you were short by. So 6 seconds short at their pit stop, I would think. And they're going to have to come in and serve a stop-go penalty. That will lose them 3rd place, because they're only 20 seconds ahead of Bal Sidhu and Josh Steed's Porsche GT4 car. So the 22 car has a stop-go penalty. Nick Hull will have to bring it in. There's the Cupra, number 31 in the background. That looks like it's out of the race. Just saw Nick Hull and Richard Avery's car come in for a 3rd stop, actually. So has it just served that penalty, or is it going to come in again? Not sure. It's confirmation that was for a short pit stop, that penalty. So that's handed 3rd place, number 116 Porsche, the leader of Class D. They go up to 3rd overall. There is the number 22. I think the Morgan and Fullick McLaren's, the Team Brit machine, is a lap further back, so he won't catch up to Hull and Avery. They'll be safe in P4, I think. There's our new 3rd place man, Bal Sidhu and Josh Steed's Porsche. They're 1 minute 22 seconds down on Witgamski and Ross Wiley. They won't catch a GT3 car for 2nd overall. The top 2 places have been pretty much signed, sealed and delivered, unless any mechanical problems strike in the final 10 minutes. It's been an entertaining race in the class battles in the midfield, certainly. That's a battle between 6th to 10th place in the early stages. Very entertaining indeed. sun now burning through the cloud because Silverstone. There's the number 23 car, still leading Class E. There's a battle between a couple of the Ginettas. They will be on different laps though. Pratt Thompson and Taylor in 7th place. The 83 behind them is in 13th place, 3rd in the class, 6 laps down on the leader. Oh, now we said the 22 car had a stop-go penalty. It's now got a problem. This is our 4th place car, Nick Hull and Richard Avery's Porsche. We said about mechanical problems could strike in the last 10 minutes. They're coming to a halt at the loop. That's where we saw the McLaren come to a halt earlier on, the Bridger Motorsport car, and Nick Hull has stopped on the exit of the loop. We know that Balsidou and Josh Steed are up into 3rd place, so that means to say that Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick could take 4th place here. Porsche has stopped on the track there. I imagine that will be a safety car if they can't move it out of the way. 7 minutes of the race left. We may see a lap or two behind the safety car to end this race. 2 Ginettas now together, but they are on different laps, of course. Separated by 2 laps, to be precise, those 2 cars. So the 83 with Arthur Simonde or Johnny McGregor, not too sure which driver's on board that car at the moment, attacking James Taylor's 66. And the Hull and Avery Porsche starts to tumble down the timing screen. The midfield is still fairly close, from 3rd place down to 8th. We've got 6 cars all on the same lap. Rain has stopped again on the home straight, the pit straight. No, it looks like we could have a couple of late retirements. The 31 Cupra we saw stopped at Beckett's, and now the 22. The Porsche and the safety car is going to be deployed. See the yellow board flashing there on the run up towards Hamilton. There's the safety car board. Yes, safety car is deployed because of that stranded Porsche. So this could make things interesting, because we're just saying that there are some cars, there's a group of 6 cars all on the same lap in the midfield. And indeed, 2nd and 3rd place, Ross Wiley and Josh Steed are on the same lap as well. So I don't think we'll see the Porsche challenge the Bentley, GT3 against GT4, but we could see some position changes perhaps in the more minor placings. Safety car trying to wave some of the runners through until it picks up the leader. Yes, I think it's sorted it there. It's got the Audi R8. Okay, let's head down to the pits with Ian in the meantime.
Well, I'm down here with Team Brit's Aaron Morgan, and Aaron, you had a cracking first stint earlier in the race. It feels so long ago now, doesn't it?
Yeah, ages ago, especially after all the weather changes we've had. But yeah, I had a brilliant first stint. Just loved being on the track. The car felt amazing to drive, and probably the best I've driven for a while, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I've got to say, you started second, you held second for a long time as well, and then we had the furore of the pit stops and the rain coming down. We've just had a safety car come out though. Do you think that's probably it now? Maybe we might get one lap shootout.
Who knows? It's possible one lap shootout. There's like 5 minutes to go, so it depends if the pack can bunch up behind the safety car. Obviously, the Marshall can get I think it's a Porsche stopped, get that clear of the track, and then obviously everyone stays formed up behind the safety car or not. So I think it's
it's tight. It's tight. It is, isn't it? It's a GP circuit. It's so long as well, but of course the Marshalls always do a great job, don't they?
Oh, fantastic! As drivers, we can't thank them enough for everything that they do for us. They keep us safe. They're the only ones that allow us to go racing. Can't thank them enough, like I said.
Can't thank you enough as well, Aaron, for talking to. I know how much you love it when I come down for a chat. It's great to see you, mate.
Always look forward to seeing you, Ian.
Good man. Dave, back to you. He doesn't mean it.
Well, we'll leave Ian to catch up with his old mates at Team Brit, and we'll see if this race is going to finish under the safety car, because there's only 3 minutes left on the clock. It's closed everybody up, but I don't think we're going to see much more green flag racing. I think we can head back down to the pits though with Ian down at Team Brit in a moment.
Yeah, a little case of deja vu here, back with Aaron, because Aaron, actually, it was my fault. I forgot to give a very special mention to somebody, so I'm going to let you do it. Over to you.
It's a bit like double deja vu, really, isn't it? Because you mentioned my sister Hayley watching in Thailand at Snetterton. She's been here watching today. I think she always gets really welled up when I put my helmet on to get ready for the race. Either that or she was cutting some onions, I'm not sure. But really grateful for all the love she shows us and the support that she gives the whole team. Thank you so much, Hayley. See you soon.
Hey, Hayley. Bye. Oh,
bye, Hayley. See you soon.
Cheers. Dave, back to you.
Great to hear from Aaron. Such one of the nice guys of motorsport, he certainly is. All the best to all his family and many friends in the sport as well. As we see our soon-to-be race winner, Marcus Clutton at the wheel of the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3. Safety car heads across the line, just 90 seconds left on the clock, so we are going to finish under a full course yellow here at Silverstone because of that stranded number 22 Porsche. We just see it being towed away by the recovery truck there. They won't get round in time to do another lap under green, so it's going to be a win for the Audi R8, 3 laps ahead of Wittgamski and Ross Wiley. This of course on scratch time. We'll await confirmation from the timekeepers if we get it in time to bring it to you off the handicap results. It will be Wittgamski and Ross Wiley in the Bentley Continental, the second of the Class A GT3 cars, in second place overall. And third place, provisionally, is going to go to Bal Sidhu and Josh Steed. Will keep up their points lead in Class D. They'll take the class win there in third overall, their second overall podium of the season. They were third in the season opener at Donington. Fourth place, provisionally, will go to Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick in the number 68 Team Brit McLaren. One better than, well, matching their position, I should say, from the previous round at Snetterton. They took fourth there. Fifth place will be the track-focused KTM Crossbow, which took a fourth place earlier this year at Donington. There is the Crossbow, the black machine. Sixth will be the winner of Class D, Cameron Pratt-Thompson and James Taylor's Ginetta. Great return to racing for James Taylor after some time away. Cameron Pratt-Thompson will pick up the class win. Seventh place and the winner of Class E is going to be Crispy Allen and Simon Mason, the Jabba Sports Cupra. That's going to pick up its second win and keep its points lead in Class E. No finishers in Class B, sadly, because Nick Hull and Richard Avery the only entry. Thought for a second the safety car was waving Marcus Clutton past there. No, he wasn't. So the clock has counted down to 0. We're going to finish behind the safety car. We checkered flag as they come across the line. The leader has already completed 50 laps. It'll be 51 laps of the Silverstone GP circuits. They're coming down to Brooklands now. It will be 3 wins out of 3 this season for PB Racing by JMH. Round 1 at Donington, it was Peter Ersheg with Hugo Cook. Rounds 2 and 3 shared with Marcus Clutton. But the result has been the same, whatever the driver lineup, a dominant victory. This time by 3 laps on scratch time for the Audi R8 GT3. Here they come up towards what will be the checkered flag. We finish under full course yellow. There is the checkered flag. It's 3 out of 3 for PB Racing in the British Endurance Championship in 2024. Whitgamsky and Ross Wiley in the Bentley come home in second place, 3 laps down. And third place, Balsidou and Josh Steed in the Porsche GT4. They win Class D. 13 cars provisionally will go the distance out of the 17 who started. And a fine 2-hour race comes to its conclusion. The usual Silverstone mixed weather throwing in a few curveballs, but the drivers coped very well indeed. Just that single incident where the Jaguar F-Type spun into the barrier early on, but no major damage. Just a bit of bent suspension, sadly enough, to put them out of the race though. Safety car heads them round towards Parc Fermé, and the celebrations will begin. We'll be down there with the drivers. Just hearing up here in the box Steve Wood from British Endurance Championship, along with the circuit's commentator Ian Titchmarsh, trying to work out the handicap winner. We think it might provisionally be the Cupra number 23, but we'll confirm that when we get it. We'll wait for the handicappers to confirm that for us. There's the result on scratch. Peter Ersheg and Marcus Clutton, the winners, by 3 laps ahead of Whitgamsky and Ross Wiley in the Bentley. Balsidou and Josh Steed, class winners in third place. Class G goes to Cameron Pratt-Thompson and James Taylor's Ginetta. Class E to Chris Biellen and Simon Mason in the Cupra. And they, we believe, might be the winners on handicap, but we'll confirm that when we get it. And of course the leading Class B car, Nick Hull and Richard Avery, but not running at the checkered flag. Okay, so that wraps things up then for the MS UK British Endurance Championship here at Silverstone. Congratulations PB Racing by JMH, 3 wins out of 3 so far this year. We'll hear from some of the drivers down in Parc Fermé as soon as we can. Don't go anywhere though, we've got one more race to come. The Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. Have a 20-minute race to round off our programme.
Peter Erskine, he seems to think they've got on handicap the overall, so I'll throw that one back to you, Steve. In the meantime, we'll get a chat with top 3. Okay, I'll leave it.
Well, here he is. PBM Racing, 3 wins from 3 this season. Marcus Clutter behind the wheel there. We do have Peter, if we can get Peter just to come in as well. Congratulations, Peter, 3 from 3 this season.
Yeah, we had to work a bit hard for that one for the handicap side, but the outright win, I think we did really well. So I drove really happy with my drive, and Marcus has always drove faultless. So yeah, good, happy with that.
Well done, Tom. And I'm going to grab a word of Marcus if that's all right. Sorry, Peter. It's not that I don't want to carry on talking. Oh, in fact, he can't get out yet. Poor old Marcus is trapped in the car, and there he is. He's got a bit. I did catch up with Josh Steele. Let's just grab Josh actually whilst he's here as well. 3rd place overall. Josh, you said as well at the start of the weekend you fancy a podium outright, and you got it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think when you speak things into reality, they can come true. So yeah, we rocked up with a goal. And we walked away with the trophy. So
I did say at the start of the day, didn't I? You guys are my ones to watch, and you proved that.
Yeah,
proved to be the case.
Yeah, no, we're so pleased. We managed the race really well. There he is. Bal getting out of the car. Yeah, we're super pleased. Team did an amazing job. Bal did an amazing job. Everything came together nicely, and we're back, so I'm really pleased.
So, man, I'm going to have a quick chat with Bal. I haven't spoken to him at all yet. We've got Ross Wiley over there as well from the Bentley. We'll grab a word with him as well. They're just going to. Oh, look at this! How cool is this? I almost feel bad. Bal, I almost feel bad. I've got a giant. Did I just say you can have a drink tonight? Where's the party at?
In our garage in 20 minutes.
In the garage, all right. I'm going to be there. Congratulations, Bal. How are you feeling? You look absolutely thrilled.
Oh, mate, absolutely, thoroughly loved it. Loved it. Love this car, love the racing, and it's great being here.
Yeah.
I haven't done endurance racing before, but I do like it.
I tell you what, you have taken it like a duck to water, you, this season, haven't you?
Oh, it's been crazy, but really loved it.
Yeah, I bet. Look, you guys get a go, haven't you? Thank you so much. Anyway, let's just move around because I did want to find where's Ross Wiley's just having a quick chat. Let's grab Marcus Clutter whilst he's just having a quick chat with Peter there as well. I'm going to have to jump in here and find out. We'll just let them quickly debrief very quickly before we grab it. Marcus, sorry, Peter. I really feel really bad. We've spoken to you so much today. Never. Marcus, fantastic driving there, and of course, safety car bringing it out meant you had quite a leisurely final 2 laps.
Yeah, strange finish to the race for sure. I don't actually think I've ever finished a race under the safety car, but it's first for everything. But
new experience.
Well, yeah, clearly. But good result. We got a bit fortunate. I think, like I said, mentioned before the race, the handicap system was going to be difficult today, and it's unfortunate for the Porsche, but it's that. It's
motorsport. It's quite unique for you guys, isn't it? And I imagine as the race got underway, it was trying to judge the conditions really, and it did look like you came in perhaps a lap too early.
Yeah, 100%. When we boxed, we was definitely a lap too early, and it started raining as we was getting in the car. And I wanted to shout for wets, but we just went out, come straight back in, put the wets on, and it stayed wet. It's definitely slicks now, but 10 minutes ago it was on the crossover, so we got away with that one.
Guys, I'm going to see you on the podium. Congratulations. Well done. 3 from 3 for those guys. We've got Whit and Ross over here. Let me just jump in with these guys as well. Guys, can we have a quick chat with you if we can? So come in, boys. Come in. By the way, how good is it to have these 2 guys back as well? And that Bentley is something else, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a handful in the wet, but Ross was magic.
Well, so are you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've not raced for 6 years, so
it doesn't show.
Really? Oh, thank you.
What a charmer. What? Ross, you were fantastic as well. Do I get another beer?
Yes, absolutely.
It was hard work, but yeah.
No, I really enjoyed it. Whit done a great job, and he left off. He started where he left off, and it was good to see him come through the traffic in his first stint. And yeah, we almost got it timed right with the weather, but not quite. But the guys at MJC done a great job, and of course it's a pleasure to drive the Bentley. I would have preferred for a dry race, so if we could start now, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, can't do that, I'm afraid. But congratulations anyway, guys. I'll see you on the podium a little bit. Right, I better get off as well because I'm going to have a beer with these 2 guys. Zentech have promised me a couple of beers as well. Could be a bit of a heavy night. What a great race that was. British Endurance Championship Round 3 is over. Next race, I'm lining up actually to Caterham, so I'm going to hand over to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
You enjoy the celebrations, Ian. No drinking and driving, of course. Our final race of the day now lining up, ready to get underway. The Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 270R Championship, sponsored by the Forces Motorsport charity, Mission Motorsport. They've helped many ex-servicemen to find a new lease of life through motor racing. We'll give you the grid in a few moments' time, but we caught up with a couple of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, well, with James rolling in the 270R Championship, just finished qualifying. This is James's first outing on a race weekend with Caterham. So talk us through qualifying.
It was terrifying. We haven't really practiced much in the wet, only a couple of short sessions yesterday. So that first lap, and I locked it up going into Stowe, put it in the gravel, but managed to keep a bit of momentum to get myself out, and then sort of slowly built up my confidence. I could see the time slowly coming down, but it's with a lot of cars around you, this is it's I'm relieved to have done it, but it's tough.
It's tough. The thing is, you've not had an easy ride, have you? The conditions were hard out there, and with that many cars on track, and you've got to try and find a bit of a clear lap, but also you need others to help you with the tow.
You do, but it's the spray, it's the visibility. The visibility was so poor, just coming down the start-finish straight, I was almost backing off because I was thinking I can't see where I'm going, but it's just getting that confidence. So hopefully for the race this afternoon, I'll, fingers crossed it stays dry.
Fingers crossed. Who knows with Silverstone?
We'll try our best.
Well, good luck for later.
Cheers.
Thank you, James. Right, so we've got Steve Merritt here. Steve's just finished qualifying in the 270R Championship. Steve, you put up in pole position. That's fantastic. Was it quite tricky conditions out there?
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of standing water in places, and it was very slippery in pretty much all the corners. But thoroughly enjoyed that, and I had no idea where I was until the guys told me when I came in, so that was really good news. So very happy with that.
And a lot seemed to change on the last lap, so I think, was it drying out there?
It was, yeah. The last lap and a half, there was a definite line appearing, a lot of the standing water to the sides, but the line that was appearing wasn't necessarily the quickest way around the track, so I was, courtesy of some training I did with Aaron Burke, I'll drop his name in as well, at Silverstone last year, which was soaking wet, and that was really useful, so that came in very handy for today.
Excellent.
So.
Well, wish you all the best of the race later.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Well, the green lights are on, as we can see in the background there, so the green flag lap is underway. Let's take you through the grid then for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Number 11, Stephen Merritt, is on pole position. Missed the trip to Zandvoort, so trying to catch up in the points. Alongside him is number 8, Ben Timmons. He's had 3 wins so far this year. Second row is 88, Ryan Wilby, and 26, Daniel Neal, the former Academy champion. Row 3, great qualifying effort by 94, Megan Bruce, alongside Craig Boyle in the 93. On row 4, it is the championship leader, Rog Patke, number 29, alongside 73, Matt Larby, the man who had a big crash at Alton Park last season, leading the top 10. 45, David Rook from Scotland, alongside number 9, Daniel Hope. Row 6, number 3, is Toby Ballard. He had a couple of wins this year in the first 2 rounds at Snetterton and Zandvoort. Alongside him is number 72, Theo Theato. Row 7, 56 of Craig Story and 71, Giles Perry. Then Rob Kennelly and James Empson on row 8. Row 9, Gareth Lucas and James Moon. And Nick Bryant, who had a win at the season opener but had a non-score in the second race, which has dropped him down the point standings. He starts alongside 31, Andrew Bailey. Completes the top 20 on the grid. Then row 11, number 7, Paul Woodman, alongside 42, Neil Warnock, not of football fame. Toby Boyes and Adam Waitman on row 12, Luke Waitman and Henry Littlejohn on row 13. Then we've got row 14 of Gary Cross and James Rowling, who we just heard from, one of our newcomers. Had an off during qualifying, as we heard. Row 15 is Darren Butler and Andy Palmer. Then on row 16, Sol Rogers and Alistair Davidson. Row 17 is Louise Deason and Rob Gregor. Scott Graham and Oliver Kibblewhite on row 18. Row 19, James McCullough and Graham Finlayson. The final row of the grid is Mark Soden and Mikey Clark. Big grid of 40 cars we should see out there for this 20-minute race. Another car that went off in qualifying was Toby Boyes, number 50. He went into the gravel at Village and briefly brought out the red flag. But he was all okay, and he's on the grid for this one. It is Rutger Patke, Rog to his friends, who leads the championship despite not having taken a win this year. Through consistency he leads. The wins have gone to 2 to Toby Ballard, 1 each at Snetterton and Zandvoort. 3 wins to Ben Timmons, but again he had a no score. He failed to finish the first race of the season at Snetterton, and that does give you a big knock in the point standings. And the other win so far, looking down the points chart, was Nick Bryant, but again he had a no score at Snetterton. Consistency can be the key in Caterham racing. So watch for the pink car of Rog Patke, our championship leader. Cars pulling onto the grid then, and our pole position man on the right-hand side, number 11, Stephen Merritt. His car is red and black with a white nose. Alongside him is Ben Timmons in the number 8 machine. His is maroon with some white trim. Second row, Ryan Wilby, number 88. His car is a mixture of silver and bright orange, so quite easy to pick out. And Daniel Neal, the former Academy champion, car number 26 alongside him is light blue. Megan Bruce is in red and white. Great qualifying by her. She's yet to score a point this season. So the former Academy driver. A lot of these drivers have come up the ladders from Academy through Roadsport. This is the third rung on the Caterham ladder, the 270R. These are often cars that the drivers have kept and upgraded over the years. Look out for Graham Finlayson as well, towards the back of the grid, number 49. His car's in the same livery as the famous rotary Mazda, the 787B that won Le Mans back in 1991. Just see it out of my commentary box window now, lining up at the back of the grid. He's on row 19 out of the 20 rows on this grid. And we saw an incredible slipstreamer earlier from the 310R category. What can the Mission Motorsport 270R class do? Sun is out here at Silverstone. The circuit's still fairly slippery though. Revs are up. And away they go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. A good start from the outside the front row by number 11 of Stephen Merritt. Looks like he's got the lead into Copse for the first time. Huge field of 40 cars surged its way through. 63 and the 19 side by side. 19 James Rowling, who we had a chat to after qualifying alongside Andy Palmer in the 63. As they come through towards Beckett's for the first time, it is Richard Merritt Stephen Merritt, I should say, who has got the early lead, the man from Oxfordshire. Ryan Wilby, number 88, is up into second place. The silver and orange car, it's Ben Timmons in third position. They start to stretch their legs as they head out towards the back of the circuits. 3 wide for the lead. Trying to come through on the inside is Ryan Wilby. He's ahead of Ben Timmons, just covering off there. Or is that Timmons on the outside? No, it's Merritt moving to the inside. There's Timmons around the outside, and he takes the lead going into Stowe Corner. Up into fourth place, looks like Daniel Neal in the light blue car as they start to sort themselves out around Stowe Corner for the first time. It is Ben Timmons who has the lead. Reigning Roadsports champion out in front, and we've got a bit of a sort out behind. Craig Boyle in the lime green car moving his way through into fourth position. Chop and change all the way down the order. They're not holding back even on relatively cold tyres. There's a bit of bodywork come adrift. You can see on the left there on the edge of the gravel trap somebody's lost a wing. Going up the inside into Abbey Corner, that's Ryan Wilby, the number 88, trying to take the lead of the championship, the Yorkshireman. He's got the lead away from Ben Timmons in the number 8. Rog Patke in the pink car further back there running wide. Somebody on the grass and spinning around. Now who's that's gone? Hopefully he won't be collected. Oh, and they've all somehow missed him. That's the number 28 car, I think, of Nick Bryant, a race winner earlier this season, the chrome blue car. I don't know how everybody missed him there, and there's problems there. Is that Rog Patke pulling off? It is, the pink car. Rog Patke, the championship leader, is out of the race. Now, was there some contact in there with Nick Bryant? Possibly. They were close. Meanwhile, the leaders into Brooklands, it looks like it is Ben Timmons that's got the lead back again. It's all happening on his first lap, and there's more contact. 3 cars involved. The meat in the sandwich there was the number 9 car of Dan Hope. He gets spun out. And Nick Bryant again makes contact with somebody. What's going on? He nearly collides with number 6 of James McCullough as he rejoins. They've gone mad around this first lap. What's going on? Maybe the circuit's a bit more damp than they thought it was going to be. The leader's heading down into Copse Corner for the second time. There's more. There's another pile up at the back. That is the 65 car of Solomon Rogers. Who else is involved there? There's at least 2 other cars. This race is going to have to be either safety car or stopped, I think. Absolute mayhem. At least 3 or 4 collisions around the first lap. So who's leading this? It is Ben Timmons ahead of Craig Boyle up into second place now. That's Daniel Neal in third. Ryan Wilby's gone down to 5th. Well, after some brilliant racing earlier on with not a single wing damage, there's now bits of Caterham everywhere. Side by side for the lead there, down to Stowe for the second time. Craig Boyle takes the lead on the outside, but surely they're going to have to put the safety car out to get some of the debris clear, because Sol Rogers' car was stuck on the exit of Luffield there. Or have the marshals managed to clear it, and has he managed to get going again? There's your leader, Craig Boyle. The race continuing, and the marshals have managed to get Sol Rogers clear. They're going to do well to get this debris cleared away. Sol helping to push his car onto the infield there at Luffield. It's going to be a busy night for Caterham's spare parts department, I can tell you that. So things calming down now as the number 4 goes side by side. That's Adam Waitman. As the race continues on, looks like the marshals have got the circuit clear with a bit of help from the drivers of the errant cars, so well done indeed to everyone involved there. The race continues on after a mayhem-filled first lap here at Silverstone for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270Rs. As I really thought we were going to have to see a safety car there, but they've managed to get the circuit clear, which is excellent. Well, Ben Timmons was leading as they completed the first lap. Here's the lead battle now. It is Craig Boyle, number 93, up front. The man from Bristol leads the way. Always been there or thereabouts, so I don't think he's yet taken a win in the 270R category. Swing their way towards Luffield once again. There's Matt Larby, the number 73, giving chase to a couple of cars ahead of him. We head over the line. It's Ben Timmons back with the advantage then. He's got back ahead of Craig Boyle. I think, yes, he's down to third, in fact, because the number 11 has come through of Steve Merritt. Merritt on the inside. No, he's run out wide there on the exit of Coff. Somebody else running very wide is Ryan Wilby. And he will be losing a few places as a result of that. They head up towards Beckett's once again. Ben Timmons has the lead. It's the number 11 of Steve Merritt back up into second place. Boyle is in third. Daniel Neal is fourth. I think it's Toby Ballard rounding out the top 5 quite possibly. Or it could be David Rook, the number 45, the man from Scotland in the red and black car. Yes, he's up into P5. Wilby is in 6th position. And next behind them, it looks like Megan Bruce in the 94. So what has happened to Toby Ballard, the number 3? He came over the line in 6th position. See if we can pick up what's happened there. 3-car battle for the lead as they head out towards Club Corner once again. Timmons, Merritt and Boyle together. They've pulled slightly clear of Daniel Neal in 4th place. There's Megan Bruce ahead of Ryan Wilby now. She's running superbly. Bit of debris there on the inside of the right-hander at Club Corner. 97 there is James Moon giving chase to the front runners. 3 cars almost side by side there into the right-hander now. Here's a replay of some of the first lap chaos. It may be that Rog Patke slowed up and Nick Bryant spun off in avoidance. That's what happened, because Patke had a problem. And how everybody missed the 28 car there on the outside, I have no idea. I remember a big crash in a brick car trophy race there a few years ago. A couple of other cars took to the runoff area in avoidance. Then going down into Brooklands, it was Nick Bryant involved again. There was contact ahead of him though. 3 cars involved. Dan Hope went spinning. That was what sent Matt Larby back down the order. He was involved there. And as Dan Hope shaped to rejoin, Nick Bryant made contact with somebody else in there. Couldn't quite make out who that was. And was almost clipped by the 6 of James McCullough as he rejoined. But then further round, there was more chaos as the cars came out of Luffield. Sol Rogers had spun and Wallop got collected by Graham Finlayson. That's the car I mentioned, the Mazda lookalike. Another car had spun as well, which is possibly the 31 of Andrew Bailey. So much going on that first lap, I couldn't keep up with it. And what's happened here? Someone's nose cone is pointing skyward, and that is Stephen Merritt. Now that will affect the aero of that car. I'm not sure it'll affect the cooling because it's exposed the radiator. And more importantly, he might be struggling to see where he's going. You can see he's dropped away from the 2 leaders there. Timmons ahead of Boyle ahead of him. Stephen Merritt in his remodelled machine still in 3rd. Said it was going to be a busy night for Caterham's spares department. Daniel Neal in 4th place, chased by, I think that's right, is that Ryan Wilby? No, it's possibly the 45 in there. Or have we lost David Rook? No, David Rook is there, that's the 45. His transponder must not be working. Through the 3rd goes Daniel Neal. Rook showing in 3rd place, so I do apologise there. Said I couldn't keep up with this. There's Megan Bruce, she's got Ryan Wilby behind her. There's the number 3, that's Toby Ballard. And Theo Theato, one of the cars that shed a bit of bodywork on that first lap, he is next through. We've got the 20, the green car of James Empson, and the rest of them. 56, Craig Story, chased by the 14 of Rob Kennelly. Here come the leaders. Ben Timmons hang on in front. Stephen Merritt still with that nose cone pointing skywards. It's worse when he's on the straights when he gets his foot down because the airflow tilts it back up. There's the 14 of Kennelly ahead of the number 7 of Paul Woodman, the Dutch Barn vodka sponsored car. Behind him number 97 of James Moon. Here comes the lead battle, side by side. David Rook having a good look down the inside there. Craig Boyle has drafted his way into the lead around the outside at Brooklands. He'll do well to hold that. Here's another group behind as well. We've got Toby Ballard in there, Ryan Wilby, Theo Theato and Megan Bruce having a look on the inside. She charges up alongside Theo Theato. Had a couple of wins as a guest appearance in the Caterham Graduate Championship last season as well. So here come your leaders up over the line to complete lap number 4. Daniel Neal has recorded the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 30.886. Through Copse they come. 9.5 minutes to go. Megan Bruce under fire from Theato. Been a couple of ladies who have run Caterham titles in the past. Amanda Black, now Anderson, and Rachel Green were both title winners in Caterham Graduates a few years ago. Is Megan Bruce going to be the next leading lady of Caterham Racing? She's chasing Ryan Wilby, being chased by Theo Theato. Just ahead of them is Toby Ballard in the number 3, second in the championship coming into this round. Has had 2 wins so far this year. With Rog Packey out of the race, this is going to definitely drop him out of the championship lead. Here comes Craig Boyle to the outside. Ben Timmons has still somehow held his lead though. David Rook still fighting away for 3rd place there with the number 11 of Steve Merritt. Looks like there's a bit of damage on Daniel Neal's car there as well. Yeah, his front wing is flapping and he hops over the curb there on the inside. May have got a bit of a push from Toby Ballard. And Wilby, Bruce, Theato. There's a couple more cars towing up onto the back of them as well. That's James Empson, number 20 in behind them. Theo Theato jinks out to have a look at the back of the 94 car. This is superb now. Things have settled down after the opening lap. Eight minutes of this race to go. Toby Ballard side by side. You can see the wing flapping on the front of Daniel Neal's car. Megan Bruce missing a rear wing, as is Theo Theato. And round goes Toby Ballard. He's tangled with Megan Bruce, I think, or did Megan go off in avoidance there? Toby Ballard now has gone around. He's taken a punt there because he's lost a wing as well. I'll just say the race was settling down there. Let's have a look again. Daniel Neal up the inside. There's the contact. Yes, Megan Bruce went off in avoidance. It was Daniel Neal who hit the back of Toby Ballard with an over-enthusiastic move into the loop. That's ruined Megan Bruce's day as well. Well, Theo Theato's made up a few places as a result of that. The number 10 car is Gareth Lucas running wide. He's got the number 50 of Toby Boys on his tail. Somehow, Ben Timmons out in front. He's keeping his head while everyone else is losing theirs at the moment. Theo Theato has charged his way through, going across the home straight and bouncing over the curb at Copse. It's ahead of Ryan Wilby. Daniel Neal still going. I think he's escaped that without too much damage. Timmins leads by 0.6 of a second at the line ahead of Craig Boyle in second place. He's having a good run. David Rook in third, all the way from Blairgowrie in Scotland. Down the straight they come then towards Stowe once again. Boyle pulls out of the slipstream, trying to go round the outside. That's a brave move, he can pull it off. He's got the slipstream early enough though. Let's have a look back at something that happened meanwhile coming through Beckett's. It's Nick Bryant making his way back up through the order. Then up the inside as they come into Stowe. That's Toby Ballard just ahead of Nick Bryant. So some big names have hit a lot of trouble in this one. Of course, we lost Rog Patke early on as well. Car number 31, Andrew Bailey, has received the black and orange flag, so he's going to have to pull into the pits, the meatball flag as it's known. It means technical problem, you need to call in. Ben Timmins retaking the lead at Village from Craig Boyle. Here comes David Rook as well in the 45. Megan Bruce recovered well. She only lost 4 places. She's in P11. Theo Theato up there in 4th place. Because of all that mayhem, he gained 4 places in 1 lap. Into Brooklands they come then. A bit of tyre squeal and there's contact and round goes Craig Boyle. He always seems to be the bad luck man, Craig Boyle. He's spun around, a good recovery, full 360, and away he goes. Let's see if his car has survived that. It looks okay at the moment. But what's that done to the order of the leaders? Timmins leads it, David Rook in second. No, Theo Theato has got through into second by the end of the straight. They swapped over on the start-finish line because Theato has just done the fastest lap of the race in the Macat, as his car is known. Ryan Wilby is 4th. Then, who's known still pointing in the air, is Richard Merritt. I think that damage has stopped Richard Merritt's transponder working because he's showing as being in last place. So, hard to know what to follow next in this race. Here's a battle further back. Nick Bryant's in there recovering after his 2 spins earlier on. Pretty scary moment as he spun across the front of the pack at Village. Toby Ballard on his tail, recovering from his own incident. He's got Adam Waitman behind him, then the number 23, which is Gary Cross. It's over 3.5 minutes of this race to go, and Theo Theato getting ready to attack for the lead. Ben Timmins, of course, is, despite 3 wins this year, he's only down in the 6th place in the points because he had a non-finish, and in the first race of the weekend, which puts you to the back of the grid for 2 subsequent races, because the result of race 1 sets the grid for race 2. Yes, that damage is definitely hindering Steve Merritt now. He's dropping back down the order. You can't keep racing in a Caterham with your nose in the air. Theo Theato has just taken the lead. Now, where is he in the championship points? In fact, he hasn't scored any championship points yet this year. He's down at the bottom of the table. An ideal way to break into the points, 30 points for a race win. Ben Timmins in second place, David Rook in third. They've broken away from James Empson, who went wide there, coming out of the loop. That's Aintree. He's in 4th place. So many cars of self-destructive behind them. These 3 have been able to break away. Here's Timmins down the inside, Rook down the outside. There's Empson, Wilby. I think that's Daniel Neal in behind them, who escaped that collision with Toby Ballard earlier on relatively unscathed. Just a bit of flapping bodywork. They'll be coming round to start, but I think they'll be their last lap this time. James Empson has come through nicely despite that slight mistake. They had 2 non-scores at the start of the season at Snetterton, so he wants a decent haul of points here. We're on to the last lap of the day here at Silverstone, with Theo Theato out in front. 1 car coming down pit lane. Is that the 31 car calling in, or is that that might be Steve Merritt coming in? with that damaged nose. Yeah, Steve Merritt has pitted. Our pole sitter is out of it. Meanwhile, 3 leaders are up at Beckett's. Beato, chased by Ben Timmons, who's led the majority of this race. And just behind them, David Rook. Now here comes Ben Timmons as they head out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straights. Here they come, he's retaken the lead, but has he struck too early? Because Theato could out-slipstream him again here. Going for the outside into Stowe corner, that's a brave move. Doesn't quite come off for Theo Theato, they're up there side by side again. Ben Timmons just about holding his lead. Up towards the left-hander into Club. David Rook sticking with them in the 45, he wants his first win of the season. Daniel Neal, I think, is now up into 4th place if we look further back. No, it's Ryan Wilby, sorry, in there in 4th. Wilby, Emson and Neal battling over 4th, 5th and 6th position. Yes, Daniel Neal still hanging on to the back of that group. Toby Boys is up into 7th place. Up towards Abbey Curve. It's Boys, Lucas, Megan Bruce and the recovering Craig Boyle in there fighting for 7th. To the right-hander at Village. Ben Timmons has a look. Just needs to stay in the slipstream in the run down to Brooklands, I think. But what can David Rook do here? He's always there or thereabouts, David Rook. He's 3rd in the championship, but he's not yet taken a win. The best result he's had this year is a 2nd at Zandvoort. Down the straight for the last time. Clock counting down to 0. They're coming up towards Brooklands. Which side are they going to go? In position, ready to attack. Here comes Rook. He tries to slingshot up the inside, but he's not close enough. It's Ben Timmons who's got the lead. Has he struck too early again, though? Because Theo Theato could theoretically get him back on the run out of Luffield. They dance their way around the right-hander. Has Ben Timmons done enough? Here comes Theato. Can he get out of the slipstream? Going to be very close on the run to the line. Theo Theato is going to try and get up alongside. It's going to be so close as they cross the line. Checkered flag is out. They're going to finish side by side. Timmons gets it by 0.043 of a second. Ben Timmons is your winner. Theo Theato comes over in 2nd place. David Rook completes the podium. Dan Neal did get through for 4th ahead of Ryan Wilby. Megan Bruce takes 6th position and the fastest lap of the race. Nice recovery by Meg Bruce. Toby Boys is 7th. Craig Boyle dropping to 9th on the final lap there. Behind Matt Larby in 8th. And number 10 of Gareth Lucas rounds out the top 10. James Emson must have suffered problems on that last lap. Yes, he lapped about 10 seconds slower than everybody else. He dropped down to 11th. What a crazy race to round off our day here at Silverstone. Absolute chaos all the way. And the win goes to Ben Timmons. That's win number 4 of the season for Ben. By 43 1/1000ths of a second over Theo Theato, who gets his first points on the board this season. David Rook in 3rd. That'll help his championship cause. Daniel Neal takes 4th position. Had a rather lacklustre Zandvoort, so that makes up for that. There's a car in the gravel there, I just noticed, at Club Corner. Who's that's gone off at the back of the field? It's Andy Palmer, number 63, that's gone off. Let's check out the provisional results of that one then. Ben Timmons the winner by 43 thousandths of a second over Theato and David Rook. Daniel Neal 4th, ahead of Ryan Wilby. Fastest lap to Megan Bruce, who recovered from that incident at the loop for 6th position. Toby Boy is coming through for 7th from a lowly starting position. Matt Larby 8th. Craig Boyle recovering from a spin for 9th. And Gareth Lucas rounding up the top 10. Problems on the last lap for James Emson, dropping him down to 11th, ahead of Paul Woodman, Rob Kennelly and Neil Warnock. With James Moon rounding out the top 15. 36 cars went the distance in that one. Steve Merritt drops to the back of the field. He had to call in to remove that errant nose cone. We lost Andy Palmer on the last lap there. Graham Finlayson went into the pits. Rog Patke, a significant retirement on the opening lap. He was leading the championship, but like mechanical problems for him. We also lost the number 65 of Sol Rogers in that collision at Luffield. A lot more racing to come tomorrow. We'll shortly hand down to the pits to have a word with some of the drivers after that rather wild Caterham 270R Championship race. And tomorrow we kick off at around 10 AM with the Mottle Caterham 7 310R Championship here at Silverstone. All our Caterham Championships out again. 2 more races for the Rockets F4 British Championship certified by FIA. We also have the Britcar Trophy Championship, 2 50-minute pit stop races for them. The first of them, they're joined by the Snetterton Saloons, having an away day here at Silverstone. They'll only be out in race 1 for the Britcar Trophy, though. That's the schedule for tomorrow's races. Be here at around 10 AM to kick off on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Just as action-packed, entertaining and unpredictable as today's races have been. We've got a total of 10 races to bring you tomorrow. A big thank you to all the officials, drivers and everyone else here at Silverstone who have helped us put on a great show today. We can hand down to Sam Parker in Parc Fermé to hear from some of our Caterham racers.
Well, that's another Caterham race where the top 3 have had a fantastic battle. Absolutely brilliant racing from these guys. Let's get in and grab a word with Ben when he gets out the car. Oh, they're just going to congratulate each other. Ben, congratulations. What a fantastic race. Looked quite treacherous out there, though, conditions-wise.
Yeah, I think it was, particularly Copse was so slippy on the way in. Everywhere else was dry, and then in that last lap, particularly the in-lap, and it spun on the in-lap, which would have been very embarrassing. But yeah, weather just about held off, which yeah, made it tricky. I think the big test was in the setup piece before, like do we go dry, do we go wet? It's been so on and off here, and thank you to all the marshals that have stood out in this beautiful British summer. But no, really pleased with that. I think in terms of performance, I managed the race exactly as I wanted to. I think my pace felt good from the start, so yeah, really pleased with that one, and obviously a good bunch of points as well.
Yeah, definitely. Excellent. Well done, Ben. Right, Theo. Where is Theo? Oh, he's just going to have a chat with the circuit commentator. But also, I'll come to David. David, lovely to see you on the podium. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, that was lovely. There was lots of carnage, lots of people going off the track. It was a bit damp in places, so yeah, it was a good race. And third, yeah, epic. Yeah. Really good. Enjoyed that. My son's been goading me. So he started karting. He's 10. And he said to me, I've been winning all these races, Dad. You better start getting up further in the grid. So there we go. That's for you, James. Have fun.
There you go. No pressure then.
No pressure at all.
Oh, brilliant. Well done.
Thanks, Sam. Cheers.
Right, I'll come through and speak to Theo. The rain is starting to come down again now. It's such bizarre weather today. It's so bizarre. Theo!
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Congratulations.
I'll be live. Oh, hello.
Yes, we are live.
Hey, cheesy. Thank you very much. My first Caterham official race of the season. Obviously, I missed the first 2, and it was good, really good. But I was saying to the chap here, it's the first 2 laps were pretty greasy. You can see a lot coming together. It's a big pile up at Brooklands on the first lap. I was one of the people who suffered from that, but it was excellent. Yeah. Once the track dried out, it was just them picking people off. You know, they were all bunched up, and I was just picking quali lines all the time. So I was gaining, and then managed to. Actually, I completely forgot where I was and who I was in front of. I was just having such a good time, and then I thought I don't want to be on the Wellington Straight on the last lap. Damn! And obviously Timo took a deserved win. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah, but it's good to see you back here on the
good
podium.
To see you back as well.
Thank you.
I hear you're doing Academy.
I am.
Amazing.
Tomorrow's our race.
Oh, I can't wait. I'll be there.
Excellent. Well done, Theo.
Thank you very much.
Right, there you go. That's it for all the Caterham racing today. So we've got more tomorrow. So please do come back and watch.
Well, what Theo Theato doesn't know, mentioning Cheesy there, aka Chris Hutchinson, is Chris isn't here today, but he will be here tomorrow joining me to cover the Caterham races. And we hope that all of you can join us tomorrow as well. But for now, it is time to end here at Silverstone on BARC TV. Thank you to all our volunteer marshals and everyone else here for making the racing possible here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. We'll see you tomorrow at around 10 AM here at the home of British Motorsport. It's goodbye till then.